right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another live commentary. That was butchered. Welcome to another live commentary live stream for today's NASCAR Cup Series action, the Cookout 400 at Richmond Raceway. Another short track on the schedule. In fact, the last of the regular season, and it's the fifth to last race of the regular season entirely for the NASCAR Cup Series as they take shape for the second time this year at this racetrack. Kyle Larson, defending winner, trying to sweep the Richmond Raceway in 2023. He has won 3 road course races this season and is very hot because he almost won last week's race at Pocono. If it wasn't for Denny Hamlin getting in his way late, we'll see if they can conquer yet another short track win here in the season. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as we get into our full race flag-to-flag coverage for today. Of course, this is our pre-race. We usually go live a half hour or so before the start of every Cup race to give my predictions and fantasy advice for the race. So if you have not already joined the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR mobile app or website, I highly recommend you do so. You get a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season. If you win the regular season or playoff championship in the NASCAR Fantasy League, you can go to the quick links section on the NASCAR.com webpage. You can be on any page on NASCAR.com and you'll see a quick link section as you see on the screen right here. Click on Fantasy Live. Takes you straight to it. Sign up with your email. Again, it is free to join. And then you'll want to search for KRC League, KRC in all caps, space, and then a capital L on the league. So I just put it in the chat. Again, KRC League is where you'll want to join. Pick 5 drivers every week. It is rotational. You don't have to use the same 5 drivers all throughout the year. In fact, you can only use the same driver up to 10 times throughout the course of the season. And then you have until the end of Stage 2 to adjust your starting 5 because you actually pick 6 drivers every week, and the driver in your garage does not count as a usage for the entire season. This isn't my team for this week. This is just what I had from last week. I've not placed my team in order yet, so I'll be doing that as we get this underway. As far as the bonus picks go, it's head-to-head. You pick one driver to finish better than the other, and it's pretty simple at that. One with the most points at the end of the week wins, and your points total, again, carries over throughout the course of the regular season, and then it will reset in the playoffs. So if you're not in the league yet, you can't win the regular season championship as we're very late in the regular season, but you will automatically qualify for the playoffs as long as you're in the league when the league begins. Points will completely reset. We'll have 2 separate champions. Philip Moore, Brett Whitesides, Jeff Sperry, Billy Kramer, Linda Bollinger, Doran Davis, thanks for tuning into the stream. Linda Leverett, welcome in as well. And you people are the first in the chat for this weekend's Cup Series race. Kyle Lance, welcome as well. Rooting for Rowdy. I think he's going to have a good run today. So we'll go into the predictions. I don't have as many specific driver predictions for today's race. I stayed away from the sleeper picks because I didn't feel very confident about a lot of them. But I do have an extra must-have pick for this weekend. And then I have the usual 3 don't-have picks for the weekend for drivers who I think will finish outside the top 10. So we'll start off with the negative, as I usually try to do, get it out of the way. And then we finish with the positive, and then my race win prediction for this weekend. So you guys can follow along in the chat. Maybe just bounce off your ideas if you think that I'm going to be right or wrong. But I'll give you my stats and analysis for why I think these drivers will run well or not run well. So first driver I have so far this weekend on the don't haves pick. And I don't think I've had him on don't haves this year because he's not typically a driver that's going to finish consistently at the front every single week. But this guy has been top 12 in points all year. So I think it's worth noting the tracks that I don't think he's going to run at well, because he has ran well most of the season, and that would be Chris Buescher in the 17 car. Chris Buescher only has 1 top 10 finish in the last 6 races this season, so he started off very strong, but he hasn't really been doing great since they had that 1-week break. It almost seems like it's hurt that RFK team. Keselowski's had good runs in recent weeks, but not so much for Chris Buescher. He was 26th in qualifying, so he's starting very deep in the field. That's something that I've noticed out of the last couple weeks out of Buescher, and it's really hurt his performances on track as he's not able to get the track position even by the end of the race. The only top 10 he had was at Chicago when the field got flipped with that late caution, and then, of course, having to shorten the race due to daylight. So that was really the only reason he even got a top 10 finish in that race. His finishes at Richmond with the newly rebranded RFK, just with the next-gen car, 15th, 3rd, and 30th. Now, the third-place finish was actually last year in the summer race, so if there is a shining light for Chris Buescher to have a good day, it would be that. And the fact that he was actually third fastest in practice yesterday as well. He just didn't qualify well. One thing, though, I did notice is that the practice times for a lot of the drivers who I do think are going to run well today were different, and they were a lot lower, which was kind of concerning, which may make this more of a wild card atmosphere race as far as who might run well and who won't run well. The reason why I'm sticking with it is because we've seen with the next-gen car on short tracks how hard it is to make passes. So qualifying well is definitely going to be a must as far as these must-haves and don't-have predictions go. If you qualify mid-pack, you can probably sneak into the back half of the top 10 by the end of the race, so I don't have worries about them not finishing well, but maybe competing for the win for certain cases, and Chris Buescher starting very deep in the field. I don't like his odds. Another driver who I think this is actually one of his worst racetracks, this and Darlington, two worst tracks on the schedule, I would know because I'm a fan of him, and that would be Ryan Blaney. Ryan Blaney only has one career top 10, only one career finish better than 10th place in 14 career Richmond starts. That was 7th in the spring race last season, where he actually led 128 laps out of nowhere, qualified on the pole, won a stage. I don't know how he did that. Richmond is not a good track for him. Any other race, both before and since then, hasn't been great for Ryan Blaney. I will say with the next-gen car, he's been better at Richmond than what he was with the Gen 6, but it's still not consistent enough for me to have him in my lineup today, and I think he should stay away from him as well. Penske looks off this weekend. They have been good on the short tracks this year. Short tracks, road courses, super speedways, they've been competitive at least enough to compete for wins this season on those specific racetracks. That's where Logano's getting top 5. That's where Blaney was competing for wins early in the year. Blaney's cooled off quite a bit since that 1 week break as well. He qualified 25th for today's race, so he also starts deep in the field just like Chris Buescher. 31st also in practice for Ryan Blaney. All the Penske cars qualified outside the top 20. I do think Joey Logano has the best chance to get a top 10 finish still, just because he's very good at Richmond, but Ryan Blaney is not, so stay away from Ryan Blaney and Chris Buescher from the Ford camp today. As far as the Chevy camp, a driver to stay away from, I would stay away from Ross Chastain. Richmond has not been his racetrack, even with Trackhouse Racing. He did end up having a top 5 here top 5 here earlier in the spring, but he was 19th and 18th in both starts last season, so that summer start he was 18th. He also qualified deep in the field. He starts 19th, was 22nd in practice, so pretty slow, mediocre really at best throughout the course of the weekend. Only 2 top 10 finishes and 5 career competitive starts at Richmond, so that also dates back to the 2 races he had at this track with Chip Ganassi Racing. So not very good for Ross Chastain at Richmond in particular. He has also cooled off quite a bit. Outside of the win he ended up having at Nashville, he has not been good at all in the summer months. So I would stay away from Ross Chastain today as well. I had him on the don't-haves list a week or two ago, and he ran like 20th the whole day, and I think that could be the case again today. I can see him maybe finishing better than that. I think he'll run outside the top 10 most of the day, probably 11th to 15th. I don't see him getting many stage points, so stay away from Ross Chastain. All right, so sleeper / must-have picks, and the only reason I have / on there is because I don't really have any sleeper picks. This guy is not racing for a good team necessarily over the last couple of seasons, but he has carried the team and has good runs, especially at this track, and that would be Kevin Harvick. Kevin Harvick has finished in the top 5 in all 3 races at Richmond with the next-gen car, including first and second place finishes last year. He is the defending winner of this race, as he won at Richmond in the summer last season. Remember, he went back-to-back, winning at Richmond and Michigan back-to-back weeks. We'll see if he can do that again this year. It's his final season. Stewart-Haas Racing as well. If there's one silver lining, they've been good on short tracks this year. So I would look out for Kevin Harvick. He qualified 8th, so he's got a good starting spot. He was mediocre in practice, but he definitely picked up the pace in qualifying, and qualifying's not really one of the strong suits for Kevin Harvick in recent years. So that is good to see if you're a Kevin Harvick fan. He has 11 top 5 finishes in his last 17 Richmond starts. 14 top 10s in those last 17 races as well. He's a 4-time Richmond winner. I mentioned he won last season. He actually has a win here with RCR back in the 2000s, and then 2 wins in his early days with SHR. So I think Kevin Harvick is a good pick today. I'm going to guarantee him a top 10 finish. As for the other must-have picks for today's race, I don't like his chances to win the race, even though he's been very good on short tracks this year. But because he has been good on short tracks this season, you have to have him in your fantasy lineup today, and that'd be Kyle Larson. Larson has 3 short track wins this season at Richmond earlier in the spring, Martinsville, and he also won the All-Star race at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Most of those races in dominating fashion. It was either him or the 24 that took control of pretty much every race in the first third of the season, it seemed, but especially on the short tracks, and Phoenix included, where he led a lot of laps but didn't get the win. His teammate William Byron ended up winning that race. 4 top 5 finishes in his last 12 races. So it seems like Larson either competes for the win at Richmond or he finishes back half of the top 10, because he does have 8 top 10 finishes in the last 12 starts at this racetrack. Hendrick Motorsports, he has been very competitive here, obviously. 2 career wins at Richmond, again, I mentioned earlier this season, and then also 2017 with Chip Ganassi Racing. He won the fall playoff race that season. And qualified 14th today, so he starts kind of mid-pack, 17th in practice. I will say he was outran by his teammates Chase Elliott and William Byron in practice and qualifying. The only reason I don't have Elliott in the must-have pick is because he's been kind of shaky on speed since he came back from injury, and his Richmond stats haven't been very consistent. He seems to either run really well or really bad. So it's kind of hit or miss for Chase Elliott today, so I wanted to stay away from him in the predictions. But Kyle Larson, he's just too good at this, at the short track racing in particular this season, that even though he starts mid-pack, I think he's going to get a top 10. I don't think he's going to be as fast as what he was in the spring. I'd probably lean towards Larson running like 5th to 10th most of the race. I don't think he's going to be up there contending for the win necessarily, but I think he's going to have a good, strong points day, so he's a good start for your lineup. Martin Truex Jr., I think, is an obvious must-have pick as well. He's got 3 career wins all in the last 9 Richmond races, 7 top 5s in that 9-race stretch, and 8 top 10s as well. The only race he did not finish in the top 10 is earlier this season, where he finished 11th. So very strong as Martin Truex Jr. at this racetrack. 4th, 7th, and 11th with all 3 races with the next-gen car at Richmond. Qualified 10th, so he's got a good starting spot. 21st in practice, he kind of lacked there, but his long-run speed was pretty good in practice, so he was in the top 10, I believe, in 15 and 20 lap averages. So I would lean towards Truex kind of being in the same boat as Larson, where I think he's going to be in the top 10 most of the day, probably 5th to 10th, maybe a little bit higher for Truex, just because he's been that fast in recent weeks. 3 of his wins have come since the early part of May, so and obviously he won the Clash earlier this year too, so he has gone to victory lane quite a bit. 2 of them on, actually 3 races on 1 mile tracks or less. The New Hampshire race, obviously, a couple weeks ago, Dover, and then the Clash, so that's another reason that maybe a short track is a good fit for Truex here today. So I think he's a good start for your lineup. And then the last must-have pick I'm going to have is Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch qualified 2nd, was 26th in practice, which is a little concerning. RCR has been really good at Richmond. Austin Dillon's had some very impressive runs here in the recent years. I think he's got 4 top 10s in his last 7 starts at this racetrack, but we're talking about Kyle Busch right now. 6 top 2 finishes in his last 15 races at Richmond. He's won 3 of those. 13 top 10 finishes in those last 15 starts as well. Best average of the sample size of the last 15 races than any other driver in the field. Finished 14th in the spring race here, so he kind of struggled a little bit. I remember he qualified well, ran well at the beginning of the race, but as the race went on, he struggled on the long runs. Maybe that'll be the case here today. It is concerning because he was so low in practice, but he qualified well, and again, track position matters a lot. Probably see maybe more potential for passing today with it being much more hot and slick versus the spring race, but I still don't see it happening a whole lot, so qualifying 2nd is a huge plus. I think Kyle Busch is a great start for your fantasy lineups as well. So just to recap here, the don't have picks: Ryan Blaney, Ross Chastain, Chris Buescher, and then the must-haves: Kevin Harvick, Kyle Larson, Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Busch. Now, this guy I didn't have on my must-have list, but I'm going to predict him to win the race, and it's because of how strong he has been so far this season. Kind of shaky at Richmond. Kind of like Chase Elliott, where he's very inconsistent. He either competes for the win or he is nowhere near the top 10. I'm going to bank that he's going to be near the front of the field for most of today's race because he has been a driver who has won a lot of races already this year. He's led a lot of laps. I think he's 2nd most laps led. Him and Truex are 1-2. They're the championship favorites, and yes, I'm talking about William Byron. I picked him to win last week at Pocono. He led the most laps, won a stage. Unfortunately, the strategy didn't play his way late because he took the 4 tires where the drivers who cycled ahead of him took 2, and it was a bit of a slow stop on the 2014, which also cost him a couple positions. Finished outside the top 10 because they made a stupid decision to pit late in the race when they really shouldn't have. They should have known track position was going to matter. They didn't really have a shot at the win. They thought that was their best shot to win the race, or if he would have just not pitted, he would have probably finished in the top 5. I don't think he would have won based off the strategy play, but he did have the car to beat. I think he's going to, if not have the car to beat, at the very least he's going to be one of the cars to beat, because he did lead laps here in the spring race as well. So taking William Byron to win. It's only the 3rd time I picked him to win this season, and he's won 4 races already. So I feel like I got to kind of start to hop on the Byron bandwagon here, as he is definitely looking like a championship threat in the early going to the season. So taking William Byron for the 2nd consecutive week and the 3rd time this season to win. The only other race I took him earlier this year, which I have to look back at my stats. I know he didn't win it. I didn't predict Byron to win any of his races this season, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Oh, I am wrong. Yeah, I took him to win at Phoenix, and he won there. My bad. Oh, no, I took Larson at Phoenix. When did I take Byron? I took him to win at Martinsville, and Larson won. Yeah, so I picked Larson to win Phoenix, Vegas. Byron won both of those. And then when I took Kyle Larson to win at... took Byron to win at Martinsville, then Larson won. I picked Bowman to win the Richmond race earlier this year. Larson won. So it seems like when I pick a Hendrick driver to win, it's a different Hendrick driver that wins. I picked Larson at Darlington, and Byron won it. The 4 times this year I picked a Hendrick driver to win a race, and it was a different Hendrick driver that won the race. So, yeah, if that is anything to tell, Hendrick should be fast today. And honestly, I don't see Larson winning this. If Byron doesn't win it and another Hendrick driver does, I think it'd be Chase Elliott's time to shine and get his first career win at the racetrack. So that's my predictions for today's race. I feel like we flew through that compared to what we usually do. We usually take the full half hour, and we still got like 10 minutes yet. Robert Perkle, thanks for tuning in. Wade Zielinski, Hayden Haley channel, thanks for tuning in also. I think Denny will come up. Sudden stop. Larson could get to him. I think Denny could have a good day today too. He's definitely a borderline must-have pick. He wasn't quite as fast as the other Toyotas in practice and qualifying. Ty Gibbs actually kind of outran him in practice and qualifying yesterday. Same goes for Truex. And Truex has just had more speed this year too. Christopher Bell didn't look quite as fast. If we had to look at one Toyota that was kind of off the pace yesterday, I think it was Christopher Bell. Bubba Wallace was top 10 practice and qualifying. I didn't put him as a sleeper pick because he's never finished in the top 10 at Richmond, so this is a bad track for him. So that's why I stayed away from him on the sleeper pick. If I had to pick a sleeper, him and Reddick would have been the 2 guys to go with, but both of them are pretty bad at this racetrack. So until they get the monkey off their back, I can't be too confident telling you they're going to have a good run, because the stats don't lie. Hopefully brake rotors hold up. Yeah, they'll be fine. The only time the brake rotors have been an issue with heavy braking racetracks with the next-gen car are the long straightaways, sharper turn tracks like New Hampshire and Gateway. We didn't see any brake issues in the Richmond race earlier this year. I don't see that being the case today, even with it being warmer. Martinsville, we didn't see that either. So the shorter tracks, no, we'll be okay. There shouldn't be any brake issues today. And we saw it in the Xfinity race yesterday too, but again, that's long straightaways at Road America, 2 long straightaways into hard, like 45-mile-per-hour corners. So, yeah, I think the brakes will hold up. And if I'm wrong, it's not because I jinxed it. But I don't think I'll be wrong. I watch too much NASCAR to know this stuff. I feel like I trust my gut more often than not. Speaking of trusting my gut, I have not predicted the winner right in the last 6 races. I had 6 of 13 to start the season. I was like, every other week I was getting the winner right, it seemed like, and now we've gone on a dry stretch here in the summer. I mean, the races I predicted recently, I picked Byron to win last week. He led the most laps. So, I mean, he was up there. Definitely had the car to beat, I think. I took Bell at New Hampshire. It was a coin flip between Bell and Truex going into the week. I took Bell just because he had success there and Truex had never won there before. And Bell's pit crew over the course of the season up to that point was better than Truex. Not the case during the race, and that definitely hurt him. I took Blaney at Atlanta. He had a good run. I'd probably say Keselowski was the guy to beat that day. The RFK Fords looked a little bit better than the Penske Fords. But I did take Blaney, and Byron won. Took Reddick at Chicago, and I don't think anybody thought that SVG would go out and win his first career race in his first try. It literally had never happened in the modern era. So that was a curveball definitely thrown everybody's way, prediction-wise. Took Reddick at Nashville. He led the most laps, won a stage early in that race. And then the pit crew didn't fasten the right rear tire on tightly, and the right rear tire came off and he spun out. So I'm picking guys that are running well. They just aren't getting the luck going their way, it seems like. I mean, 3 of the last 5 races, I predicted the guy that's led the most laps. They just haven't won the race. So it happens. It's racing. Parents are picking Kyle Busch or Kyle Larson. I think they'll both be good. Maybe we'll have the Kyle and Kyle show today. Billy Kramer, thanks for tuning in also. Yeah, I saw you mentioning something about a spider bite or whatever yesterday. Hopefully you don't have an allergic reaction or something of that nature. Hopefully you don't mutate into Spider-Man or something. Actually, that on the other hand, that would be pretty cool. I would stay away from the fighting crime, though. It gets too dangerous out there. Leave it for the people that are getting paid to do that. But if you could, shoot webs across your bedroom, I mean, that'd be pretty cool. Corbin's videos, thanks for tuning in also. 1 year Annie? Not quite. I mean, next weekend, because the Michigan race would have, it's always been in August. Actually, I think it was the second week of August last year. I feel like they moved it. Yeah, they did move it because I'm trying to think. I think they flipped. Yeah, they flipped Indy and Richmond around because Indy was this weekend last year, and then Richmond was after Michigan because Harvick won Michigan, broke the winless streak. Then he won at Richmond, and Reddick won at Indy in July. So I think they flipped the Richmond and Indy dates around because now Indy is after Michigan, and before Watkins Glen last year, Richmond was in that spot. So it's kind of weird that they did that. Usually they try to hold the same weekend every year when they do schedule races like that. I mean, sometimes you'll see them, if they flip a race off its original weekends because they're putting it at a different time of the year. So it's kind of weird that it's still in the summer, but it's literally 2 weeks apart from each other. So yeah, I don't know why they did that. Not going to Michigan this year, that's a bummer. It's tough. At least you were at Kansas this year. You got to see a race. Harry is healing very well. So no Spider-Man complications. Going for Kyle, just want to be clear on it. All right, well, a Kyle. I guess that means either one. That's what I got. They both drive Chevys now, so if they're a manufacturer bandwagoner, then there you go. I do not even have the race broadcast on my phone right now. I've had my notes on my phone the entire time, but I want to pull that up so that way when we get to the pre-race ceremonies, you guys will get to listen in. No Spider-Man. And even if you were, I wouldn't tell anybody. Have the CIA knocking at your door or something. Okay, I've got the race broadcast on. The race is on the USA Network for anybody wondering this afternoon. Frank Powers, Colton Thomas, thanks for tuning in. Odds of a new winner. I think they're kind of high this week. I do like Chase Elliott to have a good run. I didn't put him as a must-have, but I would not be surprised if he competes for the win because he and Byron looked like the ones to beat yesterday. Him, Byron, and Reddick. But Reddick and Elliott are iffy at Richmond in particular. More so Reddick. Elliott is either he runs well here or he doesn't, but he hasn't won at the track before. And Byron hasn't won here either, but he's just been so gosh darn fast this year that it's tough to stay away from him. I do have to put my fantasy lineup in while we're waiting for the start of the race. I don't want to forget that. I'm in contention for the championship still, so I can't miss out on it. All right, so we have Kyle Busch on the team this week because he was my must-have. Got to have the must-haves on here. I can't just lie to you guys. So we got him. We got Byron. We got to put Truex back in there. Truex. Harvick. Harvick's already in there. Who am I missing? Got Larson. Got to take Reddick out of there. Take Reddick out. Probably put Chase in there because I do think he'll have a good day. And then for garage pick, I'll just put Denny Hamlin because capability is definitely there. All right, let's see here. Head to head. I mean, you got to take Reddick, right? I mean, Austin Dillon's not had as much speed. Even though he's decent at Richmond. Got to go with the odds there. Oh, man, Hamlin, Larson. That's tough. Because I think Hamlin starts higher than Larson. Yeah, Hamlin starts third. I didn't realize he qualified that high. I think you got to take Hamlin. I think Larson gets a top 10 today, but I think Hamlin will too. Hamlin could compete for the win also. If there is a Toyota, I guess, that could, maybe it is Denny Hamlin. Ryan Preece, Corey LaJoie. I think I got to go with Preece because Preece ran really well here in the spring. He was top 10 most of the day, and I think he had a pit road penalty in the late going to the race that put him back. He's been good on the short tracks this year, too. SHR as a whole has been. And then Harvick and Bell, we got to take Harvick, because I just mentioned SHR's actually been pretty good on short tracks this season. Short tracks and flatter racetracks that don't include road courses. We'll take a look at those point standings for the Fantasy League coming into the week also. Just give me a second. Wait a minute. I messed something up here. Yeah, I messed something up. Who did I have on my last... Oh, I didn't have Byron in here. I think I gotta take Busch out. Just because... I know he's on my must-have pick, and I do think he'll have a top 10, but... 2 starts for him. I got 5... Busch has cooled off a little bit, though. Seems like he's crashed the last few weeks, so... I gotta have the guy I think is gonna win the race in my lineup. That would just be foolish if I didn't. So Truex, put Hamlin there. Well, I guess we would have Hamlin in the bench and then Chase Elliott. All right, I'll play the pre-race ceremonies for you guys in the background while I'm doing this.
Our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome Motor Racing Outreach Chaplain Monty Self.
I just realized I'm not connected to the internet.
Father, honor us with your presence here today. Extend your gracious, mighty arm of protection to the men and women serving to preserve the freedoms we enjoy here and in our great nation. We ask you to extend your merciful hand of safety to all the fans, the track services personnel, officials, teams, and drivers watching, working, and competing in today's race. For it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome the United States Army Training and Doctrine Band Brass Quintet.
Robbie Crawford, Mike George, Scotty Dingus, thanks for tuning in. Some more recent viewers. Colton Thompson, thanks for tuning into the stream also. All right, well, let's get this one underway. Got to update the point standings real quick. Well, actually, the point standings for the Fantasy League here first before I click out of this. Inside Uranus comes into this week with 5 races left in the regular season. With the points lead, he's just 20 points ahead of Not an Elliott fan. Very tight battle there. And then a close battle for third between me and P-Shap Motorsports. And we're still in contention. I mean, we're only about 150 or so, 160 or so points out. So it's definitely not impossible, because I mean, we've seen point totals up over 200 plenty of times this year and still 5 races left, so anything could happen, especially with one super speedway race left this season. That could definitely shake it up. You're within 200 points going into Daytona. There is still a chance. So with that being said, we'll take a look at the actual point standings for the NASCAR Cup Series this season coming into Richmond. Martin Truex Jr. is currently your regular season leader. He's 30 points ahead of William Byron. That strategy late by Byron pitting actually did cost him about 10 points, so it could be a little bit tighter than that. And Byron would have closed the gap from the week before, considering how many stage points he had, but obviously Truex with a much better finish as a result. So Martin Truex Jr. grows the points lead out by 7 points. I think he went in plus 23 last week. Now he's plus 30. Denny Hamlin within 1 race worth of points as well. He is cutting that gap down after getting his second win of the season last week at Pocono. He's 55 points out of first. And Christopher Bell not out of it, 75 points back, but he has slipped back over the last couple of weeks, getting into incidences. Actually, New Hampshire was more the pit crew kind of holding him back in traffic throughout the day, and then last week he got in an incident at Pocono, so he has fallen back just a little bit, and looking like a 3-horse race right now for that regular season championship with 5 to go. As far as the drivers who are locked into the playoffs with the wins so far this season, William Byron has the most with 4 wins, Martin Truex Jr. with 3 wins, Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson with 2. Kyle Busch also has 3 wins, kind of skipped over him. And then the drivers with 1 win would be Ross Chastain, Christopher Bell, Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano, Tyler Reddick, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. So 11 drivers locked into the playoffs so far, 5 spots still open. Kevin Harvick is 163 points to the good above the cutoff line, so over 2 full races worth ahead of 16th, so pretty good for him. 17th rather. 122 points ahead for Keselowski, also above 2 full races of points ahead of the cutoff line. Chris Buescher plus 111 is almost 2 full races ahead. So those guys looking pretty good. As long as we don't get anybody that is below the cutoff line to win any of these next 5 races, they're going to be pretty comfortable going into Daytona for the regular season finale. Drivers right on the bubble right now. It's gotten bigger over the last couple of races. For Bubba Wallace and Michael McDowell, they've had a good stretch of races over the last 5 or 6. Really, since that 1-week break, they're both running really, really well. Wallace is plus 27 points, and Michael McDowell from Front Row Motorsports. It was impressive. He got into the playoffs winning the Daytona 500 2 years ago, but it's going to be even more impressive if he can point his way up there, because he has been super consistent this year. Plus 17 points. He's outrunning a Joe Gibbs Toyota, 2 Hendrick cars. I mean, granted, I know Elliott and Bowman missed races, but he's still ahead of those guys nonetheless. Trackhouse Racing car as well, both colleague cars, so he's doing a great job. A Penske car of Cindric. So, yeah, great job by Michael McDowell. Plus 17, we'll see if he can keep that going today. And he still has 2 more road races left, too. The problem is of the road races, the guy he is trying to keep behind him is AJ Allmendinger, who is minus 17. Now, AJ starts at the rear of the field today. He did not practice or qualify his race car yesterday, so yeah, we'll see how that goes for him. He did run the Xfinity Series race, so he is going to be looking to be kind of behind the 8 ball here at the start. Daniel Suarez is minus 23 points coming into the day. Ty Gibbs, after a great run last week, gets a top 5. He is minus 28 points. I believe it was his first career top 5 at that. So great run for Ty Gibbs. He was like minus 50 points going into last week, so he cut that down pretty much in about half. So don't count him out of it. Alex Bowman, minus 46. He's kind of been right around there for the last few weeks. He's still been struggling since coming back from his injury. Chase Elliott, he's kind of been right around 55 to 60 points back for the last 3 or 4 races now. It's time for him to go. Today could be the day he starts towards the front of the field, and I think he could have a good solid points day. If he can cut that gap down to below 40 at the end of this race, I think that should be the goal for Chase Elliott, because you're not going to get them all back in one race, considering how many drivers are between you and the cutoff line. He's 21st in points. He's got to jump 5 guys yet. But if he can get down below 40 points, and if he can pass Bowman in points, just chip away one driver at a time. One spot up in the point standings per race, and he'll get there at Daytona. So it's maybe not time to panic for Chase Elliott fans, but it is time to say, okay, we have to eliminate the bad finishes. He gets one more bad finish, and I think he puts himself behind. He's going to have to win a race. Austin Cindric minus 60 points as well. One full race worth out of first, but obviously hasn't had the speed Elliott has had in recent weeks, so I would probably think that Cindric is in a must-win situation, as well as everybody else behind him in the standings. Time to fire those engines up, and we'll get ready to go.
In motorsports, please welcome Cookout Representative Drew Reeves.
Driver, start your engine!
We got a bunch of those guys trying to get in. Right here, Ty Gibbs, young driver. He's been smart, been consistent. Gonna have to keep it up. That's right. Look at Wade Byron. Already got the marks on his car. So does this 23 of Bubba Wallace. He needs a good race today. He's right there at the cut line. This guy right here, Chase Elliott, most popular driver. He's not in the playoffs right now. He's got to win. Fast race car. That 9 right there. He can get it done today. But they showed up this weekend with speed. They have the speed for the first time in a long time. We're going to go to commercial. When we come back, we're going to see if this 9 car can win it, because we get a green flag coming up.
We'll go through the starting lineup for the start of today's Cookout 400 at the Richmond Raceway. Tyler Reddick going to qualify on the pole this afternoon. Kyle Busch will start to the outside of the front row in second. In row 2 will be last week's winner Denny Hamlin at Pocono. Chase Elliott trying to get his first career win at the racetrack on the outside of him. In row 3, Bubba Wallace and William Byron. Wallace looking for his first career top 10 at Richmond, and Byron going for win number 5 this season. Ty Gibbs and Kevin Harvick will be in row 4. The rookie Gibbs coming off his first career top 5, trying to go back-to-back there. And Kevin Harvick trying to win back-to-back races at Richmond in the summertime as he won this race a year ago. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Martin Truex Jr. will be in row 5. Truex going for win number 4, comes in as the points leader. And Stenhouse locked into the playoffs with the win in the Daytona 500, still top 16 in points overall as well. Ryan Preece and Noah Gragson will be in row 6. Great qualifying effort for both of those two that have been struggling this season. Neither one has had a top 10 finish this year. Brad Keselowski and Kyle Larson will be back in row 7 for this one. Larson, 2-time winner at this racetrack, including back in the spring, and Keselowski, former winner at Richmond as well. Alex Bowman and Todd Gilliland will be in row number 8 for this race. Bowman, 46 points below the cutoff line, needs to get going if he's going to make the playoffs. Austin Dillon, Michael McDowell will be in row 9. Dillon with 4 top 10 finishes in his last 7 Richmond starts. Ross Chastain, Chase Briscoe will be in row 10. Briscoe had looked really quick here in the spring, looking to capitalize on maybe similar speed today, and Ross Chastain starts deeper in the field, but he did end up finishing in the top 5 in the spring race this season. BJ McLeod, Harrison Burton will be back in row number 11. Joey Logano and Eric Almirola in row 12. Logano, former winner at Richmond. And we'll see if he can get that Penske Ford to the front. All 3 Penske cars starting in the back half of the field. Behind him, his teammate Ryan Blaney on the inside of row number 13 with Chris Buescher to his outside. Blaney only 1 finish better than 10th in his 14 career starts at the track. Eric Jones, Justin Haley will be in row number 9. Eric Jones has not had a top 10 with the 43 team at Richmond, so we'll see if he can put a 1 in the column there. Christopher Bell, Austin Cindric is going to be starting back in row 15. Row 16, Corey LaJoie and Ryan Newman starting for Rick Ware Racing in the 51 car this weekend. Daniel Suarez and Ty Dillon in row 17. Poor qualifying effort for Suarez yesterday, so he has got a lot of work going for him coming into this race as he's already below the cutoff line. J.J. Yaley and A.J. Allmendinger rounds out the field in row 18. Yaley in the 15 for Rick Ware Racing again this weekend has been very good in the last few races. Even with a spin last week, had a top 20. And then A.J. Allmendinger still in a pretty tight situation. He did not practice or qualify that car this weekend, so it's going to be a tough climb for him as he's the closest driver to the cutoff line that is below it coming into the race. Again, minus 17 points. So that is your starting lineup for the race. For more pre-race updates, here is the USA Network coverage.
Dial up Kyle Busch.
Well, he has a good start spot right here in the front row. Let's see if we can get him. Hey, Kyle, it's the guys in the NBC booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir. What's up?
Well, you, my man, first year with RCR, 3 wins already. I know the short tracks have been a point of emphasis. How's the outlook for the day?
I would say our outlook's pretty strong, qualifying second here with our ex-World Wallet Chevrolet. So, certainly, it's not the long run. You got to be good where it matters most, and that's keeping the tires on the car. So hopefully we can do that here today. It's going to be hot. It's going to be slick, but we're ready to give it what we can.
Well, 6 times in your career you've triumphed here at Richmond. Handicap it for the fans. We keep hearing hot and slick and keep the tires on it. How does a driver do that?
Try to slow down, but if you go slower, they're all going to go by you. So you got to find that happy medium of where you can ride and take care of your tires when you can and make moves when you need to. So it's a hard game to play, but it's a long game, and we know that's what we got to do.
Well, man, good luck. We'll be watching from up here. Appreciate you taking the time to talk to us and the fans.
You got it. Thanks.
It is a long game, 400 laps for them. Let's check out the starting grid brought to you by Toyota. We see Kyle Busch, the 6-time Richmond winner, up here on the front row alongside Tyler Reddick, the 27-year-old out of Corning, California, who got his first pole this season, 5th overall in his career.
We'll look no further back than row 4 for perhaps a first-time winner or perhaps a veteran making his final start. He could go to victory lane. Ty Gibbs and Kevin Harvick, 2 very good cars for practice.
Dive a little deeper back in row 7. We see Kyle Larson back there starting 14th, the 30-year-old out of Elk Grove, California. He won here in April, and he has really been the short track king this year, winning both short tracks on asphalt.
Well, you go a little bit further back, we see Austin Dillon in row 9 next to McDowell. We heard the drivers, Jeff and Junior, talk about McDowell and his current playoff run. Behind him, Ross Chastain. Not the speed I was expecting in practice. Now, a lot of these drivers, they were just at the wrong side of the draw. Joey Logano, Eric Almirola, this is one of his best race tracks. We'll see if the 2 drivers in the Ford can make a move forward.
A lot of work in front of that driver in row 15, Christopher Bell. He finished 6th or better in the last 5 Richmond races, but starting all the way back in 29th, he definitely has his work cut out for him. And then you see A.J. Allmendinger to the rear. He was racing yesterday at Road America in the Xfinity Series. The official pace car for today's race is the Toyota Camry TRD out in front of the field here.
Alrighty, so again, the race on the USA Network today, well over 100 people already watching, so appreciate everybody tuning in for the stream. Be sure to hit that like button if you haven't done so already, and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Our goal is 150 likes on the stream today. We didn't get to our goal in the truck and Xfinity race yesterday, but let's get to that Cup race goal here today. Expecting more people coming into this stream as usual for the Sunday races. Your Cobra, thanks for tuning in as well. Derek Booth, welcome to the stream. Bobby Lemieux, Tim Brown, Terry Lewis, some of the newcomers into the chat that I haven't shouted out recently yet. See if anybody else is in here as well. Dark Crypto, thanks for tuning in. Kenneth Clark, he's pulling for Chase Elliott today. Susan Greenland, thanks for tuning in, also pulling for Chase Elliott. Patrick Chatterley, welcome to the stream. Joanne C., welcome back. And let's see how this is going to go. My pick, again, William Byron for the race today. You can vote for who you think will win today's race. 15 votes have been casted. I just updated the poll. I got picks between Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott, William Byron, or other for today's race. So that will be the voting poll, and curious to see who you guys think will win. We'll close that at the end of Stage 2, as usual, with these live commentary live streams. Now, the raw feed is not working right now, so I will put a quick comment in the chat stating that that is the case. So the live feeder. I'll just put should be up soon. BAL, Kelly O'Neill, also welcome into the stream. Marathon, not a sprint. Keep the tires under you. That is true, especially with Cup racing. Stage splits today will be 70, 160, and 170. So those second and third stages very long, but the first stage is sprint, very short. That's why qualifying is so important, especially with this next-gen car. Maybe more so on the short tracks and road courses with this car than maybe ever before in the NASCAR Cup Series. So cars are just so equal now, too. I mean, that's one thing that I don't think a lot of people factor in. It's not so much a dirty air thing. It's that all these cars, the chassis at least, are coming from the same place. So there's only so many things these teams can do setup-wise to try to make themselves different on every given race weekend to help their drivers out. So again, the live leaderboard down for the start of this race. But what is not down, or what is also down, is the green flag, and we are underway at Richmond. Electing that inside lane for the start, Tyler Reddick. Already 4 wide, it looks like, nearly off of turn 2, right around Kyle Larson, Todd Gilliland, and Brad Keselowski. Reddick is going to lead the opening lap of the race as they circuit around off of turn 4. Denny Hamlin quickly got to the inside of Kyle Busch, who was not able to hang with the 45 car when they got through the restart zone. Martin Truex Jr. is back about 7 or 8 spots already in that outside lane and still 3 wide. In fact, 3 wide, 3 rows deep off of turn 2. A couple of the front row cars are running side by side in that of Michael McDowell and Todd Gilliland. Not a lot of space between Gilliland and Bowman down on the bottom as those cars still trying to get organized. Nowhere for anybody to go around this very slippery racetrack. No patience in the middle of the pack right now as they still try to funnel out into positions. A lot of heavy hitters back there, former champions like Truex, Logano, Chastain, who was in the championship 4 years ago, all around the 20th place position. Showing a replay of what happened to Martin Truex Jr. It looked like he had contact from underneath him. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. looked like he just kind of blew through the corner in turns 3 and 4 in the opening lap, got into the left rear of the 19. Truex washed up the racetrack and almost ended up in the wall. Did a good job getting out of the throttle, maybe applying a little bit of brake to keep it off the wall, but whatever the case is, able to make the save as we continue to stay green, but he did lose a handful of positions, which is not good for him when you consider the fact that he is the points leader by 30 points coming into the day. Joey Logano trying to dive bomb underneath Austin Dillon, not going to be able to do so. Dillon gets in deep, gets into the back of the 48 car of Alex Bowman, who gets bottlenecked in behind the car in front of him, which was the 14 of Briscoe. Log jam on the bottom, very few cars running the outside lane right now. We'll see that groove widen out throughout the course of the day, I'm sure. They get the rubber laid back down under the racetrack over the course of this one. Bubba Wallace making a pass for position on William Byron, moving him into the top 5. Ryan Preece has entered the top 10 in the early laps as he sits in 9th. And Denny Hamlin trying to get around race leader Tyler Reddick at the front of the field after quickly getting by Busch in the opening laps. If you're wondering what I'm doing on the screen right now, I'm trying to figure out a way to get the live leaderboard up and running, but all I can really do is keep refreshing the page and hoping it's up here at some point in time. Lap 8 of 70 in this first stage. Big loose moment for Austin Dillon off of turn 2. Almost got into Chase Briscoe to his outside. Almirola deep in the corner, about makes contact with Joey Logano as well. A little short track race in there, middle of the pack. Hard to not make contact with other cars around as tight of a racetrack as we are on, especially with 40 cars on it at the same time. A 36 for today's race. Austin Dillon seems to be kind of holding up that bottom lane just a little bit, so Joey Logano is going to try to pass him on the outside this time through 3 and 4. Gets a pretty good drive off. We'll see how much better that may be in 3 and 4. One thing I noticed in the truck race last night, it seemed like the outside lane in 1 and 2 was a little better than 3 and 4. A lot sharper entry into the turn 3 corner than turn 1. So that may be a reason why. Although it's much wider off the exit of turn 4 than what it is turn 2, so you are able to get back to the gas just a bit quicker. Definitely 2 very different corners around this racetrack. The only thing similar to them is the bumps and the fact that this track will eat away at tires. Yesterday, after about a 20-lap practice session for drivers that tried to make a 20-lap run on one set of tires, they had about a second of fall off, which is not quite as rapid as the truck race last night, which had about 2 seconds of fall off over a 40-lap, not even a 40-lap stretch, more of like a 30-lap stretch. Live leaderboard called out sick due to heat exhaustion. Oh, geez. I hope that's not the case. Yeah, it's on NASCAR's website that I use every weekend. It's been hit or miss, it seems like, every week for the last 3 or 4 weeks. It was working fine for the truck in the Xfinity race yesterday. Unfortunately, not for the Cup race today. At least right now, it'll be back up and running here soon, and I'll take that pinned comment down. Looks like Ty Gilliland's struggling with a tight race car right now. Seems like in the center of the corner, he really moves up quite a bit. Chase Elliott holding up Bubba Wallace for 4th place. Wallace trying to put the bumper to Chase in the middle of turns 3 and 4, and I think he's going to let him go this time. He will do that. Chase goes to the outside. He'll drop back in line on the bottom before William Byron can get underneath him. And Chase falling back a spot. Bubba Wallace on the move, though. He's gained 3 positions here in the last few laps. Passing the 24, the 54, 24, and the 9. So you got 3 Toyotas in the top 4 positions, and both of the 2311 Toyotas are in those spots, including the owner, of course, Denny Hamlin in 2nd. Highest running Ford is Kevin Harvick in 8th. His teammate Ryan Preece just behind him in 9th. And then Logano, the highest Penske Ford, back at 17th. But he did qualify 23rd, so he's up a few positions, though Ryan Blaney and Austin Cindric have not been able to gain on any positions here in the early going. Wallace definitely seems to be running a lot lower in the center of the corner. He's kind of hooked onto that yellow line. Might have touched a little too much through 1 and 2. It looked like he had a slight bobble in the center of the corner, but he's definitely running a lot lower than those 3 cars ahead of him are, and he's making gains there. And obviously he doesn't have to deal with any dirty air because everybody's running a little bit wider, so seems to be the best car tight around the bottom of the racetrack right now. Tells me that his car is loose enough to stay on the bottom. Got to get as close to that yellow line without touching it as possible. And he's doing a great job of it here in the early laps. 17 laps completed so far out of 400 in today's race, 300-mile distance. Not a racetrack we've seen a lot of cautions at in recent years, so this might be a fairly tame race today, but strategy has been very, very abundant in the 2nd and 3rd stages with the way the stage splits have been at Richmond in the last couple of seasons. We'll see anywhere between a 2 to 3 stop strategy in those stages, and it's going to be fun to watch if we do get those long green flag runs because that has dictated close finishes in the last calendar year or so at the track. Just over that, really. Even in the late Gen 6 era years, we were seeing some good finishes. We saw a good finish last night's truck race on a long green flag run as we didn't get a single caution in that final 99 lap stage 3, resulted in a one-stop strategy versus a no-stop strategy. Carson Hocevar battling with Ty Majeski, who was the class of the field last night for the win after Majeski was trying to come back from a pit road speeding penalty under the stage 2 break. And the pit stops that took place then, so he stayed out and ended up getting passed by Hocevar with about 3 laps to go. It's like Martin Truex Jr. skipping the outside wall off turn 2 a couple laps ago as well, so Truex definitely having his fits in that outside lane in the early laps of the race as we are under commercial for the first time in today's Cookout 400. Appreciate everybody tuning in right now. Again, the live leaderboard is down for right now. Hopefully we can get that back up and running here at some point in time, but appreciate everybody staying tuned in with the stream. Andrew Coleman, thanks for tuning in. Joe Mara, Christopher McComas, God Rides a Harley, thanks for tuning in also. Yours works for some reason. What, the raw feed? I'll refresh the page again. I mean, that's all I can do is keep refreshing it and just hope for the best. It's weird. I click on the raw feed when it is available, and I go to the main page, say live, and I'll click on raw feed, which is what I always use. See, this time it didn't actually take me to the raw feed. It just took me to here. And I click on Race Center, and it takes me to last week's race at New Hampshire. Actually, that's 2 weeks ago. That wasn't even last week's race. They were at Pocono last week. Go to leaderboard. That's probably not going to do anything different either. Fortunately, it does not. Just shows the qualifying order, which is a screen I was on before. Yeah, not really a lot I can do here during the caution, but appreciate you guys tuning in. Sid Vic, thanks for tuning in also. Think and Repent. Thanks for tuning in. Arson's a good racer, but he complains too much. NASCAR is a brutal sport. Have to match blow for blow. Interesting take. Richard Fulmer, thanks for tuning in. Something is not okay about a day race at Richmond. Yeah, I will say it looks prettier at night. It looks pretty dull during the daytime there. I think day races create better racing than night races just because you have slicker conditions, especially in the summer months. But although it is probably tough on the fans in the stands for this race, I'd have to imagine, though, too. Dale, thanks for tuning in. Richmond has always been overrated, in my opinion. I think it's underrated. I think so many people devalue it that it doesn't get the credit it deserves because I think it puts on some good strategy racing. While I will say that there are a lot of fans that don't like strategy racing. I feel like a lot of the fans that don't like Richmond don't like Pocono, they don't like, New Hampshire, and they just happen to be that we're racing at those tracks like 3 consecutive weeks, so maybe that's a reason why people don't like it as much, which I can understand. Maybe if they, had breaks and when we had strategy races based off the racetracks given and when we don't have them, I think that would maybe liken these racetracks up for a fan base perspective over the years. Not much of a short track. Yeah, I mean, it's like an overgrown short track. It doesn't race as much like a short track anymore just because of the multiple grooves that there are around it, but I like multi-groove racing. I mean, it creates for more passing. I like short track racing to a certain extent, but I don't like it when guys have to beat on each other over and over and over again to pass them. There is some enjoyment in that from time to time, but I do like drivers trying to finesse their cars and make clean passes. That's just me personally. That's the racer in me. That's not the... It's not really the fan, I guess, but the racer in me says that. So Denny Hamlin has still stayed within Tyler Reddick throughout the commercial break, within about 2 or 3 car lengths. He actually moved to the outside a couple laps ago and was trying to make some gains there. Get some clean air, maybe get a slightly better drive off than what Reddick's doing on the bottom, but I don't think Hamlin's car is really cooperating because he's not going that much higher. He's only really going a full lane higher, about as high as he can go to not be in the same line, really. 125 degrees inside Denny Hamlin's race car right now, and that may only grow throughout the course of the race the longer that race car is in the sun. No rain in the forecast today at Richmond, so it's a steamer. You might as well just drive it like you're inside an oven. You might as well just sit in an oven for 3 hours with a steering wheel. That's what you should do. I mean, the seats aren't made to be comfortable either. Racing's meant to be fast and on the edge, not comfortable. Now, they are showing Denny Hamlin. He is staying in 5th gear the whole time, which is definitely something unique because we've seen a lot of shifting on the short tracks this season, but Hamlin is not shifting. Martin Truex Jr. was having some success not shifting at New Hampshire a couple weeks ago when most of the field was shifting too, so maybe that's the strategy Hamlin's going with here today. Sequential gearbox in the next-gen car. We've seen a lot more of that on short tracks and even some of the flatter intermediate tracks like a Gateway and a New Hampshire last week as well. Tom Eddish Sr., thanks for tuning in. Hope Harvick wins the race. I think he can have a good run, for sure. Razorback Kid, thanks for tuning in. Always enjoyed going to Rockingham. Yeah, I wish Rockingham was back in the schedule. I mean, the schedule hasn't come out for next year yet, so there's still hope. Robert Goodrich, thanks for making it into the stream also. Still no word on our live leaderboard for right now. Reddick just about to get into lap traffic at the tail end of the field. Halfway through stage 1 right now, 35 laps down, 35 to go. There are some drivers that are riding all the way up near the wall. I do remember from the spring race that Kyle Busch and Christopher Bell were running the outside near the wall for a lot of that race. And you're already seeing some drivers at the tail end of the field go up there, so I would imagine we might see some drivers at the front only migrate there as they get closer to these lap cars, see that they're running those lines, they're making gains on it, and knowing how hard it's going to be to pass on the bottom, it's only going to get harder and harder as the racing line moves up. Just can't carry quite as much momentum off the top side as what you can on the bottom, especially when you are side by side. Like Reddick put a slight gap over Denny Hamlin the last couple laps when they were panned in on some of the traffic further back in the field. Contact between Austin Cindric and Justin Haley up off the exit of turn 2 a couple laps ago. Yeah, Reddick out to about a 9/10 of a second lead at the start-finish line this time by. Now, when Reddick gets to that very heavy lap traffic, that could be an opportunity for Hamlin to pounce as well. Both these two are over 3 seconds ahead of Busch and Wallace in 3rd and 4th. So they are definitely setting the pace here in these early laps. Kevin Harvick also made a pass on William Byron recently for 6th on the racetrack, so Willie B dropping back another spot. Gibbs was actually in 7th too, so Harvick's moved up 2 positions in about the last 10 laps or so. 5.4 seconds off the lead at the line. I'm curious to see what it'll be next lap at the line if he picks up on that, because we don't have our leaderboard available right now, so we can't look at lap times more in depth. Just have to watch the intervals on the USA Network leaderboard. And it does look like Harvick is a little bit faster than your race leader, Tyler Reddick. He was 5.4 seconds off the lead at the line the last time when Reddick crossed there, and it's about the same, actually. I think he picked up time in 1 and 2 and then lost time in 3 and 4. I don't know if that was because traffic around him. He is closing in on Chase Elliott for 5th, so he might be in the dirty air of Elliott's race car. He could be battling that 9 car for position. He's only 0.3 of a second behind him now. Elliott's slipping back of the leaders, and Harvick's kind of staying right there with them lap time-wise, lap after lap over the last couple of laps at least. And it looks like they're heading to another commercial break here in the early going. I still don't have a leaderboard for you guys. It ain't good, ain't good. It's weird, yeah, it's just the Crayon 301 at New Hampshire. Like, that's obviously not the race. How does that happen? I can't go through the full field running order rundown either because it's not available. That's a pain. That is a real pain. Should probably take us to the end of the first stage when they come back from the next commercial break. Considering we have less than 30 to go already. Get about 2 laps in a little less than a minute here. At Richmond. I definitely think Harvick will be fast. NASCAR Vintage 17, thanks for tuning into the stream. Dennis Zeck, thanks for watching as well. From Hartford, Ohio, home of Sharon Speedway and the Blaney's. Awesome, man. Fellow Ohio native. I'm from the complete other side of the state, though, so. A little bit different. Different, but still the same. It's actually at Sharon Speedway for that SRX race last season, so that was pretty fun. It's the only time I've ever really been, like, in Youngstown area. I mean, I've been through it, like, on the turnpike before to go to Pennsylvania and stuff, but never actually, like, got off the turnpike and went down to that area before until last year. Play some of the broadcast here to the end of stage 1.
Gran Turismo, based on a true story, only in theaters August 11th. Reddick and Hamlin still separated by 1.1 seconds. Then it's Wallace, Busch, Elliott's all in the top 5. Let's get a few updates from pit road. We'll start with Harvick in the 4.
And Rick, he's moved up 2 positions since the start of the race. No word on the radio, just quietly going about his work. I asked Rodney Childers, his crew chief, does this racetrack represent a place to get Kevin his first win of the year and before he retires? He goes, well, not any more really than the rest of the tracks, maybe except Talladega, Daytona, and the road courses. They think they can win here though today. Got a good car, Marty.
Terrific qualifying effort for Ricky Stenhouse and JTG Doherty Racing. They started 9th, running in 11th
right now and some pretty good lap times the longer they run. Mike Kelly told me this week there's 2 races that really bother me this year. Richmond in the spring was one of those. Honestly felt like we had a top 5 car in that race. We had problems on pit road. We lost all of our track position. So this is one, Dylan, that has been circled on the calendar for months for the 47 team.
It's been circled on the calendar for the 19 team of Mark Truex Jr. as well, but they have gone backwards in the start. Started 10th, they run 25th right now. Martin said the left rear is gone. We have no traction. We haven't been good since the start of this race, so they're going to have to take a big swing at it when they come down here. James Small said the summer races have been a struggle. The spring races have been good, but they're going to have to figure something out here for Truex on this first stop. Right behind him, and Ashley Furniture on the move driver is A.J. Allmendinger, who started in the 36th spot. He's up to the 6th or the 26th position rather. Aaron Krause, who runs part-time in the Xfinity Series for Colleague Racing, qualified the car yesterday, got it into a window that A.J.'s comfortable with, and he's been able to move forward so far.
Again, Allmendinger was in Road America and that race yesterday in the Xfinity Series, looking for a win for Colleague Racing, and then this morning flew here to Richmond so he could run this race. And that was already on the schedule. At the beginning of the year, they had already targeted Road America as a race that A.J. Allmendinger was going to run in the Xfinity Series. Well, they didn't know that he would be 17th in the points. And again, you take the top 16 into the playoffs. So he missed practice and qualifying yesterday here at this track.
Yeah, and I was shocked that A.J. wasn't better yesterday. Sat on the pole and had good pace, and then had some brake issues and just couldn't really contend. Congratulations, Junior. Sam Mayer, it was an impressive final lap, chaotic final couple laps. Sam Mayer got his first win. Did a heck of a job on that final lap.
Yeah, it was awesome to see Sam finally get that win today, and I'm equally surprised by the 16 car. I felt like that this will be a bad deficit for them to overcome, not having practice, not having qualifying for this driver, but hey, it shows us how good AJ is and how confident he is to come here and show up and move through the field how he has. And I think it's opportunity for them to have status quo and continue their march toward a playoff position.
Yeah, and also AJ, when I talked to him, he said, hey, we haven't been good there anyway. He's like, what we've been doing hasn't worked, so let's try something different. He was not concerned about it because he didn't have much confidence coming in anyway, so let's do something different. I know they wanted to run better yesterday, but appreciate the commitment they made in fulfilling it.
Here comes William Byron looking to the inside. He's going to take the spot away from Kyle Busch. Marty.
Rick, the playoff driver that's in trouble right now is Daniel Suarez. Started 33rd today, pretty much gone nowhere. 29th right now to the car, just way too tight in the middle and way too free on exit, no lateral grip. And Travis Mack telling him to kind of, hey, search around, find what grip you can. Steve, only 16 laps left here in stage 1. Suarez below the cut line coming in. What swing can Travis Mack take it from here in stage 1? And when they do pit, to be able to get Suarez back up front in contention.
Well, mission 1 is stay in front of the leader, because that's the leader right there. And the reason I say that, Marty, is the answer to your question changes. Right? If you go a lap down, you then can't take a big swing because you have to then pit and try to battle the cars 1 lap down for that free pass position. If you're the last car in the lead lap or nearly the last car in the lead lap, you could take a big swing, Marty. You could sit on pit road for an extra 20 or 30 seconds and maybe go under the hood, adjust front ride height, something big that's going to change the 99. Unfortunately, the one of Ross Chastain is only 22nd. So Trackhouse in general has not been their normal self this weekend. They definitely seem a bit off. But that's daunting when you hear, hey, leader, 5 cars back, 4 cars back. It's information that Suarez needs, but drivers, it can't feel good when you get that information.
Well, it feels terrible, but, we had a conversation a little bit ago about, I'm surprised it's taken this long to get to this far back. I mean, it shows you how competitive this field is. And Reddick, when he's getting there, he's just not going by them. These are not going to be easy passes, and with 13 laps to go, they're going to put up a fight.
Ryan Newman that's right in front of the 45, about to put him a lap down. Dylan.
Bubba Wallace continues the strong run for 2311 Racing. He's up to the 3rd spot. Came on the radio a little bit ago, told Booty Barker, the crew chief,
I'm just cruising right now, so they're pretty happy with that race car. Bubba told me earlier this morning, too, he said, we're normally good here with the Joe Gibbs Racing setup, but a lot of times we're kind of at the back of that mix of the Joe Gibbs cars or the Toyotas. And it's been really nice this weekend for us to be up in the front, up in the mix, and one of the leading Toyotas. So as they run 1, 2, 3 right now, the strong day continues for Bubba and Toyota in general as they try to track down his car owner and his teammate in front of him. Another car having a great run so far today is this 41 of Ryan Preece, sitting in 7th position and closing right there on William Byron. He's 27th in points. It's been a tough year in an argument the last couple of weeks with a few different drivers, frustrated over how this year has went for this team. But with Harvick running 5th and Preece in 7th, this is a good day for SHR. So this 41 team, they're here in the first stage. Let's see if they can keep it together and put a whole race together.
So, Junior, you just referenced it, and last week was the second of 2 weeks that he has had issues with different drivers. This time it was Corey LaJoie. And here's Corey LaJoie. He's on the inside. He thought that the 48 was going to be looking inside, so he went the middle row, and then he drifted up. He caught the 41. Around the 41 goes, and then this happened after the race. Got a little heated.
Yeah, that's just a guy who's tired of being run over. I mean, 2 weeks in a row back-to-back, he's been taken out late in the race, and he's worked hard for those positions, even though that was sort of toward the back of the field. It's just been a tough year for Preece, and he came into an organization that was performing well, but they're struggling this year. And again, this is a great opportunity for them to run well. Maybe they can put the whole race together. Dylan. He's channeled some of that frustration into a strong run so far. He told me this morning, said we've got good pace on 10-lap runs, 20-lap runs, and 30-lap runs. It all felt good, so they were optimistic to start this day. And Ryan's a short tracker at heart and understands kind of how to conserve his equipment and make the tires last to the end of the runs and the end of the race. I think that's going to play dividends for him here this afternoon. It helps when they've got a good race car underneath them, which they do right now.
Yeah, Preece still running up there in the top 10, and he's in the 7th spot right now, and he was actually closing in on William Byron. We saw William Byron go by Kyle Busch. Well, Kyle Busch has started to fall. He has plummeted. You remember, he started up on the front row, and now Kyle Busch is already down outside the top 10 in that 12th spot. Marty.
Well, Randall Burnett told me this morning, yeah, we qualified well, but I'm worried about our race pace. Showing up now with 6 to go in stage 1. Here's what Kyle Busch said on the radio.
To the corners, the more straighter I am off the 2. I get a twins loose first, loose in, loose to the middle, loose off, then 1 and 2.
And this is the shortest stage of the day. They've fallen from 2nd now to 12th for Kyle Busch. So, Steve, what do you have in the book for wah, wah, wah off the corner?
Well, that's a new one for me. I actually find that with Richmond, your best bet is try to fix entry to the middle. Most of the exit issues don't get better unless you can position the car better through the middle of the corner, get the steering wheel out of it. There are setup characteristics that you always have on corner exit. Now, I don't know what that specific description would be. This battle right here continues. Tyler Reddick trying to lap Daniel Suarez now with just 3 laps to go in the stage.
Suarez is going to put up a big fight right here. He's been doing everything he can. You see right there,
Right here, Bubba, inside now, inside quarter.
Reddick gets a run on the inside of him, but Suarez is able to carry speed in the 3.
That 51, so keep it, put this battle up. 2
And
more.
stay alongside him here, and then, big loose right there. So this time Reddick's got a little more of a run than he's had the previous laps.
Suarez has to make a decision. Does he keep battling and allow the 51 to close in? Because then if the 51 gets by him, he's not in the free pass. Currently, he's at least in the free pass position. Denny Hamlin and Bubba Wallace battle for 2nd on the bottom of your screen.
You got to keep battling here because you cannot see 2nd place behind you. So you recognize that. You know Reddick has no reason to push really hard right here. So you got to make him take this spot away. See, you cannot see 2nd place in the mirror. So take advantage of that. Reddick doesn't want to get in a wreck early. Put him in a position where he's got to lift.
Great stage for 23-11 as Tyler Reddick's getting ready to come back to the checkered flag, and He's been stingy. For a driver who has never led a lap on a short track, he's about to lead his 70th lap today, and not another.
Off of turn 4, it is Daniel Suarez who's going to hang on to the tail end of the lead lap as Reddick lets him go off turn 4, and Tyler Reddick is going to win stage 1 at Richmond. Close battle for second between Bubba Wallace and Denny Hamlin. Wallace beats Hamlin at the line, so 1-2 for 23-11 Racing in the first stage. Denny Hamlin ends up third in stage 1, Chase Elliott fourth, and Kevin Harvick fifth. Sixth place was Ryan Preece, I do believe. Waiting for the leaderboard to update on the USA Network. Because obviously our leaderboard isn't working. And they didn't even show the back half of the top 10, unfortunately, so we'll wait on that. This is terrible. I'll tell you why. NASCAR's website so bad. Like, how do you have a live leaderboard on here when it doesn't even work half the time? It makes these streams not as good too, because you guys can't even see what the running order is. I can't tell you guys what the running order is all the way through the field because they only show 10 at a time on USA Network. It'll pop through like every 5 seconds, but I'm not going to be able to read them off quick enough to go through the full field running order. We didn't even see exactly who the top 10 was there at the end of that first stage as well, so hopefully they put up a graphic on that so I can relay that message to you guys. Irina Sayre, thanks for tuning in. Nathan Urich, welcome to the stream. Hope a new driver wins today just to mix things up. It's not impossible. Tyler Reddick looking very good, though, in the early going, and he does have a win this season. Has not won on an oval. In fact, only one of his 4 career NASCAR Cup wins have come on an oval. That would have been at Homestead last fall, which is arguably his best track at his Xfinity Series days, so no surprise that he gets his first oval win in the Cup Series at that racetrack as well. And the only race we've had there with the next-gen car so far. And this is the starting lineup still from earlier today on the screen. But Tyler Reddick does win the first stage. Kyle Busch probably the biggest loser as he qualified second but quickly fell outside of the top 10. Didn't even get a single stage point. Chase Elliott, William Byron fell back just a little bit. I mean, Elliott ended up 5th, but I should say Elliott ended up 4th. So I guess it was right where he qualified. Harvick was 5th.
At Richmond, as stage 1 is complete, it was Tyler Reddick who was able to get to the green and white checkered first, and now onto pit road they come, Dylan.
Bubba Wallace had a great first stage, got to the second position after starting 5th, just said that a stall moment of front turn is what's slowing them down, so he's asking for more turn in the center for Goodyear Tire Sunoco fuel for the 23 name.
5th place, Kevin Harvick needs to turn a little bit better in the center, a little better drive off at the end of the run. The adjustment's already been made, air out of the right front and left rear. Marty.
Denny Hamlin, under your screen, said I'm too loose everywhere, zero tight, and I'm fighting exit the most. The man who drives for him, Tyler Reddick, up front for stage 1 of the year, playoff point in the bank as well. He said, I'm really good. I just need to take care of it early in the run. The 45 team, nice stop. They hold serve here on pit road, Rick.
No position change out of the top 5. Reddick stays up front.
3 positions gained for Ty Gibbs and Brad Keselowski on pit road, so Brad's going to restart inside the top 10 now for the first time as well. So heading to our first restart of the race today as stage 1 went caution-free through all 70 laps. And once again, the second and third stages both longer in length than stage 1 today. 160 laps coming up in the second stage and 170 in the final stage to take us to the checkered flag. We'll see how this one will go. Try closing the site, re-enter. Yeah, I've already done that like 2 or 3 times already. I'll exit out. I'll even search for it. NASCAR.com. Live. Raw feed. It takes me to the spring race at Richmond. And then you see right here at the top of the screen, and you click on Race Center, and then it takes you to New Hampshire from 2 weeks ago. Like, how does that happen? And you click on leaderboard, and it just takes you to the qualifying order from today's race. Go to Richmond's schedule. Because sometimes you could click on like the practice or the qualifying results, and it at least takes you to this page, and then there will be a blue arrow like right here where the Xfinity 10G logo is. There will be a blue arrow that will just say raw feed either above it or below it. And you just click on that, and that's what I usually do to take it. Because now Race Center at the top shows the Xfinity series, and it says not active because obviously the Xfinity cars aren't on track. So it's all over the place right now. Went smoothly during the truck and the Xfinity race yesterday from a live leaderboard standpoint. So not the first time, and unfortunately, I hate to say that it probably won't be the last. I wish it was, but I don't have faith in NASCAR's website.
Like the James River, which is right through Richmond. Take a look at the race analysis here, Steve.
Well, so let's talk about the race kind of like that river right here. So stage 1, it's over. We're out here in stage 2. We got around 160 laps. Well, fuel says you got to come one time. Right here in the middle. You stop in the middle of your road trip, you keep going. But the tires go so slow, I think there's a chance we're going to see 2 pit stops. So you can either run 75 on a set of tires and then 75 more, or you can run maybe just a little over 50 pit, 50 more pit, and a little over 50 again. The math would say pitting twice is better. The challenge, you use an extra set of tires, and at some moment, there's a good chance you're going to be 2 laps down, and that is never a comforting spot to be.
And so now the front row is made up with Tyler Reddick. He's on the inside. Bubba Wallace is on the outside.
Green flag back in the air. Stage 2 underway. Both the 2311 Toyotas are on the front row this time around. Pretty deadlock going into that first turn. Wallace on the outside. Reddick taking the inside lane just like he did on the initial start, which is not something we saw a lot of in the Truck Series race yesterday. Corey Heim had success on the bottom, but nobody else really did. Reddick probably saw something he liked down there earlier, went back with it again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The problem is he may lose this battle for the race lead off turn 4 as Wallace will lead his first lap of the race at the line. Did not clear the 45 car, but he had less than a half a car length out ahead at the start-finish line to lead that lap. Reddick on the bottom, struggling just a little bit. Came up off the yellow line a bit too much there. Although Wallace still could not clear. Now he's very close to clearing in the middle of 3 and 4, and he does. So Bubba Wallace to the race lead for the first time today at Richmond. Looking pretty fast after qualifying in the back half of the top 10. Got his way up to second late in stage 1. And now early on in stage 2, he'll take the race lead away from his teammate Tyler Reddick. Chase Elliott quickly jumped ahead of Denny Hamlin for third. Hamlin battling for fourth with Brad Keselowski, who gained 3 positions on pit road and another spot on the restart. Keselowski now the highest running Ford, just ahead of fellow Ford driver Kevin Harvick just behind him. Brad still to the outside of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin not able to clear the 6. Brad going to get a good drive off turn 2, and he is going to be door-to-door with the 11. He's got the bumper out in front of the 11 car to his inside into 3 and 4. This time he's going to hold him very tightly to the bottom so Hamlin can't get the good drive off, and Keselowski clears Denny. So Hamlin going to lose 1 spot on the last lap of the first stage and then loses 2 more spots on the restart, falling to 5th. And Brad Keselowski now up to P4. So we have 3 drivers in the top 4 that have not won a race yet this year. 2 of them are on the bubble for the playoffs. Bubba Wallace, 27 points to the good, and Chase Elliott, minus 55 points coming into the day. Elliott now under duress quickly from Keselowski, who gets to the outside. And really, Brad Keselowski seems like he's running the top side of the racetrack a lot better than anybody else has done, at least here in the early going of Stage 2. And that's kind of the case for Bubba Wallace late in the first stage when he was able to get by both Denny Hamlin and Chase Elliott late in the stage as well. So the battle between the 6 and the 9 continues on. Elliott, we got a little tight on the bottom. He pushed it a little wide, did a great job keeping it off the 6 car to his outside, and Brad couldn't capitalize off of that as he's still door-to-door down the backstretch. Into turns 3 and 4, very close to clearing Chase Elliott off the exit corner. He will be able to do so, and Elliott will have to duck in line behind him. So now Brad Keselowski's up to 3rd place as his good run continues forward, and we'll see if he's got anything for the 22311 Toyotas in front of him. Kevin Harvick still in 6th, trying to put a battle to Denny Hamlin for 5th place as well. Michael McDowell in the top 10 for the first time today, moving himself up to 8th. Great run for that 34 team in the early going. Your top 10 following this restart: Bubba Wallace leads, Tyler Reddick 2nd, Brad Keselowski 3rd, Chase Elliott 4th, Denny Hamlin 5th, Kevin Harvick in 6th, Ty Gibbs 7th, Michael McDowell 8th, Eric Almirola 9th, and Joey Logano is 10th. Hamlin side by side with Chase Elliott trying to get a spot back. Chase not really looking very strong in the early going of this run to start stage 2. Not a great fire off. He's ran right around 4th most of this race so far, which is where he started and where he finished stage 1. And Denny Hamlin has about got Elliott clear. He's got a good chance of clearing him off turn 4 this time, which is where Elliott got cleared by Keselowski. And now is going to get cleared by Denny Hamlin. No, Hamlin's still not clear yet. Chase going to put the side draft, that left rear corner panel of Hamlin's car down the front stretch to stay to the inside of him going into turns 1 and 2. Now Hamlin gets a better drive off, but it looked like he got slowed up a bit by the side draft again, and Chase Elliott's just desperately holding on to that battle for 4th, not letting Denny Hamlin drive away. And this is allowing the 3 cars ahead of him to really pull these 2. Finally, Hamlin clears off turn 4 after a lengthy battle with Chase Elliott for 4th place. Got side by side with him, took him about 2.5 to 3 laps to actually complete the pass. Kyle Larson has been riding the struggle bus here today. That 5 car for Hendrick Motorsports. He's battling Austin Dillon for 20th. Not a great showing after winning 3 short track races at the beginning of the season. Haven't had many since, and he is definitely struggling early. Near contact in front of him between Chase Briscoe and the car he was battling for position, which would have been with the 20 car of Christopher Bell. And now Austin Dillon slides off the bottom and he makes contact with Chase Briscoe. Briscoe can't stay out of trouble here. Showed another restart where the 19 gets clipped in the left rear. This time it was by the 42 of Noah Gragson. Locked the rear tires up just a little bit. And then in the middle of being 3 wide, Gragson also gets leaned onto by the 77 car. Off this most recent restart as well. Both of those drivers are a lap down. And Ryan Newman would have gotten the free pass with that stage 1 brake caution. So we have 30 cars on the lead lap to begin stage 2. Eric Jones, Kyle Larson side by side for position. Ryan Blaney just behind them in the body armor Ford. 1.2 second lead for Bubba Wallace over Tyler Reddick in the early laps. Brad Keselowski's 1.8 seconds off the lead in 3rd. Denny Hamlin is 4th, and Chase Elliott rounds out the top 5 as they head to commercial break on the USA Network. Early going of stage 2 as we are just under 100 laps complete here today at Richmond in the Cookout 400. We'll take our first ad break of the race today while we're still waiting on our leaderboard to update. Hopefully it'll be up sooner rather than later. And appreciate you guys that have watched so far. 93 likes on the stream. Be sure to hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Our goal is 150 likes, and even with the leaderboard down, I appreciate you guys sticking around. Listening to the commentary. Regine Huddleston, thanks for tuning in. And Keselowski trying to close in on Reddick for 2nd. Curious to see if he's got anything for Bubba Wallace, because Reddick dominated the laps led, but Wallace qualified a little worse than Reddick. Obviously, Reddick started on the pole, so that helped him win that first stage, but his teammate caught up to him, and now it seems like Brad Keselowski's starting to do so as well. It looked like in the early going of stage 1 that Hamlin was a bit quicker than Reddick, and it seemed like it did take Reddick about 20, 30 laps before he started to pull away from Hamlin, and ultimately ended up beating Hamlin by about 3 seconds in the first stage by the end of it. but he definitely can't keep up with his teammate here in the early laps, which is surprising because, again, Bubba Wallace has not had a top 10 in his career at Richmond, both in his 5 races with 2311 racing at the track and also his, I should say, 4 races with 2311 at this racetrack. Or no, they did have 2 races here in 2021, didn't they? Yeah, so it would be 5. I was thinking 2020 they only had 1 race here. So yeah, 5 races at Richmond. No top 10s, and also didn't have a single top 10 in his RPM days.
Front, NASCAR Cup Series racing from Richmond, presented by Toyota. And fans, NASCAR and the Premier Partners want to thank you. Visit NASCAR.com/thankyou-fans to learn how you can win an exclusive diamond experience just for being a fan. What you're doing right now is we see a lot of fans here at Richmond enjoying watching Bubba Wallace out in front. He's got a 1.6-second lead right now over Tyler Reddick. That is Brad Keselowski, Denny Hamlin, and Chase Elliott all in the top 5.
What a run so far by 2311 and the 23 of Bubba Wallace. I didn't have him on my radar after practice. Practice was a little broken up. It was hard to kind of handicap, but I didn't see this type of pace. But great job by Moody Barker and the driver behind the wheel. They've put together a great start here.
Bubba Wallace, his normal spotter is Freddie Kraft. Today he's got Trey Poole up there because yesterday Freddie Kraft's father, Tommy, passed away, and Freddie staying home the weekend to be with the family. Bubba Wallace actually put Tommy's name over the window on the driver's side there, so it says Tommy Kraft on the driver's side door, honoring Freddie Kraft, his spotter's late father. Out in front, again, 1.4 seconds, the lead for the 23 of Bubba Wallace over Tyler Reddick. Let's get a few updates, and we'll go back to the 7th place, number 10 of Eric Almirola did.
Rick, I love it when a crew chief keeps a promise. Drew Blickensderfer, crew chief for Eric Almirola, told me this morning that he would get stage points. Now, might not be a big deal, except that Eric was starting 24th. He got all the way up to 8th, got 3 stage points, and that car is good. Don't forget when they did in the spring in April, he went from 32nd to 13th on the day, Marty. Dylan, sorry.
And Dave, another big mover is Chris Buescher, up 16 spots, just broke into the top 10. They felt like they got a bad draw in qualifying. We're in the slower of the 2 groups in practice and such, so felt like they were much better than what their qualifying time showed. Biggest thing they wanted to do early was just move forward so they didn't get laps starting that far back. They did that and then some. Only complaint for Buescher, just the car built a little bit free on the entry at the end of stage 1, Marty.
Dylan, good call out by Dale Jr. a moment ago to point out Kyle Larson, who won the Richmond race just a few months ago here in the spring, running 21st right now. When I talked to Cliff Daniels this morning about the car and how practice went, he said, I had to slow Kyle down. He said, the reason we won the spring race, we had such a good short run car. So we tried to build some medium run speed in the car. But Kyle was driving through that, just trying too hard every lap in practice. So, Steve, I'm curious, did you ever have to tell Dale Jr. or Jeff Gordon, hey, slow down in practice, take care of the car? We heard Kyle Busch mention it earlier today as well.
Yeah, I don't think he ever had to say that to me. I remember we'd come here for practice, Steve, and we'd have really good speed, and then you start the race pretty confident and happy with your car, but it just doesn't always translate. A lot of times, speed in practice doesn't show up in the race, and sometimes speed you haven't had all weekend shows up in the race, right? You're awful in practice, and somehow the car just is a rocket in the race, and it's hard to describe. And we also talk about, this racetrack being so different. I wanted to ask you about that, Steve. This track being so different from the first race of the year and the second race. How does a track like this change so much? We would come here with the perfect setup that ran so well earlier in the year, and it would not work again in the race, in the second race in the second half of the year.
I've always thought this is one of the toughest tracks to practice at, and I could never figure out why. I used to think it was because it was day practice for a night race, but I think that was a good excuse, but I'm not sure that was real, because now that it's day, I agree with what Junior was saying, that it doesn't really translate, and race 1 doesn't even sometimes translate to race 2, so I wish I had an answer. You know, the surface is pretty old. You would think it would be pretty consistent, but man, I've thrown away a lot of good notes leaving here after some bad decisions in a race.
And this is one of the most difficult racetracks, and a little bit of track tip makes a big difference. Track tip 131 degrees, that's pretty hot. One driver that has not had a problem with the racetrack today, Joey Logano in that 22 car, started 23rd, and he has driven himself up right now into 9th place. I thought in practice this car looked good. He had good long run speed. He did not qualify well at all. He went out in the second group. The second group was faster and still didn't lay a lap time down, but in the race, Dylan, he's got really good speed.
They do, and this actually goes back to something that they tried a few weeks ago at Loudon. There's some similar setup philosophies. What they tried there, he and crew chief Paul Wolf, worked. They liked it very much, so they took that same philosophy, tried to apply it and more here this weekend. By the way, something for you guys to ponder. Joey said, I can't be tighter overall, but I need to be tighter off turn 4. So how do you slice that? How do you make that driver happy?
Well, hey, that's Richmond, right? I mean, it really is. Like, it's 1 and 2 are so radically different from each other. Entering turn 1, it's a big, long sweeper, and then you get a really tight exit off of turn 2, and 3 is opposite. It's a tight entry into 3 and a sweeper on exit. So the car is not going to drive the same in one end or the other. You as a driver have to pick, hey, this is where, in the race today, right now, this is where I'm the weakest. This is what I need you to work on.
And we just showed the battle between Ryan Preece and Kyle Busch right there outside the top 10. Preece has drove back up to 11th spot. Now, I was wondering, when he made that mistake on pit road, they lost all that track position. Was that the end of the day for this 41 team? But they are racing their way back into a top 10.
And we're about to find out which strategy some of these teams will be on. Will it be a two-stop strategy in this stage? Well, right now, Bubba up front.
Top 5 headed to the commercial break here. Bubba Wallace leads. Tyler Reddick still in second. Denny Hamlin third. Brad Keselowski third. Denny Hamlin fourth. And Chase Elliott rounds out the top 5. So full screen commercial break right now for this Richmond race. We will take a quick break ourselves for the second time today. You're listening live to the NASCAR Cup Series Cookout 400 at Richmond for the NASCAR Cup Series. Up to 100 likes on the stream right now. Our goal is 150, so let's see if we can get there. Got more than that watching, of course, right now, so definitely hit that like button if you haven't done so yet. Also, vote for who you think will win today's race. 100 votes have been casted also. That poll will close at the end of Stage 2, and it's pretty tight right now between 3 of the 4 possible votes. Other leading at 35% right now, so a lot of you guys, as of right now, thinking that somebody other than Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott, or William Byron will win this race. That seems to be true, at least for the early going to this one. Chase has been in the top 5 the whole day, but doesn't look quite as fast as the Toyotas ahead of him. And Brad Keselowski coming alive here in Stage 2 as well. We'll see what he can do the rest of the way. But 29% for Kyle Busch, 25% for Chase Elliott, and 11% of the votes going to William Byron here in the early laps. So again, we are under commercial here, early going Stage 2. We might be seeing pit stops for the first time today, coming up shortly. Pretty much for anybody who is going to try a 2-stop strategy, I'd imagine they're going to pit very soon from now. And then the 1-stop strategy drivers will probably have about another 30 laps or so before they hit pit road. So it will definitely be interesting to keep an eye on who is going to come in when. 134 degrees inside Denny Hamlin's race car right now. It was 125 at the start of the race. I told you guys it was going to get warmer the longer they were out underneath the sun, and that is the case, and it may get even warmer than that.
In order to save it. See it only in theaters now. And we've talked about the temperature and the heat here at Richmond. How about right now from the Toyota onboard? 134 degrees inside the car for Denny Hamlin.
Scorcher.
I think that's where it starts getting pretty uncomfortable. About 120 to 125 is kind of the summer average inside the car. The worst we've seen that I can remember is Chicago, 150 degrees inside the cars several years ago. But anywhere around over 130 is nasty temperatures. At a short track where you're working hard. Not a lot of air moving around in the car. Speeds are down. And so it's going to be pretty uncomfortable.
Looking back from the Coke Zero Sugar on board of Chase Elliott. And Harvick right there in that 7th position behind Elliott, who's 6th.
Yeah, Elliott's been in front of Harvick for several laps here, looking just about like this. The car, though, that has passed both of them, the 10 of Almirola moving into 5th, Dylan.
So here's Ryan Preece, the first of the green flag stops and first of the front runners. This may cause some other drivers to bail and pit a little bit early. Was hearing about 10 or 15 laps away, but Preece the first to pit and get new tires.
And I want to update. I mentioned that 41 was long in his box. I couldn't figure out why. With a little bit more digging, I think there was some contact from William Byron. We saw Ryan Preece first stall on pit road. Byron had a slow stop as well, lost 8 or 9 spots. I don't think he meant to, but when Preece kind of checked up to turn left, I think Byron gave him a little shot. So it wasn't poor Ryan Preece sliding long. It was more of a shove long in the pit stall in the end. Both the 41 and the 24 lost spots on the first pit cycle. And you get ready to see why new tires matter so much, as Ryan Preece is going to look like a rocket ship here.
Here's some more stops. Brett Keselowski said he was just a little bit too loose, needed some more rear grip, so they'll change 4 tires as well, Marty.
Tyler Reddick, when you have one of the better cars on the racetrack, you play it safe. That's what they're doing here. 2 stops in this stage for Billy Scott and Tyler Reddick. So the car really good, just a little bit too free on exit, Dylan.
Bubba Wallace is in. The race leader, Goody Barker, the crew chief, said your management of that stage 1 run was ideal. Passed when you could, but didn't force it. It's been more of the same for Wallace. He's down and away.
Good run continues for Eric Almirola. 4 Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel for him. Moved all the way up into the top 10, Marty.
Kyle Larson radioed to Cliff Daniels and said, by so tight in the center, it's just really killing the exits of the corner. Daniels said, yep, we see it. We're going to free you up a bunch on this stop.
Steve, all these are 2-stop strategies for this stage?
Yeah, everybody pitting right now with 106 laps will probably, they don't have to for fuel, but the plan would be to pit again for another set of tires. Dave.
24, William Byron comes in. There was a slow stop on the left rear. That's what got him back in with Ryan Preece. And this time during the run, he said, keep freeing me up. This car is still tight, Marty.
Kyle Busch said, I've got nothing on exit at all. And then on Channel 2, Randall Burnett told Richard Childress, I think we're just riding on the left rear stop. That's what's going on with the A car of Kyle Busch, who's lost a lot of spots today after starting second.
You see the 11 of Denny Hamlin. That is the race leader. And you don't see this very often. Race leader getting passed left and right. That is back to what Junior kind of predicted. The 11 looks like he's going to run long. Dale, we'll see if he panics, like if he lost too much speed. But he's going to have to run about 18 or 20 more laps for this strategy to work out. And another driver with a big penalty in green flag stops. The 10 of Eric Almirola had a commitment line violation. Disappointing. He had such a good car this weekend. A track he normally runs very well at.
Oh, and he was running up in the top 5, well into the top 5 when that happened.
Here's Ross Chastain getting his service. 4-tire stop and back out onto the track for him. And when you said commitment line violation, Steve, just want to explain, all 4 tires have to be on the inside of that orange box when they enter pit road?
Yeah, there's an orange box down here on the flat. We're going to see the 10 serving his penalty, doing a nice job below it that time. And what happens is it kind of slides up, and you can easily touch that box, which is a penalty. And now we have the 11 of Denny Hamlin on pit road as well, with the 4 of Harvick. Dave?
Kevin Harvick in the 4 car. He said, my car is loose late on the exit of the corner. So he'll get 4 Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel. Try to make that better, Marty.
Dave, I will say, Junior was right. That's what Chris Gabehart wanted to do in stage 2. Just do it in 1 stop. You can see the last time of everyone on new tires. So he brought Denny Hamlin down pit road. They'll now do it here in 2 stops in stage 2 as Kevin Harvick leaves his stall. Hamlin saying the car just got way too tight on the short run, trying to free that up in the center.
So, Rick, you talked about the penalty for the 10. So we see right here the orange box in the center of your screen. You cannot touch it. 4 tires below, clearly the right front and right rear over it. If you touch that box and come to pit road, that's a violation. Now, a little bit of an ad for, and you see right here, Blaney and the 12 having to back up. The 10 in front of them on pit lane. That's always, oh, I'm sorry, the 2. I thought it was the 12. It was the 2. There's Blaney. Man, those team.
And he had no drive off, by the way, on the 12 of Blaney. So, yes, the 12 is in and out.
Thank you, Dave. And what I was going to say about Denny Hamlin is, you know, math would say that he's actually one of the few cars that split it up dead on a third. He ran 50 laps, and now he has exactly 101 to run, Marty.
Well, you see Christopher Bell coming down pit road here, 60 laps into stage 2. Going to make it a 2-stopper as well. Adam Stevens making that call. I think the day not not going how they expected as well. Always good here at Richmond, just been struggling with the handling all afternoon long. And you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, there are a few that are going to try this on one stop. We'll see if it works out for them.
Yeah, basically we're looking at just about 5 cars.
We have to pass through.
20 car, too fast entering, so here he comes right back down pit road.
Been sitting around 18th spot, not having a great day. It's just going to get a little bit worse now. But we were looking at that rundown, that order on the left of the screen, and it looks like roughly 5 or so cars are going to stick on this one-stop strategy, at least for the time being. Bubba Wallace in second.
Yeah, he already has been to pit road. He was on pit road on lap 123.
Yep.
McDowell at 74, Truex at 74, Suarez at lap 74.
But let's remember, Truex had no track position. He had that issue early, and he kind of got sent to the back, and he's just not been as good as we had thought. I don't know if there was damage from that contact in the left rear early, if the car's just not like they want. I think this is James Small thinking, we're not going to drive back to the front, Junior, right? We're going to have to get lucky. A yellow, and he's in good shape, right? But
yes,
that's what he's going to need.
But with McDowell, he's in that battle for a playoff spot. And for that team to take this gamble and be one of the very few that is actually willing to do it is not concerning for me, because this is exactly what's put them in this position to have a playoff shot. They are gamblers on top of that pit box.
They have been gambling. They were 17 points above the cutoff line, and right now McDowell is in front of the field here at Richmond.
Headed to another full-screen commercial break on the USA Network. You're listening live to the Cookout 400 here on KRC, the YouTube channel. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't yet today. Our live leaderboard, unfortunately, has been down since the start of the race on NASCAR's website, so hopefully it'll be working here at some point sometime soon, but that has not been the case so far, unfortunately. So, yeah, we can only hope. I don't think it's ever been down for longer than half the race before. We are in Stage 2, but we're still in the first half of the race, right around lap 165 or so out of 400. Still no cautions for incident in the race. Stage 1 was won by Tyler Reddick after he led all 70 laps from the pole, and then a couple laps after the restart while running side by side, his teammate Bubba Wallace got to the lead early at Stage 2, and outside of the cycling green flag pit stops, have a lot for other drivers to lead some laps today. That has pretty much been it. It has been dominated by the 2311 Toyotas of Reddick and Wallace thus far. And we'll see if anybody else can challenge. Keselowski's within close striking distance. So is Denny Hamlin. Chase Elliott's been top 5 all day. So maybe one of those 3 could be the ones to get it done. Maybe it's somebody on a different strategy like Michael McDowell, Mark Truex Jr., who are on a one-stop strategy versus most of the rest of the field on a 2-stopper. I think Daniel Suarez also on a one-stop strategy right now. So that's what we have to look forward to for the rest of this stage. But a very calm day at Richmond so far. And we'll see if that'll be the case as we go further along. So there were a couple penalties. There was a commitment line violation penalty for Eric Almirola and then a pit road speeding penalty for Christopher Bell. So both those drivers could have more than likely be trapped a lap down, taking the pass-through penalty. JT, thanks for tuning into the stream here over recent laps. And as well as anybody else who I didn't shout out that might have been watching for a little while now. Appreciate all of you guys tuning in. We're 44 likes away from our goal already. We're not even halfway through the race, so that is awesome. Maybe we can get to 200 here before the end, which we've done a couple times so far this season. So I guess you never know. I'll try to do my best to go through a full field running order rundown on the leaderboard based off of what the USA Network is showing. I'll do my best. I have to get through this as quick as possible because otherwise it's going to be very difficult to keep track of. But right now, Bubba Wallace has a 1.3 second lead over Tyler Reddick in second following green flag pit stops. Brad Keselowski's in third. Michael McDowell in fourth, has not pitted yet. Mark Truex Jr. in 5th, also has not pitted yet. Chris Buescher has pitted. He's in 6th. Denny Hamlin 7th. Chase Elliott 8th. Ryan Preece 9th. And Kyle Busch sits in 10th. 11th place is, waiting for it to roll across, Joey Logano's in 11th. Ty Gibbs in 12th. Kevin Harvick 13th. Daniel Suarez 14th. I'll make that Alex Bowman 14th. Daniel Suarez now back at 15th. He still has not, again, pitted. And then everybody else behind him would have already made one pit stop. So 16th place is, gotta wait for it to update again. This is the only way I can do this. 16th is Austin Dillon. William Byron has fallen all the way back to 17th. Ty Gillen 18th. Kyle Larson 19, Chase Briscoe 20th, Eric Jones 21st, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 22nd, AJ Allmendinger 23rd, Eric Almirola 24th, Ryan Blaney 25th. 26th place is Ross Chastain's the last car in the lead lap. Austin Cindric 27, Noah Gragson 28th. 29th, Christopher Bell. And I'll have to wait on 30th here. Bell just had that pit road speeding penalty, of course. Ryan Newman in 29th. Bell is 30th. And now there's a Monster Energy sponsorship ad over top of the leaderboard, so I'll wait a couple more seconds. Rebecca Chatlow, thanks for tuning in. All right, see. After Bell in 30th, 31st place is Corey LaJoy, Ty Dillon, 32nd, Justin Haley, 33rd, Harrison Burt, 34th, J.J. Yaley, 35th, and B.J. McLeod rounds out the 36-car field. All 36 cars still in this race, and again, a 1.4-second lead for Wallace over Reddick. Michael McDowell is now on to pit road, serving his stop, and I'm sure Truex will be soon to follow.
About being that guy that was still out on tires old when everyone had new tires. You said, yeah, you try to minimize the loss, but you are so in the way. It is really difficult. But not much complaint about the balance of the race car. Maybe just a small air pressure adjustment. He was told by a spotter, just wait, we'll be in a minute. You'll get your chance to get them all back.
9.9-second stop for McDowell. 4 tires, topping off on fuel. Can't imagine Martin Truex Jr. is going to stay out much longer. And the same goes for Daniel Suarez in the 99. Ross Chastain, last car on the lead lap, about to be lapped by Bubba Wallace. It's our first set of green flag stops in the race. Chastain currently in 25th. McDowell cycled out of the pits in 29th after, of course, losing all that time. But now going to try to gain it back on fresher tires himself here. Martin Truex Jr. is now on pit road.
Fresher tires. Dylan. Martin Truex Jr. has bailed on this one-stop strategy, if you will, as well. He said, tell me what we are doing because I'm really, really bad right now. So that was the decision. We're starting to backslide. They brought Truex in for tires.
Battle for 10th on screen between Ty Gibbs and Kevin Harvick. Harvick lost a little bit of ground on pit road, it appears, because he was in 5th. And now he is, again, battling for that 10th place position. As he moves backwards, though, some of the other Fords that have moved forward would include Chris Buescher, who's now broken into the top 5, and then also his teammate Ryan Preece is up to 7th place. And Joey Logano, of course, in 9th, also ahead. So Harvick went from the highest running Ford at the end of stage 1 to now being the 5th highest Ford in the running order, as there's 4 of them ahead of him in the top 10. Toyota's up at the front of the field outside of Chase Elliott. Chevrolet has been struggling. Kyle Busch is back in the top 10, currently in 8th. He was one of the first cars on the pit road, so he's able to leapfrog a few positions. Qualified 2nd, but fell back to 12th before the end of that 70-lap first stage. 80 laps into stage 2. We've had a pit stop now. Everybody more than likely expected to pit one more time yet in stage 2, except for potentially McDowell, Suarez, and Truex. In fact, I don't think Suarez is even pit yet because he's still on the lead lap, so he is going even longer, trying to help himself out. Maybe a slightly different strategy from what the 19 and the 34 are on. But Truex McDowell, again, on the attack. 3 wins in the last 9 races for Truex at Richmond. Mentioned that in the pre-race. Thought he could be one of the favorites today. Maybe not the case. He was one of my must-have picks for a top 10, and that might not even be the case anymore either, so we'll have to see how that develops and see where he is at the end of this one from his running order position. But he is also a lap down just behind Michael McDowell after, again, they both just pitted. Trying to unlap themselves. They're about a full lap and a half off the race lead right now, so they've got a lot of ground to try to make up to see if this one-stop strategy will work. They might not have been quite high enough up in the running order. Now, McDowell was in the top 10. I don't think Truex was. I think he was a little bit outside the top 10. Blue Safari, thanks for tuning in. The running order on the screen. It is working. It is working. There it goes. Lap 153. I was like, why is there a caution? All right. That was stage 1. We have the leaderboard back up and running. 23 cars on the lead lap. I shouldn't say back up and running, meaning it's a usual on the channel to have this. Looks like Daniel Suarez, Ty Dillon are in the pits.
Daniel Suarez pit road about 2 laps ago. He said, I would like to go 5 more. He said, I'm not sure we can make that. I'm trying to make my tires last. So they have to go longer than everyone else, Steve. And the reason Travis Mack, and bears reiterating, is doing this This will buy them an extra set for stage 3 for later in the race. Now the question is, how far behind does Daniel Suarez come out?
Well, because he's currently at least 2 laps down. We'll have to wait and see when it cycles. And I like the idea of an extra set, but and you got to be on the lead lap to use them.
Look at this battle right here for second place and right in front of them.
Yeah, good battle for second going on between Tyler Reddick and Brad Keselowski. Keselowski loses a little bit of ground in the center of the corner. Might have had to lift up out of the gas a little more than Reddick on the outside lane. And they're within a half a second of Bubba Wallace right now, so they've definitely closed that gap down. They did pit about a lap or two before him, but it does seem like they're running slightly faster. That last lap, Reddick was a tenth quicker than Wallace at the front of the field, so this battle for second could turn into a 3-car battle for the lead. They're a full 5 seconds ahead of Denny Hamlin in fourth, so it's going to be tough for Hamlin to get back up there in contention late in the stage, but potential good battle awaiting us between the 23.45 and the 6 on the racetrack. Had to do a full screen commercial break right now on the USA Network, so we'll take the full field running order rundown once again. It is Bubba Wallace who leads this race. Tyler Reddick currently scored in second. Brad Keselowski third. Denny Hamlin fourth. And Chris Buescher is in fifth. Ryan Preece in sixth. Kyle Busch seventh. Joey Logano eighth. Chase Elliott ninth. And Ty Gibbs is 10th. Kevin Harvick in 11th. Alex Bowman 12th. Austin Dillon 13th. William Byron 14th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 15th. 16th is Ty Gilliland. Chase Briscoe 17th. Kyle Larson 18th. Eric Almirola 19th. Eric Jones in 20th. Ryan Blaney 21st, AJ Allmendinger 22nd, Ross Chastain 23rd. First car 1 lap down is Austin Cindric in 24th. Noah Gragson in 25th, Ryan Newman 26th, 27th, Michael McDowell, but he is on a one-stop strategy, so he's trying to get some of that time back. Same goes for Martin Truex Jr. in 28th place behind him. Christopher Bell at a pit road speeding penalty is 29th. Justin Haley in 30th. Daniel Suarez also on a one-stop strategy is 2 laps down in 31st. Harrison Burton 32nd, J.J. Yeley 33rd, B.J. McLeod 34th, Corey LaJoie 35th, and Ty Dillon is in 36. So that rounds out our 36 car field just over an hour into this race, and we're already over a third of the way home. Almost halfway home, really. We're about 42 laps away from halfway in this one already. So very quick race pace so far for a short track, and we still have an average speed of 99.64 miles per hour. Most laps led so far in the race today is Tyler Reddick still, who has led 78 laps before Bubba Wallace has led now 67, so he's fastly approaching him there. Hamlin led 6 laps during green flag pit stops, and Michael McDowell staying out as long as he did, ends up leading 9 laps so far in the race. And again, the only caution was the stage 1 break at lap 70. Those 4 different leaders, 5 lead changes total in the race today. Make that 4 lead changes total in the race today, because Reddick was on the pole. Chastain's been right in front of the race leader, Bubba Wallace, for a while now, and I almost wonder if that might have been the reason why Wallace's lap times are slowing down quite a bit, because he picked back up a little bit more. Still dropped to 25.492 that last lap, but Reddick a 25.885, so a little bit slower there. It's amazing how far the lap times have fallen off again already at this point in the run. It feels like they didn't pit that long ago, and Wallace's fastest lap, which was a 23.798, it was 1.8 seconds faster than the lap he just ran the last time by. During the commercial break, Brad Keselowski gets by Tyler Reddick for second on the outside lane. He's going to be able to hold clear off turn 4, and now we'll see if the 6 can close on the 23. Increments with the top 10 right now. Bubba Wallace, 0.8 of a second lead over Keselowski, who just took second. Tyler Reddick's 1.1 seconds off the lead, quickly back in third now. Denny Hamlin is 5.7 seconds back at fourth. Chris Buescher in fifth, 7.3 seconds off the lead. Ryan Preece is 8.7 seconds back in sixth. Seventh is Kyle Busch, 9.6 seconds back. 9.9 seconds just close behind him is Joey Logano in eighth. Ty Gibbs in ninth place, 11 seconds off the lead. And Chase Elliott has fallen back to 10th during this green flag run. He's the highest running Hendrick Chevy at 12.3 seconds off race leader Bubba Wallace. Keselowski quickly pulling the 45 of Reddick, whose pace has definitely fallen off over the last few laps. He was keeping up with the 23, and then his car just clipped all of a sudden. He's lost the 23, and the 6 has already passed him. And the 6 trying to run down the 43 himself here. These guys already have about 45 laps on their tires, so we're not far away from seeing green flag pit stops for the second and final time in this stage. Almost 100 laps into stage 2 already out of the 160. Chase Elliott making contact with Ty Gibbs. Elliott popped up off the bottom a little bit, got tight, got into the 54. Both of them kept it off the wall, kept control of their cars, which is good. Big handful of the steering wheel there for Elliott on the bottom. Great car control to at least keep it from spinning. Considering both cars are in the top 10, they didn't need that. Track position has been very difficult to come by. Michael McDowell's now the first car 1 lap down. So he's looking to unlap himself very shortly. Martin Truex Jr. just behind him. And they were a half a lap behind the leaders when they came out of the pits. So the fact that they're almost back on the lead lap already, pretty quick. The problem is that everybody else is going to be pitting very soon, and they still haven't quite gotten their lap back. So that's a bit concerning. McDowell, I believe, was right around 8th place when the green flag pit stop started. So if he finishes better than 8th, I mean, ideally, I guess it would be a good strategy call. But if he does not get any stage points out of this, especially considering he is on the cutoff line coming into the day, plus 10 as we run right now, I don't know about that. And of course, Bubba Wallace was plus 27 coming in, but if he ends up getting the win, he'll be locked in, and that would actually put Chris Buescher back to 15th on the grid, even though he's almost 2 full races worth ahead of the cutoff line. So it definitely puts the 17 closer, which is not where he wants to be if we get a wild card winner in one of the 2 road courses coming up, or Daytona at the end of the regular season. Despite the great consistent year Buescher has had, where he's been top 12 in points all season long. The spotlight drivers coming into the day, as far as my predictions went, I picked William Byron to win. He is currently 14th. The must-have picks, Kevin Harvick in 10th, good run so far. Kyle Busch 7th, good run so far. Martin Truex Jr. on the one-stop strategy is 24th, but he was just outside the top 10 before the stop started, so I'm not sure how this is going to work out for him. We'll just have to wait and see once everybody else around him makes their second stop. And then there's one other driver I'm forgetting. Kyle Larson. Yeah, he hasn't had that great of a day either. He's 16th. 20 seconds off the lead. Ty Gibbs will be the first car on the pit road for his second stop. Alex Bowman's also in. Austin Cindric's in the pits. Ryan Preece is in. Kyle Busch is in.
Steve, is this early? I mean, almost 60 laps to go.
Yeah, but I mean,
So just under 60 laps to go in the stage. We're starting to see green flag pit stops for the second time in stage 2. Michael McDowell just getting his lap back on the outside of the 23 of Wallace. Brad Keselowski's in the pits trying to maybe jump to the lead.
a little bit of a mark for those cars. And here's the 6 of Keselowski, Dylan. Been a great day for Brad Keselowski.
Chris Buescher's in.
Said we're slowly chipping away at our progress all year. It's hard to see sometimes, but I think we're seeing all the hard work.
Austin Dillon, Bubba Wallace are in.
Wallace in as well, the race leader. He just said that he's been getting loose and it keeps getting worse, starting to get snappy as well. They'll make an adjustment, 4 tires and fuel for the race leader.
Oh no, slow right side. The jack comes down. Tire changer's looking at him, jacking this thing up. This is going to be at least a second, maybe 2 seconds slower than a normal pit stop for Bubba Wallace.
Slow stop for Wallace, plus pitting a lap after Keselowski. Going to be a very good chance the 6 will cycle out ahead of the 23. Tyler Reddick still on the racetrack right now as he's going to be passed by Keselowski, who's getting his lap back. Wallace just coming out of the pits. Brad Keselowski is going to be way ahead of Bubba Wallace. Very slow stop for the 23 team, and it's going to cost him the lead. I think he might have lost the lead regardless of the fact pitting 1 lap after, because Keselowski was within 2 seconds behind him, but he would have been right there with him, and now he's not.
It was not horrible for the 4 car. Kevin, bring it in, Marty.
Kevin Harvick just coming into the pits.
And an interesting conversation for Tyler Reddick on his radio.
Chase Elliott's in.
They kind of talked about the strategy of everybody else in the field, Dave, and then Billy Scott told Tyler Reddick, we're going to do something different than everybody else, so slightly longer than everyone. Reddick said on the radio, I feel like I can be a little bit tighter, but I'm afraid for you to adjust it very much. One of his best short track races ever. Tyler Reddick comes in with the lead. We're see where he cycles out. Kyle Larson still struggling with the handling on his race car, but they're gaining on it every run. So a little bit better this run for Kyle Larson, but still a little bit too tight, which in the center, which affects their exit as well.
Harrison Burton, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. now also on pit road. Denny Hamlin still out of the racetrack, waiting to make his next pit stop. Joey Logano, Ryan Blaney also yet to pit. Martin Truex Jr. just passed Michael McDowell on the racetrack. Remember, they pitted around the same time. And they are just ahead of Brad Keselowski, so they did not cycle out too far ahead of the 6. That's going to be a tough look for him. Truex has just passed Blaney, who has yet to hit pit road. So Truex up to P3. Showed a replay of the pit stop from the 23 of Wallace's team. It looked like the jack dropped. Looked like they jacked it up and then it dropped as they were trying to take the tires off the right side of the race car, so that was the reason for the slow stop there. Joey Logano's now on pit road, so is Ryan Blaney. Denny Hamlin's in.
Every other change they've made so far has been better. Logano's his service completed, Marty.
Yeah, that seemed like a bit of a long stop for Joey Logano. Denny Hamlin trailing him coming into his pit stall. He said, I feel like, the car is the same thing as all day long. Too tight in the center, and the longer we run, that's what I struggle with. He said, I struggle to point the car correctly, especially coming off turn 2, and I lose all that momentum on the backstretch. You saw that wedge adjustment trying to make that car a little bit freer for Denny Hamlin. His teammate Christopher Bell on pit road as well. His car a little bit too tight in the center. Also trying to regain all that track position after qualifying poorly yesterday here in Richmond.
Slow stop for the 22 of Logano as well. I think it timed in at 13.9 seconds from what I saw, and he has now cycled back to 19th. Granted, he stayed out a little longer than those around him, but he was in the top 10 before the green flag pit stop started, so definitely a costly slow stop for the 22 and the 23 teams here. Martin Truex Jr. has gotten to the race lead. Brad Keselowski is going to take it from him in the middle of 3 and 4, so that one-stop strategy is not going to be anywhere close to working out for Martin Truex Jr. and Michael McDowell. They've already gotten past, and we still have just over 45 laps to go yet in Stage 2. The don't have picks for today that I had predicting to finish outside the top 10. 2 for 3 on that as we run right now, with Ross Chastain a lap down in 22nd, Ryan Blaney a lap down in 25th. And then I had Chris Buescher also on that list, but Buescher's having a great day today. He's currently in 5th place. We are going to another commercial break here during Stage 2. When they come back, might take you to the end of Stage 2 before we get another commercial break in there at some point. Brad Keselowski leads this race. Bubba Wallace has fallen all the way back to 6th. I guess of those that are on the safe strategy he's on, he would be at 4th because he would have to pass Michael McDowell and Mark Truex Jr. here shortly. But he's 5 seconds behind Keselowski. I think pitting a lap after him, again, Brad was within 2 seconds. So I think Keselowski is going to come out with the lead regardless by short pitting versus Wallace, even just by 1 lap, because we'd seen 2 seconds of fall off up to that point. But instead of being in 2nd, he's going to be in 4th, and instead of being right behind Keselowski, he's 5 seconds off the lead. As far as the lap times go, granted Wallace had to pass McDowell that last lap, but Brad was about 2/10 quicker, and now he's obviously got the clean air advantage when he's not catching lap traffic, so this could help him. He's 4 seconds ahead of the next closest car in the same strategy behind him of Tyler Reddick. So waiting for the top 10 to cycle all the way through. Again, Brad Keselowski leads this race. Martin Truex Jr. is in 2nd. 3 seconds off the race lead. Tyler Reddick, 3.8 seconds back at 3rd. Chris Buescher, 4.5 seconds off the lead in 4th. Bubba Wallace, 5th, 5.1 seconds off the lead. 6.6 seconds back is Michael McDowell in 6th. Denny Hamlin, 8.3 seconds off the lead at 7th. Ty Gibbs in 8th, 9.1 seconds off the lead. Kyle Busch, 9.3 seconds off the lead in 9th. And Ryan Preece is in 10th place right now at 9.5 seconds back. So that is your increments with the top 10. Average speed up over 100 miles per hour in today's race. Still 1 caution per incident, and we're almost halfway home in the Cookout 400 at Richmond. Once again, at the end of Stage 2, we'll close the poll for who you think will win today's race, so be sure to vote if you haven't yet. As of right now, Other leading the poll at 38%. The other 3 that you could vote for would be Chase Elliott, Kyle Busch, William Byron. Byron, only 10% of the votes. Has not looked as good as I would have thought he was going to be today. Chase Elliott was up in the top 5 for the first third of the race, but here late in Stage 2 has fallen back into the back half of the top 10. He's got 22% of the votes, and Kyle Busch, who was 7th before the most recent pit stops, has 30% of the votes. 124 votes casted so far. Again, end of stage 2. We will end that poll.
A 4-second lead over Tyler Reddick. Let's go through the field, brought to you by eBay. We'll start with Dylan.
And it's been a solid weekend for RFK Racing and for Brad Keselowski. Started 13th, said that they missed the balance a little bit in qualifying, but knew what they missed and hoped that they were able to correct it with some overnight changes. Think they have so far. Brad has been very, very happy with the race car, just a few small changes, and so far he's looking good out front, Marty.
Dylan, when I talked to Tyler Reddick's crew chief, Billy Scott, this morning, he said, honestly, I feel like we have the speed to be a championship team. We have to execute. We mentioned that earlier. Build that momentum going into the playoffs. So far today, a terrific execution day for the race team. He's led 80 laps, sitting in second right now. Dylan.
Great execution for the 17. Chris Buescher as well, started 26. They run third. They're no stranger to driving through the field here at Richmond in this race last year. Started 18th, ended up where they run right now in the third spot. They played their strategy exactly as they needed to, got track position early, and right now they're just trying to hang on to it. Right behind him is Bubba Wallace, who had that slow pit stop, and he came on the radio just moments afterwards and said, "We're fine, let me work, it'll come back to us." So that's a big statement from Bubba Wallace. He's got a good head on his shoulders today, feels good about his race car. And behind him, Martin Truex Jr. just trying to make something out of this day. It has not been the smoothest of days here at Richmond. The summer race for them has been a struggle the last couple of years. They're on a different strategy than those cars in front of them, just trying to figure something out and make it work for the 19, Marty.
After the win at Pocono last week, which was win number 50 for Denny Hamlin, trying to get another hometown win here at Richmond, although the hometown fans booed him earlier when he was introduced after what happened last week with Kyle Larson, said the car fired off much better on this run. And it's interesting, when you're on board with him, temperatures of 135 degrees in the car. Imagine working in that. How about Kyle Busch? The rebound today, started second, fell out of the top 10 almost immediately, but Randall Burnett has not given up, has made the car much better with a race team who knows they need to get their short track package much better if they want to have a shot at Phoenix for a title. Looks like they've done that today, Dylan.
Solid day for Ryan Preece. He runs in the 8th spot, carrying the flag for the Stewart-Haas Racing Organization today. Remember what he told us earlier, we're good on 10 lap, 20 lap, and 30 lap and longer. I feel like our pace is really, really good through the entire length of a run, and he's backed up his words. They've been really happy with their long run pace, and as it gets further, he may see Preece start to move forward and pick off some more cars, Dave.
Ty Gibbs in the 54 was concerned today about his lack of experience at this very difficult track as a rookie, but he's been doing his job well. He's on the two-stop strategy during this stage. Behind him, Michael McDowell is not. They're on the one-stop strategy, and he has been bleeding positions here on track. Just hoping to maintain it here. They will be up a set of tires, guys. I don't know if that'll play up later, but that's really the only advantage here.
Well, that's a great update, Dave, on McDowell, and you are right. Truex has found some speed and trying to make this work. I was worried about losing perhaps 2 laps, anything but. He's a half a second or 3/4 of a second faster than McDowell. So what Dave just reported is exactly right. Truex, major improvements. This strategy could work for him. He may lose a lap, but he already lost a lot of track position. McDowell, though, Jr., is bleeding points and bleeding positions quickly.
Mark Truex Jr., 6-time short track winner, 3 times right here, but it's Keselowski who's up front.
32 laps to go in stage 2. As mentioned, Brad Keselowski out in front, 4.9 seconds ahead of Tyler Reddick in second. Chris Buescher third, Bubba Wallace fourth, Denny Hamlin fifth, Mark Truex Jr. sixth, Kyle Busch seventh, Ryan Preece eighth, Ty Gibbs ninth, and Austin Dillon currently rounds out the top 10 in stage 2. 20 cars on the lead lap as of right now. Ryan Blaney would be in the free pass position as of right now, leading up to the next caution, whether that be an incidental caution or the stage 2 break. We are guaranteed at least that one yellow. Again, the final stage, 170 laps today. Pretty tight the laps led category right now. Both Tyler Reddick and Bubba Wallace have led 80 laps, and now the current race leader, Brad Keselowski, has led 17 laps. Reddick won stage 1. And as for Brad Keselowski, when it comes to his stage win totals this year, he does have 2 stage wins already, and I believe they were both on super speedways, so looking for a stage win on a non-super speedway here today, it would be his 3rd stage win of the season. And not having any wins, every playoff point really matters for that 6 team, considering that the playoffs are right around the corner. Truex looking to grow his points lead out for the regular season championship over William Byron. He was 30 points ahead of him coming in. Both had stage points at stage 1. Byron actually, I believe, outscored Truex at stage 1 on points, but Truex currently in 6th, and William Byron, on the other hand, not so hot. Truex was about 4/10 slower than Kyle Busch behind him. So his pace is still off, obviously, waiting as long as he did to pit. But he'll have an extra set of tires left, and he may still get a top 10 finish in this stage to get some stage points, too. Austin Dillon is just past Kevin Harvick for 10th on the racetrack. Good run going for the 3 car, both RCR Chevys in the back half of the top 10. Dillon started much deeper in the field than what his teammate Kyle Busch did, who started 2nd in this one. Honestly, as quickly as Kyle Busch faded to that first stage, I'm surprised they quickly were able to recover back to where they're running now. And the fact that it didn't take the full race to get back to the top 10, it just took about 2/3 of the second stage. Things are definitely looking good for them so far. Once again, they don't have picks on the spotlight drivers today. Chris Buescher up to 3rd now in this race. Great run for him. He's actually closed in very fast on Tyler Reddick for 2nd. And then the other 2 don't have picks that I had finishing outside the top 10 or a lap down, with Blaney in 21st and Chastain 23rd. And the must-have picks that I had predicted to finish in the top 10 today: Kevin Harvick just outside the top 10 in 11th right now. Mark Truex Jr. in 8th. Kyle Busch in 6th. So he's just past Ryan Preece. And Kyle Larson not doing so hot today. Currently the last car in the lead lap at 20th is Larson. Bubba Wallace being caught by Denny Hamlin in the 11. Hamlin gets by Bubba on the outside of turns 1 and 2 that last time by. That'll move the 11 car to 4th place. Still sitting with 2 Fords and 3 Toyotas in the top 5. And the only 2 Chevys in the top 10 are the 2 RCR cars, with Busch at 6th and Dillon in 10th still. About 30 plus laps since the second pit stops of the stage for these teams. So one-stop strategy definitely not going to be the way to go. I doubt we're going to see anybody try it in stage 1. It didn't work in the truck race last night. It didn't work here in stage 2 today. I don't see why anybody would try it in stage 3. I mean, the only hope is maybe just run long to get a caution, but you can't even stay in the lead lap or out in front really in the lead for that long because of how much they matter. And I think this being a short track and a shorter distance around the racetrack only hurts that strategy even more. As it's not like you're on an intermediate oval having to make up, 20 seconds at like a track like Pocono like last week. It's a little bit easier to make that up on a more off-throttle racetrack like this. Ty Gibbs is closing in, trying to get by Truex for 8th. Good run for Gibbs if he can get back-to-back top 10s. I mean, all the drivers above him in the point standings, except for Bubba Wallace, he's out running today. So if we look at him trying to catch up to 16th in points, he was 28 back coming in. He got stage points in stage 1. He's looking to get stage points in stage 2 also. Allmendinger didn't get stage points. He's a lap down in 23rd. Michael McDowell on the one-stop strategy is in 13th. I don't think he got stage points in stage 1 either. And the way he is running pace-wise right now, he may end up going a lap down before the end of this second stage on that one-stop strategy. So if that happens, that'll help him. And then also Daniel Suarez has spent a lap down for most of the day. And 26th place is where Suarez is currently running. So things looking pretty good here for Ty Gibbs the way this race is going. It's just a matter of can he keep that consistency up for the final 4 races of the regular season. He's got 2 road courses coming up. We know he's a pretty solid road course racer, at least from Xfinity Series races that he ran last year and even the year before that on a part-time basis with JGR. Of course, winning his first career race in the Xfinity Series at the Daytona Road Course. Highly impressive. Quickly put the Ty Gibbs name on the map for drivers to look out for in the future of NASCAR. 211 laps complete right now out of 189. 19 to go, stage 2.
Physically feel the tires finished right here. Spin them.
Initial throttle. He spins the tires. He can't get back to the gas like they can.
Yeah, that's one thing, Junior, as a driver, you get this information from the team. Hey, your teammates are doing this with their throttle. And you're like, okay, that's great, but I can't do that. And so the key to that is, all right, the team's got to listen. I'm trying to do it. I know you're giving me the date. I know you're giving it to me, but the car will not do it. I need you to make an adjustment.
So Ty Gibbs fighting his car. Brad Keselowski doesn't have to worry about it. He's out front with 18 to go in this stage.
Kyle Larson about to lose a lap here, and Ryan Blaney close behind, so it's going to be a good battle for the free pass position with less than 20 to go in Stage 2, the way things are looking right now. Bad Brad out in front. We'll see if he can get it done. 6 seconds out ahead of Reddick, so he should have Stage 2 locked up, as long as we don't see a late caution in the stage. And Bubba Wallace's pace has definitely dropped just a little bit. He was about a tenth slower than Keselowski, and in fact, the fastest car on track that last lap was Denny Hamlin in 4th. It was about 2 tenths quicker than the race leader. So maybe Hamlin could be someone to look out for in the final stage as well, as he's slowly getting better as the race goes on, just like the 2 RFK Fords that have already passed him. Just not adapting to the track quite as quick as them. A couple of you guys in the chat here in the pre-race and the early going of this race said you want a different winner to mix things up. We got a good chance of that. Right now, Keselowski without a win in 1st, Chris Buescher without a win in 3rd, Bubba Wallace without a win has led the most laps today, or tied for the most laps led to this point, and he is in 5th. Ryan Preece is in 7th place, Ty Gibbs in 9th, Austin Dillon 10th. 6 of the top 10, all without wins this season, including 3 of the top 5. And Chase Elliott does not need a day like today. It started off good for him, finishing in 5th in Stage 1. But Stage 2, he's fallen way back. Now he's in 14th. And if he has a finish in there, he is not going to gain many points on the cutoff line. Because the driver he's trying to catch, Michael McDowell, is only 4 positions behind him, and he was minus 55 coming into the day. I mean, if he only gains 4 points, that is not going to cut it, and we're down to 4 races left, and he's going to have to gain double-digit points on average per race if he's going to point his way in. Obviously, he's a great road course racer. He's won at Watkins Glen multiple times, so that could be an opportunity for him in a couple weeks, but hate to have to go into Daytona having to win it like William Byron was able to do a couple years ago to get into the playoffs. This is not something that he is going to want to have to fight for. And speaking of fighting around William Byron, he is trying to fight for the free pass position because he has just lost a lap. Michael McDowell to the outside of the racetrack trying to get by Kyle Larson. He's going to be able to do so. Brad Keselowski's got a hornet's nest around him. Reddick has gone from 6 seconds off the lead to now just 4.8 seconds off the lead. Ryan Blaney was actually able to unlap himself. I think he has slightly fresher tires than what Brad Keselowski has, as he stayed out a little bit longer. So Blaney has unlapped himself. McDowell has gone a lap down now. So has Larson. William Byron's in danger of going a lap down. McDowell side by side with Larson as they make contact on the backstretch, battling for the free pass position right now. Larson on the bottom of the track, going to slide up, and he is going to clear McDowell, who's on older tires. Keselowski going to get to the inside of Byron off of turn 4, and William Byron's going to go a lap down into turn 1 in 19th place. That leaves the Hendrick cars of Byron and Larson to battle for the free pass position here at the end of Stage 2 with 10 to go. Tough strategy call there for Michael McDowell, as he was in the top 10 on speed before it, and they have sacrificed not only a chance at stage points, but so many race points if he gets trapped a lap down for the rest of this race, considering we haven't had a caution for incident. Chris Buescher's been very close to Reddick, hasn't been able to get around him for a little while now, and as he's taken as much time as he is, Denny Hamlin's starting to close in, as well as Bubba Wallace. Reddick the slowest of those in the top 5 the last few laps, and he's starting to hold up the few cars behind him. Hamlin goes way up the racetrack searching for some sort of speed, a lot wider than everybody else around him. Didn't really work for him that time in turns 3 and 4. Might have overdrove the entry just a little bit and might have slid up wider than what he even wanted to go. A lot of work being had there for Chris Buescher on the bottom. You can see his car moving around a lot in the bumps behind Reddick and the identical line that Reddick ran in front of him. Now he moves up a lane. Hamlin goes up a lane higher than Buescher, and Wallace right around the bottom. So about a 4-car battle for second, as they're all within about a second of each other with 7 to go in Stage 2. Still more lap traffic in front of the race leader, Brad Keselowski. Blaney going to get held up. Alex Bowman's at the tail end of the lead lap right in front of the 12. And that could put 3 Hendrick cars a lap down to the end of the stage if Bowman loses his lap. Buescher to the outside of Reddick off turn 4. He's going to get a good drive off. Reddick's going to give him just a little bit of room. He's not going to be too aggressive trying to slam the door shut. Buescher is there. Turns 1 and 2. Door to door for second. Can't quite get back to the throttle as soon as he wanted to. He kind of feathered it a little bit. And I thought for a minute Reddick was going to have a chance to slide up, but Buescher did get back to the gas quicker than I initially thought. And he is now going to clear Tyler Reddick off turn 4. So Roush, Fenway, Keselowski Racing 1-2 at the front of the field after 23-11 finished 1-2 at stage 1. It'll be those 2 blue ovals that'll finish 1-2 here at stage 2 if things stand the way they look. Keselowski to the outside of Alex Bowman. Larson all the way around the outside, as close to the wall as you can get. No surprise Larson's trying his classic Larson line. Keselowski clears Bowman at the start-finish line right now. Bowman trying to make sure that he can still stay on the lead lap, but if he doesn't, Larson's coming. And Larson's found some speed all the way up there. Bowman blocks his teammate. Remember, Bowman trying to battle for a playoff spot. Now he's going to use Larson up a little bit. Larson going up out of the groove. Hits his own groove, I guess. Barely keeping it off the wall. 3 to go at the line in stage 2. Door to door, 48 in the 5 as they battle for 18th, which is the free pass position. The point situation Bowman's in, he needs it. Larson gets way too loose in the middle of 1 and 2. The rear of his car was yawed out a ton, and he lost momentum, and Bowman clears him. Now Bowman goes to the outside, Larson to the bottom. Larson getting a much better drive off. It doesn't matter what lane he's in. Versus the 48, and they're door-to-door again, but this time it's the 5 on the inside. Larson seems to be a little quicker than Bowman right now. Byron's fallen back a little bit, so he's no longer in this battle. Same goes for Michael McDowell. Bowman a lot tighter to the 5 that time. He didn't give him a lot of room at all in turns 1 and 2. The problem is Daniel Suarez already 1 lap down, so he's in danger of going 2 down. So this will be the battle for the free pass. Keselowski will not lap another car that is on the lead lap to the end of this stage. Bowman holding clear through turns 1 and 2 once again. Larson's going to have one more chance to try to get around him and beat him back to the line. It doesn't look like he's going to have it. Bowman pulls him just a bit. Larson to the outside. Alex Bowman down to the bottom. Larson drives in really, really hard. Up a little too far wide. Very loose. Almost gets into the wall. Larson was driving the wheels off his race car, but just couldn't catch Alex Bowman. Brad Keselowski, meanwhile, again wins stage 2 by about 3.8 seconds over Chris Buescher, who ends up second in stage 2. Tyler Reddick 3rd. Bubba Wallace 4th. Denny Hamlin 5th. Kyle Busch 6th. Ryan Preece 7th. Martin Truex Jr. 8th on the one-stop strategy that worked out for him. Picked up some spots. Got back in the top 10. Ty Gibbs ends up 9th. And Joey Logano, after a slow pit stop, comes back to finish 10th in this second stage. Stage 2 break. You're listening live. ARC YouTube channel. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already, and we'll take you to the end of this race. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll have pit stops on the other side. Rasheem Hall Stewart, thanks for tuning in. Nathan Urich, welcome back. I didn't shout you out yet. 1-2 for RFK. Last time we saw this was Bristol in the night race last year, and Buescher got the win because Keselowski had a tire go out. Now, I know we haven't seen any tire issues today, but whose pit crew is going to take advantage of this? Say Keselowski's got a better track record, although he's had better equipment through most of his career than Buescher, but does have a better track record at Richmond specifically than Buescher. But the same probably could have been said for Bristol before Buescher won that race last season, so you never know. Buescher was outrunning Keselowski for most of this season up until a few weeks ago. Brad's kind of outscored him in stage points throughout the course of the year, but Buescher in the race finishing order seems to more often than not be ahead of Keselowski. Again, this is the 3rd stage of the year for Brad Keselowski. They each have the same amount of top 10s. Keselowski does have one more DNF than Buescher, and now 2 more stage wins in the 17, and he has one more top 5 finish than Buescher as well. RFK definitely needs this. Be huge for Keselowski to get his first win as an owner driver. today could be the day. 3 of the top 4 at the end of that stage, all without a win this season. But all 3 of them are above the cutoff line coming into the race. 2 more comfortably than the other, but there's a good chance we could see our 13th different winner of the season. Our 12th different winner as far as clinching the playoffs, because of course Shane Van Gisbergen, who won at the Chicago Street Course a couple weeks ago, is not running the full schedule, so he's playoff ineligible, so that win did not count for a playoff spot. And also for the owner's points too, it did not count because the 91 car has not ran every race this season as well. Bowman gets the free pass in 18th. And we will have pit stops as the leaders are on their way in this time by.
Ready up on the wall as they want to do a perfect stop. There might only be one more after this, or whatever strategy plays out, maybe 2 more, as cars making their way onto pit road. Dylan?
RFK Racing 1 and 2. Race leader Brad Keselowski pulls in first. Top of your screen. Team said did a great job managing those tires. Just a little bit free. His teammate Chris Buescher said he was also starting to get free, but fires off really good, Marty.
Dylan first and third in the 2 stages so far today for Tyler Reddick, who radioed to Billy Scott, hey, I had brake shake on that run. I don't know what happened. That was a problem, a big problem for them here in the spring. And they said, we know what to do. They're in that first pit stall. We'll see if they can gain some track position. No, Keselowski flashes by. Reddick leads with 4 fresh Goodyear tires. He also wanted a water. I know we've showed it, Rick, but it's awfully warm inside the car for the drivers.
Very warm. We've seen the temperatures around 100.
1 spot gain for Kyle Busch. Hamlin loses a spot. 2 spots lost for Ryan Preece, and 2 spots gain for Ty Gibbs. Austin Dillon up 1 spot as well. Those were the changing of positions in the top 10 in the running order through the pit stops at the end of stage 2. We have our diecast showing. It is the end of stage 2 after all. We do this during every live commentary coverage. And I'm actually going to start showing off 164 scale diecast because I have gone through all of my 124 scale, but that'll be starting next week. As far as this week goes, here is a Greg Biffle 2012 3M Ford Mustang. The 3M scheme is always pretty cool on Biffle's car over the years. And this is the only Car of Tomorrow diecast I have with the spoiler and not the wing. The other Car of Tomorrow diecast had the wing. And then it also had like the bigger splitter on the front of the race car as well. So slightly stockier. It might not have looked good, but this car raced good. So Biffle won in this car a couple times at my home track at Michigan. And of course, I'll be racing at Michigan next week. So figured I'd share off this diecast for this weekend. And this is actually the first 124 scale diecast I ever bought, and this was well before I started my actual journey to get the collection I have now. I bought this diecast back when I was in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, to however many years ago. It was a little while ago. This is a 2012 diecast. I think it was only like maybe 2 or 3 years old at the time, and there was a NASCAR race park there for anybody that knows the area or has been there before, and that's where I ended up getting this diecast. They had a bunch of NASCAR diecasts in there, and I think I remember seeing this one like 50% off or something, so I ended up getting it. So I'm a big Greg Biffle fan, supporter. Not as much as what I am Ryan Blaney now, I'd say, but he was my favorite driver growing up, though. So Dave Blaney never really won a lot, so picking a guy in competitive equipment every week, Biffle was my guy. So that is why I got the diecast. Ryan Blaney wasn't really in the Cup Series yet at the time when I bought it. He might have been part-time with the Wood Brothers, because I'm assuming I bought this in 2015, if I had to guess. It might have been 2014. I might have bought it before Blaney was even in the Cup Series with the Wood Brothers. But whatever the case is, that is the car for the week.
Points for Bubba Wallace, because right now, coming into this race, Bubba Wallace was only 27 points above the cut line.
On the pre-race show, Marty asked Junior and I to go through those bubble drivers and who he thought could get in and how. And when we talked about Bubba Wallace, we said, hey, self-admittedly, he's not raising his hand as a great road course racer. We have a couple coming up. Those points through the stages today, that can be just the thing that takes the pressure off him going to the road courses. I mean, maybe even a win. He looks good enough to win. So a big day for the 23 car.
Yeah, somebody that's not having a big day, and I said that he was going to get himself into playoffs. Michael McDowell removing equipment. He was running 23rd. His strategy was not working out, but now that penalty, he's going to have to go all the way to the back of the grid. So this is not the race this team needed at all in this tight point battle. Unless something happens here, they're going to have a lot of ground to make up after this race.
Now this stage is 10 laps longer than the stage we just ran. One stop did work for Truex relative to the field, but not really relative to the leaders. He still lost time to the leaders, so, I mean, it's all about this restart. RFK on the front row, feeling great. 23-11 on the second row, right behind him. And now it just comes down to really what you just saw. I mean, barring yellows, it's going to be a couple stops. When you make them stops, how well you do it. Make sure the pit crew's clean. Make sure the driver's clean. There's just a lot of moving parts to this last 162 laps.
And we got a lot of names up there in the top 10 that are new or have worked their way back in the top 10 from the first part of the race, and that's Kyle Busch up there in 5th. And then you have Priest and Austin Dillon having a top 10 run so far today.
For this restart, we're going to let you ride along with Brad Keselowski, Bubba Wallace, Denny Hamlin, and Chase Elliott.
Final stage about to get underway. 161 laps to go. Keselowski leads them through the Geico restart zone, and we're back to racing at Richmond. Easily clear into turn 1 is Keselowski. Hamlin to the outside, 3 wide, trying to get by a couple of Toyotas underneath him. Kyle Busch is also in the mix. Wallace now in the middle behind, or I should say underneath of Denny Hamlin, as he's trying to give his boss a little bit of room. Tight into turn 3. Hamlin does not give Wallace a lot of room in that middle groove, but luckily the 23 cleared the 8 who was underneath him, and they were able to make it through the corner without making contact. Big block by Ryan Preece going down into turn 1, playing defense on Ty Gibbs in the 54. Gibbs runs into the back of Ryan Preece, trying to move him up out of the way, but he can't do it. Preece stays on the bottom. Austin Dillon, after that logjam on the bottom, gets to the outside of the 41 and is looking to take another position away. Hamlin still door-to-door with Bubba Wallace, but in that preferred outside lane to make the pass, and he is going to be clear at the start-finish line for 4th. Hamlin was one of the quickest cars on the track at the end of Stage 2, and maybe is the fastest Toyota on the racetrack, to see if anybody has anything for the 2 RFK Fords who swept Stage 2. Keselowski quickly a half a second out ahead of Chris Buescher at 2nd. Reddick is 9/10 of a second back in 3rd. Denny Hamlin in 4th, a second off the lead, and Bubba Wallace is 1.3 seconds back in 5th. Hamlin looking back to the inside of Reddick now for 3rd place. Couldn't get around him on the top. Reddick moves his line up. He's the only car on the outside through about the top 7 or 8 cars that time through 1 and 2. It's going to make the pass a little harder on the bottom for Denny Hamlin than if he ran the outside lane. A lot of clean air for Reddick with nobody else running up there in front of him as well. Reddick stays in front of Hamlin for at least another corner, as they're over a second off the race lead again. Three-tenths of a second back is Buescher. Ran a 23.947, a tenth quicker than Keselowski the last lap, and it actually seems like Chris Buescher is putting a little bit of a tighter gap in between himself and the 6. I mean, I guess if anything, if anybody's got anything for Brad Keselowski, it would probably be his teammate Chris Buescher. Brad was a lot better on the longer run in Stage 2, though, so that could be another thing as well. He had as big as a 6-second lead at one point late in that stage. Within a couple seconds after the green flag pit stops, and he grew it out a little more, though Buescher did run him down a bit. Some of that was, I thought, because of the lap traffic. But he went from 6 seconds off the lead to 3.8 at the end of the stage. Buescher a half a lane wider, on the entry at least, in 3 and 4. Keselowski, center of the corner, he moved back down to the bottom. So just trying to widen his arc out a little bit more is the only difference in the line that Chris Buescher is running versus Brad Keselowski. Have to do something different, though, if you're going to want to try to pass the car in front of you, especially when that car's got clean air and there's no lap traffic anywhere near the leaders right now because we're so early into this run. Joey Logano and Austin Dillon battling for 8th on the track. Dillon looking pretty quick today. One of his better runs of the season, as he's right behind Keselowski, or Joey Logano, again, is who he is battling with. For 1 and 2. Staying right there behind him. And can't get back underneath him this time either. 3 wide further back in the pack around Bowman, Cindric, and Gragson. Bowman got the free pass, but because of that, he had to restart behind all the lap cars. tail end of the longest line on the restarts, so that is why Bowman is back in the mix of the cars running outside the top 25. And McDowell had a speeding penalty on pit road during the stage break, so not only he was a lap down, but now he was one of the last cars a lap down, so he's got a lot of track position to make up if he wants to get into the next free pass if we do see another caution. We've had no cautions for incident at all in this race, so it could be possible that that stage 2 break could have been the final caution of the day, but we'll have to wait and see. 151 laps to go approximately right now, and we are less than 2 hours from the drop of the green flag in today's race. This thing is moving along quickly. A lot of contact being made here between Michael McDowell and Austin Cindric. Cindric made contact with another car a couple laps ago. And Denny Hamlin, who has put pressure on Reddick a little bit ago, is now suddenly dropped off, and Bubba Wallace has re-caught Hamlin for 4th. And looking a little bit quicker. Maybe adjustments going the wrong way for Denny Hamlin helped his fire off, but that might have been it for the 11. Wallace on the outside, still trying to get around him, just can't do it. Might take him a little bit, but we'll see if he can get there eventually. Lap times really within the top 4 that last lap, and they were only separated by about 0.03 of a second, so they're all fairly equal once they get spaced apart, but the RFK Fords definitely took off in the early part of the run, and the more Hamlin and Wallace start to battle, the further behind they're going to end up falling, as they're about a second behind Tyler Reddick. Austin Dillon now to the outside of Chase Elliott. I should say Elliott challenging to the inside of Dillon. Dillon's lost the 22 of Logano. This is a battle for 9th. Elliott couldn't pass Dillon on the bottom, so he'll go to the outside off of turn 4 instead. Dillon going to give him plenty of room there. Sharper angle going off into turn 1. Elliott diamonds the corner off, starting wide, cuts to the bottom. Kind of a similar line Chris Buescher was running at the front of the field, and he gained a lot of ground on Austin Dillon off the exit of turn 2, running that said line. Gets to the outside of the 3 off of turn 4, and that's the drive he needed to get door to door. Good recovery for Elliott. He was 14th at the end of that last stage, and now he's quickly inside the top 10. Needs a strong day. Drivers around the bubble not having a good day. Has to capitalize to cut the points deficit down going into next week at Michigan. Still door-to-door, he can't quite shake the 3 yet. Off turn 4 this time, he will. And Austin Dillon will have to surrender the 9th place position to the number 9 car. Once again, top 5. Brad Keselowski leads, 0.3 of a second ahead of Chris Buescher. Tyler Reddick is in 3rd, 2.1 seconds back. Denny Hamlin 3 seconds off the lead in 4th. Bubba Wallace 3.3 seconds off the lead in 5th. So that is the top 5. And it looks like they'll be heading to a full-screen commercial break with about 144 laps to go at Richmond. We will keep our live commentary coverage rolling here, and we'll just go through the full field running order while we're under the commercial break. Brad Keselowski with a 0.2 of a second lead again over Chris Buescher. Tyler Reddick, as mentioned, in 3rd. Denny Hamlin 4th. Bubba Wallace 5th. Back half of the top 10. Kyle Busch in 6th. Ryan Preece 7th. Joey Logano 8th. Chase Elliott 9th. Austin Dillon in 10th. Martin Truex Jr. is up to 11th place once again. Kevin Harvick in 12th. Ty Gibbs has lost a few spots in the restart, back to 13th. Eric Almirola recovering to 14th after a commitment line violation under green in stage 2. He's still on the lead lap. Was in the top 5, I think, at the time of that happening, so we'll see if he can get back up there. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 15th. Serviceable day there for the 47 again. Chase Briscoe, rather, in 16th. Ryan Blaney 17th. Alex Bowman 18th. And Christopher Bell is 19th. Kyle Larson in 20th. 21st, William Byron, AJ Allmendinger 22nd, Eric Jones 23rd, Noah Gragson 24th, Ross Chastain 25th, Michael McDowell 26th, Austin Cindric 27th, Todd Gilliland 28th, Ryan Newman 29th, and Daniel Suarez is 30th. 31st, Harrison Burton, Corey LaJoie 32nd, Justin Haley 33rd, 34th, Ty Dillon, JJ Yeley 35th, and BJ McLeod will end up finishing in 36th. Or sorry, not finishing 36th, but he is 36th now. Every car still on the racetrack. McLeod in last, 4 laps off the race lead. Average race speed of 98.04 miles per hour. And so far, we have had just 2 cautions, and that would be both the stage breaks. No incidental caution so far today through the first 260 of 400 laps. Be sure to hit the like button again if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We are 29 likes away from our goal of 150. We're at 121 right now, so run that up. We'll get there as soon as we possibly can, and maybe there's a chance we can get to 200 here by the end of the race. Definitely got to get to 150, though. We got to get our goal at least once this weekend. So let's get to 150.
From Nashville, the streets of Nashville, as we see RFK Racing looking very strong here at Richmond with Keselowski out in front. And Chris Buescher running in that second spot.
Buescher hounding his teammate just a little bit. Have to imagine that Buescher's probably not pushing as hard as he can just yet. And he was running a little bit offset in that last corner, trying to keep air on the nose, but follows Brad through 1 and 2.
What a great feeling, huh, for a team to have the guys running first, second, now 2 seconds on the field right now.
Seems like their car is just getting better as the race is going, too. I didn't really think they had this kind of speed at the start, but once they've gotten to clean air, they're just so much faster than the rest of the field.
It's been 2 years since Brad Keselowski has been to victory lane. When he has a race like this, he's already been out front the most laps, 82 laps. Do you start thinking about the possibility of getting to victory lane, or is it too soon in this race?
Oh, you're thinking about it.
Oh.
Yes, you are. You're scared to think about it, but you're thinking about it.
Try not to think about thinking about it.
There's no way you can't. Think about what Brad Keselowski, you just said it. It's been a while since he's been in victory lane, but also, you know, buying into this team and saying, hey, we're going to get back to the front and have your teammate running second, you leading. There is no question that winning is on your mind right now.
And he's got a very hungry Buescher behind him. Chris Buescher bringing that 17, and he's closed the gap now to almost the bumper for the lead here. Dylan.
Well, it's been a long, hot day in the office for all of these drivers. Bubba Wallace, no exception to that. Here's the radio of maybe who he was a little bit displeased with just a moment ago.
Oh, man. 11 car is fighting loose. Oh, hey.
Remember, that's car owner and team driver, so the driver a little upset with the boss right now, Marty.
Yeah, and I think that might have been after the restart. So Denny Hamlin has been saying all day long his car just loses way too much speed over the run. So Dale Jr., question for you. If you know, hey, my car is not that good on the long run, does that make you a little extra aggressive behind the wheel on the restart, taking advantage of a short run to get some speed out of the car?
Yeah, I think so. You know, you try to take advantage of that opportunity when you can. If you have that short run speed, you try to make the most of it. But I think that this track is changing a ton, so that long run speed could come to you. We have a lot of cloud cover right now, and so you know you have some sun on the track at times, but it's going to start cooling off, tightening up a little bit as this race goes on. So if Denny's fighting a loose race car, I think the track comes to him for those final 100 laps.
Top 2 looking strong, as I mentioned. Then it's 3 Toyotas with Reddick, Hamlin, and Wallace running 3, 4, 5. Kyle Busch in a Chevrolet is 6. A couple more Fords with Priest and Logano, 7th and 8th.
And I had mentioned the 20 of Christopher Bell had taken the wave around with time and run out for the driver of the 20. He's coming down pit road. Didn't get the yellow he needed. I like the gamble, winning the bank. Unfortunately, I don't think the gamble's going to pay off, Marty.
Yeah, I talked to Adam Stevens right after that move. He said, hey, it was the only shot I had today. It's been a struggle this weekend for the 20 car. Not much pace in race practice, not much pace in qualifying practice either. And to Adam Stevens' point, Steve, sometimes you got to roll the dice. If you know, hey, I've been a lap down for most of the day. They took the wave around. And normally stage 3 brings some cautions. That's what they were banking on. They never came.
Yeah, still only 2 cautions for this entire race, and those came at stage breaks.
We're watching this 17 car Buescher, and he is continuously hounding the leader, and I think his car is much quicker. He continues to run a little bit faster lap. kind of wondering who's struggling. Is either one of these drivers struggling, or are they both setting a very comfortable pace, Dylan?
So they are both pretty happy, but TJ Majors, Brad Spotter told him, do not get off the yellow line on the bottom and keep your left front on it all the way off the corner to the restart zone. Make Buescher go around you the long way. So Brad changed that from how they restarted, and for now, he's been able to hold his teammate off, but for how long is the question?
Yeah, exactly. I think that Buescher eventually is going to get a little less patient, sitting here right behind Brad, but making this pass on the top here. He's got a little momentum. Can he get there? Can he get there? Just not quite able to get up alongside Brad. I think once he does get the car on the outside quarter panel, then he's got Brad in a tough position to be able to not be able to finish the corner. He just can't get there. He's faster, but having to go the longer way around the racetrack, making it tough for the 17.
Dave, what's going on with Eric Almirola?
Everything good today, Rick, except for that penalty on pit road. It was interesting. In stage 1, he drove from 24th all the way up to the front of the field, and then he got that commitment line penalty and drove back up to 13th after that from the back of the field. Drew Blinkensterfer, his crew chief, told me this morning, you know, Eric will not go crazy and burn up his tires, but he had to on that second run. Yeah, he fell off right there at the end, but after the penalty, he showed that the 10 car can go when it needs to. Right now, he says it's just too over-rotating in the center of the corner.
Almirola currently running in that 14th position.
Yeah, and all 4 SHR cars inside the top 15. Big turnaround for the organization.
A little side-by-side NASCAR nonstop commercial break right now on the USA Network. Again, the top 10, Brad Keselowski in the race lead, Chris Buescher second, Tyler Reddick third, Denny Hamlin in fourth, Bubba Wallace fifth, Ryan Preece sixth, Kyle Busch seventh, Joey Logano in eighth. Ninth place is Martin Truex Jr. and Chase Elliott is 10th. So that is your top 10 right now as we have 123 laps to go at Richmond for the Cookout 400. We're going to take our second to last break of the race here. You're listening live, KRC YouTube channel. We are 19 likes away from our goal on the stream, so be sure to hit that like button if you haven't done so yet. And we'll get back to the action shortly. Little over 2 hours from the start of the race today, Brad Keselowski and Chris Buescher setting the pace here in the second half of this one. Keselowski got to the lead following the second set of green flag pit stops in stage 2, and now with 97 laps to go, leads the way. With 97 laps led, continues to lead the way. He has led the most laps in this race. Chris Buescher, who is right there behind him, has not led a single lap today. If Buescher pits 1 lap earlier than Keselowski, that's going to be the difference in the 17 getting out ahead of the 6, so it's tough as the 6 on when exactly you want to pit, because if you pit too late, then you're going to end up losing too much time to your teammate. And Tyler Reddick's really not all that far back either. He could pit before those two and cycle out ahead of him. He's only 1.8 seconds off the lead and just kind of creeping back there. That last lap, he was about 0.3 slower than Keselowski and Buescher. Again, very dependent on when you catch the lap cars. One interesting stat based off of this race alone. The RFK Fords have ran their fastest laps of this race, lap 241 and 242. Everybody else in the field today has ran their fastest laps on lap 2 or 3. So that goes to show the pace that they are putting down now is well quicker than what anybody else has touched since the opening laps. And that alone, it's going to be very difficult to beat them. Even if they get the track position, they have the cars capable of being able to make some passes, as we've already seen throughout the course of the day, for them to get up to the positioning that they are at right now in the running order. Still a little bit of a ways to go. Somebody mentioned earlier it's a marathon, not a sprint, and that is the case because we still have 2 more pit stops yet to get to the end of this thing. Keselowski got to catch a lap car off turn 2. Couldn't get off the edge of the corner very well. Chris Buescher's closing in quite a bit, but the lap car might get in the way of Buescher now off the exit of turn 4. That'll be the case. Brad's going to clear the... Oh, no, Brad did not clear the 77 yet. This might open up another opportunity for Buescher to make a pass. Buescher a lot wider on the entry this time, but he is going to catch the lap car off the exit of the corner. Joey Logano on pit road.
Joey Logano is in, just said that he has been as free on this run on exit as he's been all day, so they need to make some changes, give Logano a little bit better. Chris Buescher, I believe, is on his way in, or there he is right right there. So didn't say much on the radio on this run, just was searching for some clean air and a way to get around the race leader and his teammate, Brad Keselowski. On the bottom of your screen, Bubba Wallace, kind of the same thing. Been pretty happy on this run. Just needs some center turn and lateral grip for the 23.
Well, the 17 came to pit road. That forces the leader, Brad Keselowski, to counter. We'll see if one lap fresher is the difference.
I think it will be.
Busher as Brad on an awkward turn into his pits. It looks weird, but it's clear because the driver's allowed to have the right rear out of the box. Right front, left rear must be in the pit box. Right rear can be out, so it's legal. It's just slow. So on the top of your screen, you see the 6 on pit road, the 17 in the middle of the corner. So right here is the 17 of Busher on the front stretch. This one I don't think is even going to be close. I think the 17 between coming a lap early and I'm sure that awkward entry by the 6 of Keselowski is going to cost the 6 a ton of time against his RFK teammate. Nearly the entire back straightaway.
So two stop strategies taking place right now.
Yeah, absolutely. All these guys with 114 to go are going to have to stop a couple times. Hamlin's going to run long like he did the last time and split it up, probably dead on the math. So now the risk, all right, so RFK pitted. First guy's to pit road. But now Hamlin, Truex, Elliott, they're thinking, I see debris here. Let me see a caution. That would change everything.
Chase Elliott on pit road. Dylan.
It's still been a little bit of a struggle for Chase Elliott today. Just hasn't been able to get the balance exactly how they wanted to, but they've just been chipping away and trying to get some points today as best they can, just maximizing the day for the 9, Marty.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr., they've lost a handle a little bit on the car the further they've run, but they've hung around the top 15 all day long. As Rick and Steve just talked about, all these teams thinking about 2 more stops. Hamlin, no word on his radio when he would come to pit road. He's leading right now.
14 and 34 also on pit road now as we see the 47 coming off of pit road. Ross Chastain also on pit road.
As we see Chastain's pit stop, the struggle for the guys that stay on the racetrack of the new tires are just completely eating them up. Dylan.
Yeah, Ross Chastain, you saw him there. He's been tight, he's been loose, he's been everything in between. So has not been the day that either of the Trackhouse cars have won, and Chastain's included in that as he's completed his service.
So what I mean by the new tires eating them up is not really the positions that matter, but once again, Denny's not running the line he wants to run. He keeps getting forced off the preferred line. So here comes Keselowski. He's going to fill the bottom as well, forcing the 11 up the racetrack. Now the 11's going to get stuck behind the 7, probably costing him even more time. 7 pulls up, that allows the 11 to get to the bottom completely. But you see the difference between old and new tires. I mean, it's a huge difference.
And you can also see on the left side of the screen with the running order, the issue that Brad had on pit road cost him not only the lead position or the spot to Busher, which will be the lead when this cycles, but also he lost the spot to Reddick, Wallace, and Ryan Preece, who came to pit road first. So Brad went from potentially sitting there with a position to win this race. Now he's going to have some work to do.
Marty. See Daniel Suarez coming down pit road. Let's go back to the beginning of their day in stage 1. They decided to try and make it on 1 stop. Really hasn't worked out for them. 2 laps down for most of the day for Daniel Suarez. Again, one of those drivers near the cutoff line trying to make it in. Denny Hamlin, the leader. You're going to watch it right here. He's going to come to pit road looking to try to hang on to that race car. But Chris Gabehart staying very disciplined to the number that he wanted to get to. 53 laps into this run. He brings his driver down pit road. Hamlin said at A, he had a little brake shake on that run, but the car starts way too tight and then immediately almost flips to way too loose, which is what Bubba Wallace was talking about on the radio a moment ago. So Hamlin coming in here for fresh Goodyear tires, looking for a clean stop here, Dave.
And now Ryan Blaney comes down pit road. This car, most of the day has not been to his liking, but it came around a little bit during this stage. So he'll get his 4 Goodyear tires, his Sunoco fuel to take him to the next stop. Looks hot up above there.
Yeah, we still see that temperature of 132 degrees. It's been north of 130 degrees for almost the entirety of this race as William Byron is on pit road now, Dave.
And he's just trying to battle back here. They were off sequence. They have lost time. It's been a rough day for them. But the last few laps, Rudy Fugle, his crew chief, was trying to encourage him to set lap times that would set a pace that they believed would help them toward the end of this. We'll see where he cycles back at the end of stage 3.
Well, cycle's the question. Pit cycle is in the midst. You see Truex leading, Bowman second, yet to pit. Let's listen into the 19 and what they're thinking.
Your lap times are excellent. Just keep pressing on. For how long, just so I know what to do tire-wise? A while or not? Another 20, 25 laps. We need to go ahead.
All right, there you have it. 20 to 25 laps tells me that James Small is going to risk it, stop once. And I think this is one of those stories that he may not think this is a strategy to win the race if it runs green. But Dylan, you know, he's leading the race. A caution, he has that extra set of tires. A caution would bring the 19 right into the best track position.
Yeah, that's it. They've got those extra tires. Remember, that's the opposite of the situation they were in at the end of the race in the spring. So the interesting thing about this is Martin has been complaining this entire run. He said, I have no rear grip. I can't get off the corner. But James Small has just kept reiterating, your pace is good. Just keep doing what you're doing because we're in a good spot. So I know you know how hard it is to convince a driver to just stick with the plan. But you're right. If they get one lucky break here, it could all go exactly as they drew it up.
We talked about how the 6-car Keselowski lost his track position. This is it. He comes into pits, watch the front tires. He locks them up. Now they won't turn. So now he just has to go straight. And here he is in this awkward position on pit road. Steve did a great job of explaining why that was not a penalty. But that's what happened, just trying to get in there a little bit hot. And look, this 41 car, Ryan Preece, this is a battle for 5th place. Ryan Preece pitted a couple laps before Wallace did, but he still has a little more speed than Bubba does.
Right behind them, Brad Keselowski trying to overcome the issue he had on pit road. But yes, I love this 41 car and what they've been able to do today. They had some problems on pit road early. They've rebounded. Preece has stayed buckled in, kept his head on straight. Now battling for a top 5 finish.
Coming up on 100 laps to go this time by Martin Truex Jr. might be on a one-stop strategy here once again in this final stage. He did that in stage 2. I'd imagine that might be the case here again as he is on the track. Alex Bowman may be on a one-stop strategy as well as he is sitting in the 4th place position yet to have made a stop in stage 3. Truex currently out in front then for right now. Chris Buescher 2nd, soon to be the leader. Tyler Reddick in 3rd. Alex Bowman in 4th, Bubba Wallace in 5th, soon to be 3rd. Ryan Preece in 6th place. Brad Keselowski 7th. Kyle Busch in 8th. Joey Logano 9th. And Denny Hamlin is 10th. Still no cautions for incident today through the first 300 to 400 laps at Richmond. And we'll see how this is going to end up shaping itself out. 16 cars on the lead lap. I would have to imagine Truex and Bowman will be a lap down once they pit. It looks like Alex Bowman lost 2 more positions that last lap, so both Wallace and Preece going to get by the 48, dropping Bowman now back to 6th. But yeah, they're going to end up going a lap down and then trying to unlap themselves before the rest of the field ends up hitting pit road, if I had to guess somewhere between 50 and 60 laps to go in this race. This stage about 10 laps longer than stage 2, so they might have to run just a couple laps longer per run to split it into thirds in this stage on 2 stops. We'll stay right here. We won't take an ad break for right now. And wait for them to come back from the commercial break once again. I'm sure we'll end up seeing Martin Truex Jr. make his green flag stop during the next time that they have the full screen coverage going once again. Kyle Busch going to get by Alex Bowman as well now. That would be for 7th. Brad Keselowski also got by Bowman the last lap, so Bowman quickly losing positions. Truex only about a second and a half ahead of Chris Buescher. And looking to close in for that race lead here momentarily. Battle for the free pass position as of right now is between Ryan Blaney and Christopher Bell. Buescher to the inside of Truex for the race lead into turn 3. 95 laps to go, and the 17 car back out in front once again. Can Chris Buescher get his first win of the year? It'd be his 3rd of his career and his 2nd with RFK. In the last calendar year, both wins on short tracks. Winning at Bristol in the fall last season, and now trying to win on a 3/4 mile short track here at Richmond. They definitely got that short track program working out very well at RFK. Brad Keselowski, awkward angling into his pit box, slowed him down. He pitted a lap after Buescher as well, which he was more than likely going to lose the lead. Buescher was right on his tail at the time of the pit stops. And now Keselowski is 8.4 seconds behind Chris Buescher. So definitely a slow stop on that 6 team as a result of the awkward pit angle. Bubba Wallace still battling Ryan Preece for position. Got to the outside of the 41 car. Looking to clear him. Can't do it. I mean, he's got the positioning. The outside's where you want to be if you're trying to make a pass. You can get a better run off the corners. And it just really pinches the car off the bottom of getting off the exit of the corner very well. On top of the banking difference. But Parise is doing a great job fighting on that inside lane. It has allowed Keselowski to close up to both of these cars. To where if we were to see a caution at all in this race, and that would help Brad get a couple more positions before an ensuing restart. Kyle Larson getting up into the wall in his usual Larson line up near the wall on the racetrack, trying to find some extra speed there. Hasn't been able to do so. He's still back in the 20th place position where he's been for most of this race. He was one of the must-haves on the prediction list today, and he is not performing like it. Back at 20th right now. Kevin Harvick is in 10th. He was another one of those picks. Kyle Busch 7th. So I've got the other two. And then the third one would have ended up actually being my win pick, William Byron. And he hasn't really been anywhere to be found either, and he's actually 25th. He's much worse. That's probably the worst I think I've had this year from a speed standpoint of somebody I predicted to win the race and where they've actually ran. Byron dropped back quickly from the start. I mean, the only Hendrick car that's got any sort of a shot at a top 10 right now is Chase Elliott because he's the only other one on the lead lap. But even he's in 16th. And only a few seconds out ahead of race leader Chris Buescher. Could be in danger of going a lap down at some point again here. In the late going. Less than 90 laps to go now for Buescher. 4.5 seconds ahead of Tyler Reddick. Last lap he was still quicker than the 45 car as well. Question is can he make a clean final stop? And he's far enough ahead that if Reddick pits a lap before Buescher, then he's still going to come out pretty far behind him. Martin Truex Jr. from 3rd place is going to hit pit road. He was about 7 to 8 seconds off the lead. He is now in.
Too slow, Dylan. They had to come a little earlier than they wanted.
Yeah, exactly. And remember what Martin said. He just had no rear grip. He couldn't get off the corner the entire run. And it finally just reached ahead where they had to come in and get some new tires for Truex.
Would you send him and keep him out there for 87 more laps? I mean, is that have they committed to that and they have to?
Well, I think what this is going to do is give him a bigger chance of window where a yellow will put him in a good position. So, I think they can run 87 laps. I guess what number they felt like could safely run on tires. It's not optimal, but they just, they were losing too much time.
Brad Keselowski loses spot to the 17 car of Hamlin. Brad struggling just a bit here.
Big loose moment for Denny Hamlin off turn 4 as he tried to pick the throttle back up. He has gotten passed by both Preece and Wallace in recent laps now. Moving the 41 and the 23 up to 3rd and 4th. Keselowski right there behind Hamlin within a couple tenths of a second trying to get back into the top 5. Denny Hamlin had actually stayed out a little bit longer. So kind of surprised he's not just blowing around the cars in front of him. Wallace on the bottom, Hamlin trying to get back by the 23. Sneaks to the inside off turn 2. They'll drag race down the back. Kyle Larson's back onto pit road. He'll be pitting early.
After a little brunch for the wall, Kyle Larson brings it to pit road. Cliff Daniels telling him on the radio, this is really our only play to do one stop here in stage 3. That's what they're thinking, and they're really running with a 19 car. Cliff Daniels emphasized that on the radio to Kyle Larson. This set of tires will get us back on the lead lap the old-fashioned way. We'll see how it plays out, though, for the 5.
It will be tough.
83 laps to go. It is going to be tough to overcome just to finish on the lead lap for Kyle Larson, but we'll see if it works out for him. 3.8 seconds back is Reddick on Buescher, so he has closed in a little bit. It was about 4.6 seconds a little, maybe 5 or 6 laps ago. Denny Hamlin quickly pulling Wallace after getting around him. Brad Keselowski still trying to get by the 23. Longer he takes. Kyle Busch is coming. Ryan Preece setting a good pace on the racetrack right now. He was the fastest car the last 2 laps. Ryan Preece had a 25.372 that last lap. I guess he was actually let's see, 22 hundredths of a second slower than Chris Buescher the last lap. The lap before that, he had a 25.1, which was about a tenth or two quicker than what Buescher ran. The problem is he's 8.7 seconds off the lead. That's going to be tough to overcome. He could probably get maybe 2 seconds back if he pits a lap earlier than Buescher. I'm not sure how much earlier he's going to want to pit then, because the earlier he pits and then Buescher ends up waiting later, even if he cycles out ahead of him, Buescher's going to have fresher tires, and that's just a disadvantage you have of being as far off the lead as Ryan Preece is. But easily his best run of the season. Hasn't had a top 10 yet this year, and man, that'd be awesome if he gets a podium finish out of this. Be a big sigh of relief for really most of SHR. Had a good car, was running top 10 here earlier this season, an even better car at Richmond, though, the second time around. Bubba Wallace gets knocked out of the top 5 at the hands of Brad Keselowski, who gets by him for 5th place. Brad about 11.5 seconds off the lead. I think he was 8 seconds off of Buescher when he came out of the pits. So Buescher, again, still the fastest car on the racetrack. Preece had a lap time that was quicker than him, but it didn't last very long. Denny Hamlin, nearly a 25 flat that last lap. He's 9 seconds off the lead. Him waiting as long as he did to pit, I think is going to work to get up to at least 3rd. He should get by Ryan Preece here shortly. I don't know if he's going to be able to actually run down the other cars ahead of him. I would expect everybody else to pit right around 60 to go at the earliest. We'll see the leaders pit with about 60 to go. We're at 78 to go now, so we're 18 laps away from that point. As the USA Network will be headed to yet another commercial break, we'll stay again right here with our live commentary coverage. Take a quick look at the top 10. Once again, Chris Buescher in the lead, Tyler Reddick 2nd, Ryan Preece 3rd, Denny Hamlin in 4th, Brad Keselowski 5th, Kyle Busch at 6th, Bubba Wallace 7th, Joey Logano at 8th, Kevin Harvick 9th, and Austin Dillon is 10th. So that is the way we're looking right now. 16 cars again, still in the lead lap. Still no cautions today outside of the 2 stage breaks. No traditional yellows. Keselowski has led the most laps, 102 laps led. Chris Buescher has led 20 laps now since the cycling of green flag pit stops. No, he's gone longer than that since he has pitted, considering Hamlin led for a little bit, and then Truex stayed out because he is on the one-stop strategy again. It's allowed for Truex to lead 13 laps today, Hamlin to lead 19. Stage 1 winner Tyler Reddick has led 81 laps. And then Stage 2 winner Brad Keselowski again has led 102, which has been the most. And even if Buescher leads from now to the end, Keselowski will still end up with the most laps led to the end of this race. The only drivers who could lead more laps than him could be Reddick or Wallace if they could somehow get back to the lead for a long enough period of time. I guess in the grand scheme of things, that doesn't matter anymore because it doesn't reward any bonus points, but still a fun stat to keep track of. And still, the only cars to run their fastest lap of the race outside of lap 2 and 3 is the 2 RFK Fords of Keselowski and Buescher, which again were at lap 241 and 242. Nobody has ran their fastest lap since the most recent green flag pit stops. That was at the beginning of Stage 3 when those laps were ran by the 17 and the 6. Just over 70 laps to go. Denny Hamlin to the outside of Ryan Preece for 3rd place into turns 3 and 4. Should get the momentum off the top side, and he will clear Preece on the front stretch. So Hamlin to P3, 7.8 seconds off the lead, and again, he is a tenth or two quicker lap than Buescher because of pitting just slightly later than him. The problem is that he gave up so much time interval-wise. I think he was about 4 or 5 seconds off the lead, so he still hasn't even gotten down to that gap yet since returning to the track following his stop, and I'd have to imagine Hamlin may end up staying out a little bit longer the next time around once again. I'd be shocked if he doesn't. I think Hamlin had a bit of a hiccup because it looks like Ryan Preece has gotten back around the 11. And now Hamlin's trying to get by the 41 on the inside. My eyes deceiving me. I could have swore Hamlin passed him. Yeah, he's on the... Oh, Larson got into the back of the 11. I didn't even see that. Larson had fresher tires because he just pitted a little bit ago, and he actually ran Denny Hamlin up the racetrack. And that's how Priest got back around the 11 car. Didn't even see that, honestly. I looked away for 2 seconds and I missed the contact. Luckily, they showed the replay. Of course, retaliation from last week when Hamlin ran Larson up into the wall, battling for the win late on a restart at Pocono. Difference of opinions even still to this point throughout the course of the week. And leading into the race week, really the first time we've seen either two on the track around each other today. And Hamlin getting costed a position as a result. He has gotten back around Ryan Preece, but he was 7.8 seconds off the lead, and now he's 8.8 seconds back. So it did cost Hamlin about a second to a second and a half of time. Which could be the difference if Hamlin does have the car and the strategy to be able to get to within a second or two of Buescher at the end of the race. I mean, you can look back, and that could be the difference if it does stay green. Larson in 23rd. And I believe he has scored 2 laps down on fresher tires. He'll be back on the lead lap once everybody else pits, but then he's going to be on much older tires after the fact. .66 laps to go. Intervals in the top 5. Buescher is now 4.9 seconds ahead of Tyler Reddick. So Reddick started to close that gap down to about 3.5 seconds, but now it's back up to almost 5 seconds. Denny Hamlin is 8.5 seconds back at 3rd. Ryan Preece is 9.6 seconds back at 4th. Kyle Busch is now in 5th place as he has just passed Brad Keselowski. Busch is 13.6 seconds off the lead. And that is because Brad Keselowski is coming to pit road very early with 65 to go. Logano's in with him.
Yeah, that's right. Brad just was reporting the last few laps. We just lost grip, so they've had that all day long, even on the longer runs, but lost it here on this run. So brought Brad in just to make some last-minute adjustments and change tires. Joey Logano in as well. He was reporting he just kept getting freer on his run.
Final pit stops of the day for those two drivers. If it stays green to the end, Ryan Preece is now on pit road.
So here's Ryan Preece in, continuing his good run as well. Hasn't said much on this stint, but as we said, their forward drive has been their strong suit today, and that's what Preece is going to need more of here. Bubba Wallace also backsliding, just losing the balance in the rear of the race car in his Toyota. 4 tires and fuel for Bubba.
63 laps to go. Kevin Harvick is on pit road, as also is Chase Elliott. Harvick needing 4 tires. His car, they got to be careful adjusting him here. They thought he had a slow leak, maybe, but they're going to make a chassis adjustment for Kevin's place.
Kyle Busch coming down pit road. He told Randall Burnett a moment ago, we're going to fall like a rock here. We need much more rear grip off the corner. Denny Hamlin also on pit road. So Steve, this is, I think, earlier than everybody thought they would come here with, what is it, 62 laps to go in the race.
Yeah, this is a little earlier than I thought where they were going to come. This is going to play right into the 19's hand. You see Tyler Reddick on pit road. He had a big moment trying to get to pit road, and pit road is very full.
Yeah, and so far, no word on the radio, but I believe they got on pit road cleanly, even though it was a bit of a big moment for Tyler Reddick, who said, the car's not bad, I just can't run the bottom like everybody else. Chris Buescher comes in front of you, Dylan.
That's right, and he has been really happy with this race car on this run. Don't see any chassis adjustments, but Buescher has been pleased with the race car. Just going to have to keep it out front here to keep the clean air and track position.
So Chris Buescher's going to rejoin, and right now it's basically just going to be a battle between Chris Buescher on new tires and the 19 of Martin Truex Jr., who has already pitted his one and only time. There's Truex. He's already on the backstretch. He's going into turn 3. You see on the top of your screen, Buescher is basically half the straightaway behind him. I think he'll have no problem catching him, but that is what the race win will look like. 19 on old tires, Buescher trying to run him down.
Hey, Steve, line violation for Tyler Reddick. You called it. They did not get to pit road cleanly, so one of the contenders will serve a penalty right here. Look at that. And, that's close, but he does touch that orange box. Can't do that, Steve. So one of the contenders out of it here. Tyler Reddick gets a penalty on what should be the last stop of the day.
Yeah, the problem started in turn 3. He just drove in the corner way too deep, did not anticipate the line coming up so quickly, locked the tires up, trying to get to pit road. The car won't turn with the front tires locked up, and he just barely missed it, but just pushing too hard to get to pit road.
A great day gone bad for Buescher. Had a 4.5-second lead, or Buescher had a 4.5-second lead over the 45. So, again, the 45,
he's a lap, Reddick. Yeah, he's a lap down to Truex. So he's faster than Truex with the newer tires, so he should be able to drive up there and unlap himself. The 45, Rick.
Reddick, yep.
Yeah, the 45 is coming off pit road, one lap down, and so you see the leader right there in front of him. So the 45, I know is a mistake, but he can unlap himself here quickly. If we do get a late yellow, they'll have an opportunity to try to regroup and rebound and get something out of this day. So while that was a bad mistake, they're still in a decent position to salvage something.
I like how you're looking at that, right, Junior? Because you're instantly saying, okay, hey, we can't go back and do what we did over. So how do you get out of this mess? And it's right here. It was quick work, to your point.
Yeah, so he's unlapping himself right there. Buescher is not far behind this group right here. There's Buescher going off into turn 1, just about 10, 15 car lengths behind the 19.
If it stays green, Buescher's faster and is going to be able to reel in Martin Truex Jr., but that's only if it stays green.
We are down to 55 laps to go at Richmond. We'll take the full field running order rundown for the final time today. Martin Truex Jr. is currently the race leader by 1 second over Chris Buescher, who is soon to take the race lead on fresher tires. Ryan Blaney is in third, still has to pit yet. Denny Hamlin in fourth place. Ryan Preece is in fifth. Brad Keselowski 6th. Kyle Busch 7th. Joey Logano 8th. Bubba Wallace 9th. And Alex Bowman is 10th. Kevin Harvick in 11th. Eric Almirola 12th. Austin Dillon 13th. Christopher Bell 14th. Chase Briscoe in 15th. 16th place is Chase Elliott. 17th. Tyler Reddick. Ty Gibbs is the last car in the lead lap in 18th. Kyle Larson in 19th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 20th. Todd Gilliland 21st. William Byron 22nd. Michael McDowell 23rd. AJ Allmendinger 24th. 25th is Austin Cindric. Daniel Suarez 26th. 27th. Eric Jones 28th. Noah Gragson 29th. Ross Chastain. And Ryan Newman is 30th. 31st, Corey LaJoie. Justin Haley 32nd. Harrison Burton in 33rd. 34th, J.J. Yaley. Ty Dillon 35th. And B.J. McLeod is 36th. Race leader, Chris Buescher, just took the race lead away from Martin Truex Jr. that last time by. He has led 36 laps and counting in today's race, and trying to get his third career NASCAR Cup win, his first of 2023, which would lock him into the playoffs. During the side-by-side commercial break, Ryan Blaney is in to make his final stop of the day. He was right behind Truex on the same strategy as him, so maybe working out here for the 12th car. Maybe he can survive and somehow get a top 10 finish if he can drive back up through the cars already passed. It's going to be difficult, though, because he's only going to have about 15 lap fresher tires. It's not going to be about 25 to 30 laps like Truex was on earlier in the race, because Truex, I would imagine, is going to be staying out of the pits a little bit longer than what Ryan Blaney just did right there. So while it is a one-stop, actually it's kind of an alternating two-stop strategy for Blaney, really. Similar to what Denny Hamlin started the stage off with, he just didn't commit and finish through it. Got the wave going. The grandstands, they're at least trying to get it going. Caution-free race here today. We are down to 50 laps to go in this one.
Fans trying to get the wave started here at Richmond. And some are playing along. Some are just enjoying the racing taking place, which includes a pass for the lead. Martin Truex Jr. out front and knew this was going to happen if they stayed green. The fresher tires winning out. And Chris Buescher able to get by Martin Truex Jr. He takes the lead now, has a 3-second lead over Truex running in the second spot.
Yeah, much like the first run of this stage, the 19 just does not have the long run speed like we saw in stage 2. I don't know what was magic about that run he had where he kind of plateaued off, but he is losing grip versus the other guys he's racing. Now we see the 11 of Hamlin near the 5 again. This looks like a little bit calmer situation. Yep. Right behind him, though, 41 of Ryan Preece. You know, he kind of got shoved through the box, got put long early, lost some track position. But this 41 car has really done a nice job all day long. It's hard to believe Preece doesn't have a top 10 all year. So, I mean, this is an impressive run inside the top 5.
You know, you think about the start of the year, at the Coliseum. They were really fast. I thought he had a shot to win that race, and everybody's like, yeah, man, Ryan Preece, he's coming into the circuit, going to have a lot of success, and it's just been a struggle, been way more difficult than he or anyone thought it was going to be. This is what we thought we would see more of, but this is you got to persevere. You just got to keep fighting. You got to keep pushing. This series is very difficult.
Crew Chief Chad Johnston's done a good job bringing a great race car to the track for Ryan, and their spotter Andy Houston's doing an awesome job. You'll remember Andy in the Truck Series as a driver and making it to the Cup Series as well. His father, Tommy Houston, a legend in the short tracks through the 70s and 80s.
Great family.
And I think Ryan Preece might hold the whole modified neighborhood, family, and community on his shoulders. I think coming from Berlin, Connecticut, Ryan Preece has the expectations of all those drivers who've grown up in the Northeast, in that modified division. They're hoping for Ryan Preece to have a good day. They're hoping for Ryan Preece to get to victory lane. And right now, a great performance here in Ford.
That's a great point, Rick. All these different disciplines love to see their drivers graduate and come up here and have success.
5.7 second lead for Chris Buescher over Martin Truex Jr. right now. Denny Hamlin is a second behind Truex, quickly closing in on him. But lap time wise versus the race leader, it does look like Hamlin is a bit quicker. He's just got so much of a deficit to try to run down, and it's going to have to take a late caution to try to beat that 17 car right now. Sputtermouth, thanks for the $1 super chat. Also, I did see that a little bit ago. I forgot to shout it out, so I apologize for that and appreciate it. I think that's your fourth one over the course of the weekend, so definitely a lot of thanks to that. Just over 400 viewers currently in the chat right now, so be sure to hit that like button if you haven't done so yet. Let's try to get up to 200 likes. Maybe we could set a record. I mean, 250 from the Daytona 500 is going to be tough to break, but we have the people here available to do so, so definitely be sure to hit the like button for more daily NASCAR content. Again, no cautions in today's race. It has been a long time since we've had an incidental-free NASCAR race. Definitely have not had one yet in 2023. I can remember with the 550 package, there were some races. I remember the Vegas race in 2020 did not have a caution for incident. And there might have been a couple. I think Sonoma in 2019 might have went caution-free as well without an incident. But they had the stage cautions. And there may be some other races in there I'm forgetting, but those are the two that pop into my head. I don't know that we have had a race with the next gen. No, actually, I lied. Road America last season also did not have a caution for incidents. And I think that might have been the only one with the next gen car, if I'm not mistaken, where we have gone a full race without a caution that wasn't the stage brakes. So, we'll see if that'll happen here again today. Kyle Busch looking to pick up some ground as he is battling with Brad Keselowski for 5th on the racetrack. Ryan Preece has just passed Martin Truex Jr. the last lap for 3rd. I would imagine Truex going to try to stay out to the very end of this one, and we'll see if he still ends up with a top 10 finish. Only 14 cars are on the lead lap. Chase Elliott, last car on the lead lap, is right in front of race leader Chris Buescher. Hamlin another 10th quicker than Buescher the last lap, but a 10th or 2 quicker a lap is just not going to catch him considering he's over 6 seconds off the lead and we're down to just 38 laps to go. He's going to have to quicken the pace just a little bit more if he's going to catch him. Have to hope for some lap traffic help, of course, as well. Now, Tyler Reddick, that is an interesting car to watch. He is the second to last car in the lead lap. I believe he's on equal tires with the 17. He might even be a little bit older on tires. That is a Toyota that could potentially hold Buescher up a little bit to allow for Hamlin to close in, especially with Hamlin being the owner of the 45 car. I could see that being a tough pass for Chris Buescher. And even if it costs Buescher a couple seconds of his lead, that will only help Hamlin just a little bit more. Because, again, Hamlin has been a 10th or 2 quicker a lap. He's just too far back right now to catch Buescher if it stays green. But any little bit Hamlin could get the help from obviously would be beneficial. And you also got to factor in he lost a second to a second and a half when Larson ran through him during the last tire stint as well. So there is that. I mean, he could be about 5 seconds off the lead. Instead, he's 6.3 back. Hamlin trying to go for back-to-back wins. Only driver to do that this season was William Byron, winning the 3rd and 4th races of the year at Las Vegas and Phoenix. Points races, of course. Buescher picked it back up, and he was slightly quicker than Denny Hamlin the last lap once again. 34 laps to go.
Going away from here over the course of the day, so trying to just dial it in here as best they can and hang on over the course of these final 35 laps, but Elliott just trying to hang on to a big lap spot for now.
Great job, guys, on all of those lead lap cars. 14 of them currently on the lead lap. I want to remind fans, this race started at 3:15, right around 3:15. The temperature in the cars, 134 degrees. They have been racing now for almost 3 hours and only 2 cautions. So really catching your breath, I don't even know if there's ever been a moment you could catch your breath behind the wheel of these cars here at Richmond. Listen in to Denny's radio.
We've forced 17 into a really long run now. I'm going to need that backside magic here, bud. I got you.
And I think that it's pretty impressive what he's been able to do. He's basically knocked about 3 seconds off of that lead. He's passed a handful of cars to pull into second place. So Hamlin, maybe about a 10th faster a lap, sometimes matching Buescher depending on the traffic. But in 32 laps, can he do what he needs to do to make up 6 seconds? That's going to be tough.
But to your point, Rick, rarely do you hear Denny Hamlin, I won't say out of breath,
right,
but you could hear the work he's putting in. That's long green flag runs.
Almost winded, and Denny Hamlin might be an anomaly when we...
Definitely going to have to cool some drivers off at the end of this one. We expected it to be a hot day today, and as Rick Allen just mentioned, with the lack of cautions, no chance to really catch your breath in the heat. I will say drivers tend to think about the heat a little bit more while they're under caution and not really having to focus on anything else at full speed, so there is that going for it. But Dale Jr. also mentioned earlier in the broadcast, with it being a short track, you're obviously having to work the wheel a little bit more, so it might be a little bit more tiring than, say, an intermediate track as well with the heated conditions, so it really could flip-flop back and forth on that aspect of things. Eric Almirola's had a great recovery. He is now back inside the top 10, just got past Austin Dillon a lap or two ago, and this has allowed Almirola to come back from a penalty for pitting above the commitment line, similar to that of Tyler Reddick in the final stage. The difference is for Reddick, he's got less time to try to overcome it. Good news is he is still on the lead lap for now. And again, reminder that he is the second to last car on the lead lap, so one Chris Buescher catches Reddick. We'll have to see how long it will hold Buescher up for. Chase Elliott is side by side with Tyler Reddick right now for position. Reddick got a little loose in the middle of 1 and 2. He's going to cross Elliott over, and this is not what Buescher wants to see in front of him with 28 laps to go. Side by side, nowhere for Buescher to go. He's just going to have to sit and wait and be patient right now. Ty Gibbs, last car in the lead lap, another Toyota right behind Buescher. Not sure what his tire strategy is. I'm not sure if he is fast enough to unlap himself or not. Buescher down on the bottom. Reddick is on the inside. He can't stay alongside Elliott. That may help Buescher just a little bit now that they're not side by side in front of him anymore. Buescher was still a little bit quicker than Hamlin the last lap. Buescher trying to get to the outside of Reddick. Reddick going to give him a little bit of room, so it doesn't seem like it's going to be as hard of a pass for Buescher as I would have maybe expected it to be, with Reddick being the next car he had to pass. Off of turn 2, Reddick just doesn't have the speed to be able to hang on with him. I'm pretty sure Buescher should be able to clear Reddick off turn 4 this time. No problem. So that penalty very costly for Reddick, because he was in second at the time of the last pit stops. He was about 4.5 seconds off the lead. Hamlin still hasn't gotten that close yet, so potential second place finish no longer in the cards here for Tyler Reddick after a major mistake coming into the pits. And that has been very costly over the summer months for Reddick, whether it's been him on pit road or his pit crew. They have constantly been shooting themselves in the foot and taking themselves out of not only chances to win, but just good finishes. Today, could have probably finished second at Richmond. Could have won Nashville. He led a lot of laps early in that one. The right rear tire came off the car late, and had another really good car going into the Chicago Street Race as well. Remember, Shane Van Gisbergen drove through the field of 1. Reddick was on the same strategy Van Gisbergen was on, and he was ahead of Van Gisbergen until he put it in the turn 6 wall, trying to run down the leaders with about 10 laps to go, causing a late race restart, which allowed for Van Gisbergen to have another opportunity to be able to attack, and eventually he got the win instead. So you could argue that he has had an ability to win 2 races, maybe 3 top 2 finishes in the last month or so, and they just have not been able to capitalize off of the speed. And you can only have the speed for so long in this sport before you start to run out of opportunities, and you just wonder when the time will come to an end for Reddick and this 45 team, and can they keep the pace up once the playoffs begin. Yeah, Priest does seem to be catching Denny Hamlin. Somebody pointed that out in the chat. Priest is now within about a half a second of Hamlin, so we could have a battle for second here to the end, which is important because that could be a front row restarting position if we get a late race restart as well, and you never know if you gain that spot on pit road as well, so that is why it is also important to make a pass late. Kyle Busch just passed Martin Truex Jr., who's again on that one-stop strategy. Truex still remains in 5th. Good run for Busch today in 4th. As far as the spotlight drivers as of this point in the race, Buescher, in fact, was a don't-have pick today. I don't think I've ever had a don't-have pick actually win the race, or at least not this season that I can recall. So Buescher definitely proving me wrong in today's race. As far as the other don't-have picks, so Ryan Blaney a lap down in 16th. Ross Chastain's been abysmal today. He's 26, 3 laps down. So that one car has been off all weekend. Trackhouse as a whole has been off on speed all this weekend, because Suarez is just behind him in 28th. And now Chastain just lost another spot, so now he's in 27th. Instead of 26th, Todd Gilliland just passed him. And then the must-have picks, Kevin Harvick in 8th, Kyle Busch in 4th, Truex in 5th. William Byron, though, my pick to win the race today, not a very good run. 2 laps down in 21st. Kyle Larson 1 lap down in 19th was another must-have pick. So 3 and 2 on those ones, and 2 and 1 on the other pick. So I mean, overall, I'll take a 5 for 8 day from the prediction standpoint. I seem to get like consistently over 50%, which is good. That's why I've got a winning record in all my categories this season. Definitely not going to predict the race winner correct this year. Still stuck at 6. Been stuck at 6 for 7 weeks now. 18 laps to go. Hamlin and Priest have picked it up a little bit. Buescher may be in dense lap traffic. Buescher dropped back to 25 point, nearly 8 that last lap versus a 25.5 ran by Hamlin and Priest. They're now under 6 seconds off the lead, but only 17 laps to go, though, so it's going to be tough. Even if they keep that pace up, I still don't think they're going to catch him. They were only 2 to 3 tenths quicker that last lap. This lap at the line, they were even much quicker. Another 2 to 3 tenths quicker. So Priest and Hamlin running hard. Priest seemed to have clipped the apron just a little bit with the left side tires as well. We do have to get one more ad break out in this race. Hate to do it this late. We just haven't had any cautions for me to air them out throughout the course. So we'll do it now so we can take you to the finish. If you're listening live, be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, and live commentary streams every NASCAR race weekend. Wrong page. 15 laps to go. 5.7 seconds ahead is Chris Buescher over Denny Hamlin. Chase Elliott still surprisingly on the lead lap. Ty Gibbs did pass Reddick after Reddick fell lap down, so Gibbs is in the free pass position if we got a late caution. And Chase Elliott is in 13th. And he is catching Chase Briscoe for 12th. Every point matters for Elliott if he wants to get into the playoffs. Michael McDowell having a terrible day today. Elliott outpointed him in the stages, and he is 9 positions ahead of him right now, so he will cut that deficit from about 55 down to probably just less than 45 points outside of the cutoff line going into the next race. And all the other drivers really that were ahead of him in points that were below the cutoff line have not outran him today. He's pretty equal to Ty Gibbs. So Gibbs is probably going to gain a little bit as well because he also got stage points. So, I mean, outside of Ty Gibbs, though, Allmendinger outside top 20 all day. not Todd Gilliland, Michael McDowell, who was in 16th, going to finish outside the top 20, just a couple stage points back in stage 1. That's if he got stage points in stage 1. I really don't know because our live leaderboard wasn't working at that time, so no clue if that's the case either. So I am curious. Actually, as we run right now, Chase Elliott's minus 40, so definitely has closed the gap. And that's what I mentioned going into the pre-race. He needs to gain 10 to 12 points a race and pick up at least one position in the points every race from 21st to get to 16th in 5 races. Well, he's up to 20th. He gained 1 spot on his teammate Alex Bowman. And he's going to gain 16 points from where he came into the day based off of where he's running right now. 10 laps to go, this time by the start-finish line for Chris Buescher. Solid day for RFK. Really, ever since about lap 160, 170 or so, it has been good for them, and we have a spinner, a lot of smoke. Cautions out as Daniel Suarez has spun out. Suarez is around, and this is going to cause an interesting strategy now because we don't know if you should pit or not pit. We have seen, that last lap Hamlin ran a 25.768. So Hamlin's last lap was about 2.5 seconds slower than his fastest lap of the race. 2.5 seconds off the pace on the tires these guys have now versus if they were to pit and take fresh tires. And there's only 13 cars on the lead lap as well, so that could definitely have a bit of an issue. And it looks like the 42 of Noah Gragson actually just kind of blew the corner. Gragson got a little tight underneath Suarez in the middle of 3 and 4 and ended up clipping Suarez in the left rear, and that's what turned him around. So 2 cars that were battling for 28th on the racetrack caused a late caution with just 10 laps to go, while Chris Buescher had over a 5-second lead and dominated this final stage following the first of 2 pit stops we saw. And this thing is not over yet. And again, there will be some cars to pit. I would imagine somebody's going to stay out and try it, but how many? And the more cars that stay out, the less of a chance the guys on fresh tires are going to have of trying to get to the front. And this is going to be a wild finish. Should be quick cleanup, I'd have to imagine, but because it's a short track, we're probably only going to have maybe 4 or 5 laps left on the restart. Free pass, by the way, was given to Ryan Blaney at 14th. He passed Ty Gibbs right before the caution flag came out, so Blaney will be back on the lead lap. Who will come in? Good news is for Buescher, he should win the race out of the pits. Barring make a big mistake on pit road because he's got a huge advantage with the amount of lap cars that are in. The top 4 are in. We'll see who else comes in as well behind him.
Only thing the leader Chris Buescher asked for was a touch of center turn to the 17 middle of your screen. They'll make an air pressure adjustment. Ryan Preece said he lost drive at the end but fired off good. That's the important thing for the 41, Marty.
Dylan, we'll see if Denny Hamlin and his crew can make up any of that gap coming to pit road. He said, I just need more help turning the center, but I cannot be any looser off the corner. The 17 and 41 already coming by pit road. In fact, the 17's already gone by. Denny Hamlin comes in second. Looks like they'll come out second as well.
Great.
Big stop.
So Chris Buescher gets the job done. Kyle Busch goes up 1 spot, swapping with Ryan Preece. And that was the only difference of those that pitted inside the top 10. I don't think anybody stayed out. There were at least 10 cars on pit road. There were only 13 on the lead lap when the caution came out. I think a couple guys might have taken the wave around. There's a good chance it looks like Ty Gibbs and Tyler Reddick took the wave around. Bowman, Stenhouse, Larson also took the wave around. So at least 5 cars staying out on the track. They'll be on older tires at the tail end of the field. They're just kind of hoping for maybe another caution after the restart so then they could pit for tires, but they are not going to be able to pit as of right now. So they're pretty much just going to only be racing each other anyway. But they do get a lap back. And again, massive stop, waiting for our leaderboard to update, but it'll be Chris Buescher out in front. I don't know why it says there are no laps to go, by the way. Yeah, there we go. Okay. 6 laps to go, I was going to say. And still waiting on Ryan Blaney, I believe, to hit pit road. Because he was in the free pass position, so he wouldn't be able to stay out and actually cycle ahead of everybody. And yeah, 5 cars did take the wave around. Gibbs, Reddick, Bowman, Stenhouse, Larson. 5 to go right now. Probably 3 to go on the restart if I had to guess. Chris Buescher will have to choose whether he wants the top or the bottom. We've only seen 2 restarts in this race prior. And at the beginning of the race, and the bottom lane has been taken every time. But the truck race last night, the outside was the way to go. For all except for the one restart, Corey Heim got to the lead on the bottom. So I would imagine that based off of how this race has gone, that Buescher will take the inside. But I don't blame him if he takes the top, too. Because if he can't clear on the bottom going into turn 1, it's going to be tough to be able to drag race and hold on to the lead after the fact. So a little green-white checker finish here late in this race. Troy, thanks for tuning in also. Kelly Jones. A lot of other people in the chat. We've got over 500 people watching right now, but only 186 likes. So be sure to hit that like button. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We are approaching the, I believe, 3rd highest NASCAR race viewership-wise on the channel so far this year. Only behind the Chicago Street Race and the Daytona 500. And the 4th highest in total behind those 2, and then also the Indy 500. So greatly appreciate that, everybody. 1 to go, that time by. Chris Buescher takes the bottom lane outside of row 1, Denny Hamlin. The big question is, can Buescher clear Hamlin in the middle of 1 and 2? Because if he can't do it, Hamlin's going to have a better chance on the outside of winning. Ryan Preece to the inside of row 2, Kyle Busch will be on the top. And then in row 3 will be Martin Truex Jr. on the bottom, Brad Keselowski on the outside. Interesting for Truex, that one-stop strategy worked out for him because he was in 6th when the caution came out. He didn't really fall back too much compared to other drivers who had tried a one-stop strategy earlier in the race. Like Blaney was on that similar strategy. He was right behind Truex for the pit stop, but for whatever reason, he's back in 14th, ended up losing a lap right before the caution came out. So looking for a top 5 day there for the 19 and to grow his regular season points lead even more with Byron outside the top 20 and still a lap down. 3 to go. Shootout to the end. Who will win at Richmond? Playoff spot on the line. Hamlin spins his tires in the restart zone. Buescher's going to be clear by the time he gets to the start-finish line. Busch looks to the outside of Hamlin. Hamlin throws a block. Logano going 3 wide around the 6 and the 19. What a move by Joey Logano. He passes both of them, and he gets to the outside of Busch for 4th as well. Preece is clear on the bottom for 3rd. Hamlin to the back of the 17 car. Does he have anything for him? He looks to the outside, and Buescher throws a block. 2 to go. Preece scrambles for 3rd. Logano, what a restart from about 8th place. Hamlin blows the corner. He goes way wide. Logano's in the middle between the 41 and the 11, and Joey Logano has gone from 8th on the restart all the way up to the inside for 2nd on Denny Hamlin. He can't hold the bottom well enough. Hamlin clears him off turn 4. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go. Sponsored by Credit One Bank. Chris Buescher's got a 4-car length advantage over Denny Hamlin through 1 and 2. Hamlin pushed it too hard. He locked the brakes up the last lap, and that cost him a chance at the win. He holds on for 2nd, but Chris Buescher, who dominates the final stage for RFK, will get his 3rd career win and his 2nd with the newly rebranded RFK. He's locked into the playoffs now for 2023 as he will win the Cookout 400 at Richmond. Denny Hamlin 2nd, Kyle Busch 3rd. Joey Logano got up to a very close shot at 2nd after restarting in 8th. Big wreck off of turn 4 in the back of the pack as there's about 3 or 4 cars around. And I believe Ryan Preece finished in 5th. First top 10 of the year, and it's a top 5 for Preece. He needed that as he finally gets his first top 10 with SHR. Keselowski ends up 6th. Martin Truex Jr. 7th. Eric Almirola with a great recovery to finish 8th. Great run for Austin Dillon in 9th. And Kevin Harvick rounds out the top 10 in today's race. Buescher burning it down on the front stretch as we speak. You'll get to hear from him and the other top finishers from today's race. We'll quickly run through the rest of the running order right now. Chase Briscoe finishes 11th. Bubba Wallace 12th. Chase Elliott 13th. Ryan Blaney 14th. Ty Gibbs 15th. Tyler Reddick in 16th. Stenhouse in 17th. Bowman 18th, Larson 19th. And then the first car 1 lap down was Christopher Bell in 20th, William Byron 21st, Michael McDowell 22nd, Eric Jones 23rd, Ross Chastain 24th, Todd Gilliland 25th, Austin Cindric 26th, AJ Allmendinger 27th, 28th, Noah Gragson 29th, Ryan Newman, Justin Haley 30th, Harrison Burton 31st, Corey LaJoie 32nd, Daniel Suarez 33rd, Ty Dillon 34th, J.J. Haley 35th, and B.J. McLeod rounds out the field in 36. All 36 cars finished this race today, as we had just one caution for incident, and that was a late spin from Daniel Suarez, which caused a 3-lap green-white checker to the end. Buescher still burning it down on the front stretch as we speak right now. We will finish this race in regulation through the 400 laps, 300 miles around this 3/4-mile short track. 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 12 seconds total time on the race today. Very quick race pace. 98.47 miles per hour for a short track is about as fast as it's going to get. That was the average race speed. Buescher led 88 laps en route to his victory here today. And again, just the 3 cautions in total and the 1 for incident. Here's your race winner, Chris Buescher.
The pride of Prosper, Texas gets a win here at Richmond. RFK dominant here on a warm Sunday afternoon. Richmond race fans, Chris Buescher is your winner. Love to see this celebration with this race team. This organization has worked so hard to get to this point and back to victory lane. Of course, won Bristol, as we showed a moment ago last year. But this one guarantees their spot in the playoffs, and that's worth a hug for everybody on the race team. Scott Graves, as crew chief, comes in on a hot and exhausting day. I think he'll find a way to celebrate a little bit more. Helmet coming off. Boy, what was your thought when that caution came out, Chris? What were you thinking? Because you had it in hand.
Yeah, I was smooth sailing there, trying to take care of this fast on Mustang, and these guys over at RFK, the 17 team, gave me a great hot rod. This thing was so good, and just trying to take care of it there. And about the time Scott came on the radio, he said, "That's working perfect. Keep it up. Caution." I was like, "Yeah, that's about right." But I knew even on our green flag stuff, we were so strong during the race, so I had a good feeling about it there. So pretty awesome to pull it off. Proud of everybody, because that's a long way from the back this morning, so heck of a race for us.
It was 7 days ago that I was talking to your crew chief, Scott Graves, and he said, we're a 6th to 15th place car right now. As an organization, we need to take a step forward. Are you surprised it came so quickly and in such dominant fashion?
We've had this one circle since last fall, so I was really hopeful this could be the one that would turn the page for us, and sure enough, right off the truck, I thought it was. So I hate that qualifying went the way it did, because I was sitting there just beating myself up trying to figure out what we got to do from there. But made the victory lane here in Richmond. I told you to flood this place 3 years ago, so my opinions are changing quite a bit here, and yeah, what a day there. That's awesome.
I know it was fun racing the boss. Is there a way to describe to the fans here and the fans at home how much work has gone into this for RFK to get back to victory lane?
Probably not. I mean, there's so much that's happened in 15 years I've been there. But the last 2 years, last 18 months, just to see the turnaround, new car kind of being a good reset for us to be able to be competing for wins at a lot of different styles of racetracks, and a couple checkered flags now. Some great pit strategy there, some great pit stops. It's every department working hard to make this happen and get us this checkered flag. We've been talking about this a lot, and you don't get to ask me about points anymore.
There you go. No more talk about points, because they are guaranteed, Rick, to be in the playoffs. Chris Buescher, the 17 team, they'll be a playoff player this year with the win here at Richmond.
You're right, Barney. The win, and you advance to the playoffs.
It leaves just 4 spots open for the playoffs as of right now, with the 12 different Cup Series regular winners so far this season and the 13th different winner in the Cup Series overall. went through the finishing results for this one. If we get any more interviews on the other side of the USA Network commercial break, you'll get to listen in to that. As far as the predictions for today's race, I chalked Chris Buescher up as a don't have, and he actually won the race. So unbelievable. I thought starting too deep in the field was going to hurt him, even though he had speed in practice, and that certainly was not the case. He gets the win. Definitely busted my prediction on him for the day. As far as the other predictions, though, the other two don't haves that I had finishing outside the top 10 did run outside the top 10 all day. Chastain was terrible. He ends up finishing 24th, a lap down. He was 2 laps down, but he took the wave around to get one of those laps back at the end, and I think he was as far back as like 28th on speed at one point. So not a good day for him and for Trackhouse as a whole. And then obviously Ryan Blaney was outside the top 10 all day. He did recover to at least finish on the lead lap and finish 14th. He got the free pass with that last caution coming out, but still ran outside the top 10. No stage points for him today, so that was also a good pick there. As far as the must-have predictions for the race, Truex must-have got a top 10, finished 7th. That is now 9 top 10s in his last 10 Richmond starts. Kyle Busch finishes 3rd. It was kind of rocky in that first stage. He didn't get any stage points despite qualifying 2nd, fell back to 12th, but they got to work on that race car and got him up by 3rd place at the end of this one. I think he was running 4th at the time of the last caution, so he picked up another spot there late as a result and definitely capitalized on a pretty solid day overall. Also on the must-have pick, I had William Byron, who I picked to win the race today. He does finish 21st. Hendrick was not as strong as I would have probably thought out of the 24 team, especially. Kyle Larson as well ends up 19th. He won the first 3 road course races, or first 3 short track races on tracks less than a mile this season. On ovals, not including the Clash at the beginning of the year, but you count Martinsville, the first Richmond race, and North Wilkesboro, and that was just not the case today for Larson. So the 5 and the 24 that dominated the spring race, nowhere close to that here today, as they finished 19th and 21st again right there. And then Kevin Harvick, the other must-have pick, does get a top 10 finish. He was running pretty much, he was in the top 5 in the first stage, and then midway through stage 2, he started falling back a little bit. It was actually as far back as about 11th or 12th. And did end up finishing 10th there at the very end. Pretty much the entire final stage, he was running 9th to 11th. So it was going to be close on whether he was going to get a top 10 or not, and he did end up getting it. Point standings going into next weekend at Michigan. Michael McDowell, 18 points to the good. He came in plus 17, so he gets 1 more point on the cutoff line. Ty Gibbs, who was minus 28 rather, coming into the day. He is now the first driver below the cutoff line, jumping Allmendinger in the standings. He is minus 18, so Gibbs does gain 10 points on McDowell, but overall McDowell gets 1 point because of outscoring A.J. Allmendinger by quite a bit. Showing the replay of that incident coming across the line all at the tail end of the field there. No major damage on any of those cars, which is good. So, not sure how that happened exactly, other than the fact that they were 3 and nearly 4 wide, and that doesn't really work on a short track very well. So at least they got to the checkered flag first before it ended up happening, as we got a green flag finish to this one. So that was the predictions. We went through the full field finishing order. Now we have to look and see how the fantasy team did, which I did not make the roster change before the end of stage 2. Which might not be good, because I think I had Hamlin in my garage, and he had a good day and finished in 2nd. So that's not good for me. I got to be better. Especially this late in the season when I make contention for the regular season championship. I can't do that. You can join the Fantasy League on the NASCAR mobile app or website. We'll get to that in a second. Here's Denny Hamlin with Dave Burns.
I went way too deep. I was trying to get to the outside there. Man, I really had a great run off of turn 2 on the restart, and then off of 4 again. But, yeah, I was just so close to him there that I wanted to try to squirt a little extra gas to try to get to the outside, just too much brake. So, man, I'm happy for Chris and RFK and those guys. I know they worked really hard to get to this point. And I can appreciate the struggle that it is to get to this point. So, congratulations to them. And definitely a great job by this Mavis team. Just continue to keep me in it all day long. We just lacked a little bit to be the best there, so we just need to improve on it, and still a good day.
2 things on the choose there at the end. Were you happy to get the outside line, and did it ever cross your mind that some of these guys might think, oh, they might have a little license with me this week after last week and all the discussions?
No, I appreciate it as a good talking point, but no, it was not. I'm out there trying to win the race for sure, and I loved getting the front row, but I just got a god-awful restart. You know, Kyle just pushed me down the front straightaway, which is really helpful for us. So thanks for that. And I just didn't do a good job on the restart, and then I didn't do a good job in a turn one on the second last lap. But our team gave us a shot. And the race should have been his anyway, the caution at the end. So it was just kind of a second chance on life for us there at the end.
Denny Hamlin so strong here often and strong again today.
It's a fourth place finish for Joey Logano today, and thought you were going to have a look at it there at the end, but you kind of came out of nowhere to even be in that position. What changed on your race car that allowed you to get up front and contend at the end?
Yeah, we really weren't that bad with the Show Penzo Mustang, just a little bit off from the best cars, and really could hang. If he put us fifth, we'd probably hang at fifth, but just qualifying as poorly as we did, slowly getting our way up there, had a couple setbacks during the race. It's just kind of made us hang around that 7th to 10th place range there for a little bit. I knew we just had to get there. Then Paul did a good job. Must have been a special mesh set of tires, I don't know, but it fired off pretty good. I was able to roll the outside of 2 lanes there, and when Denny screwed up and slid up, he got me down the middle, and I was like, oh, well, then maybe this is okay. And then it allowed the 8 get back to my outside, and we gave up a spot there. But I saw him. I got excited. I was like, oh, I was almost there. I needed one more caution. It was fun.
What do you make of the Ford performance today, just across the board? It seemed like you guys were the cars to beat, and you obviously came through at the end, too. Was this a big weekend and a step in the right direction for the overall performance of the manufacturer?
I think where our weaknesses were hidden today by the lack of grip on the racetrack. Mechanical grip seems to come in, and it's hard to put the power down as it is. So I think just where our weaknesses are, we're masked, and I'm glad Chris was able to capitalize on it and a 4 got in victory lane. We need to get more of them in there, but nice to see one in victory lane right now.
Hard-fought day for Joey Logano. It's a nice top 5, 4th at Richmond.
So that was Logano. It was definitely a lot of fun seeing him go from 8th to nearly 2nd in the first lap and a half after the restart. Almost had a shot there in the late going if Buescher were to make a mistake late, but he did not. Again, I was about to lead into the Fantasy League. If you have not joined yet, definitely do so. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season. If you win the regular season or playoff championship, so if you're not in the league right now, you automatically qualify for the playoffs. The points will reset. We'll have 2 separate winners, 2 separate champions, so definitely want to do that. Go to the quick link section on the NASCAR Fantasy Live tab on the NASCAR.com website. Sign up with your email, again, free to join, create a password. You'll want to search for KRC League, KRC in all caps, space, and then a capital L on League. So I'll put that in the chat really quick here for the league that you'll want to join. So there it is, KRC League. Hope you'll be going to your first NASCAR race, live in Adrian, Michigan. Awesome, man. Yeah, I'll be at the Michigan race on Sunday next week, so there won't be any live commentary for the Cup race, but there will be live commentary for the Xfinity Series race early on Saturday afternoon. So there is still going to be an Xfinity Series race live commentary stream next week, but no Cup race next weekend. So just throwing that out there here real quick. As far as the fantasy results for today, my team did not do so hot. I should have put Hamlin in there. I just didn't. I wasn't paying attention to my team. Probably would have put him in over either Byron or Larson, who struggled for the day. Would have put him in for Larson to maximize my points. Truex ended up having a top 10 finish. Good run. Harvick top 10. Chase Elliott not as good as I would have thought. He did score 7 stage points, though. Finished just outside the top 10. Hamlin, of course, had a second place run. The good news is I only had 2 starts left for Hamlin, so I do save a start. Larson, I've used him 10 times. I can't use him again the rest of the year. So at the same time, yes, I get an extra start for Denny, but I could have had 2 more starts for Larson. And I'd probably have Larson 2 more starts versus Hamlin with 2 road courses coming up. I'd probably trust Larson to finish better there. So that stinks. That definitely hurts my fantasy team a little bit. As far as the featured matchups go right here, had Reddick finishing ahead of Austin Dillon. That was not the case. Reddick could have been in contention on that final restart if it wasn't for that commitment line violation during the last green flag stop of the day, because he ended up, as a result, finishing 16th. He was in second, actually a couple seconds ahead of Denny Hamlin before that last pit stop. So threw away a chance at a potential win there and a definite top 3 finish if things could have gone his way late. Hamlin did beat Larson, which I expected, so got that. Got Priest beating LaJoy, and got Harvick beating Bell, so I did get 30 bonus points. That seems to be where my weak point is in fantasy this year. Missed out on a lot of those points. I only get like 10 to 20 every week, so I did get 30 this week, which definitely helped. But not a great week overall, as you can see. Top right of the screen, I finished 16th, 165 points. That's going to cost me in the standings and may cost me a championship. Even if I had Hamlin in there, I would have only scored 13 points from what I had. So definitely wasn't capitalized. But maybe there's a chance that they've used all their good guys already this year, or are close in a situation where they haven't. I still have that 2 starts for a Hamlin and like 4, I think, for Truex the rest of it. So I've got fast guys. Kyle Busch I could use 5 more times yet. I've got these guys I could use more. Byron I have another start out of yet. So that could help me. I'm going to hope that that's going to be the only thing that could keep me in it. Inside Uranus wins this week. Came in as the league leader. Actually ties for the win with P-Shat Motorsports for our summer Richmond race. EC23, 214 points, ends up finishing in third. Nathan Powers fourth with 213 points and 211 points for Derek Booth, who finishes in fifth. Rounding out our top 5. Inside Uranus, want to see who he had on his team. He had Chase Elliott as well. Also had Denny Hamlin, but he did put him in the garage. He had Reddick, Busch, and Harvick. So the only difference is that he had Reddick and I had Larson. So that definitely was a big costly error. And then obviously he had Hamlin in his lineup and took him out for Byron. I did not. I had Byron in the lineup. Bonus points. He also got 30 bonus points. Same exact picks I had there. So yeah, that was definitely a big difference. Difference in finishing third versus first. Or 16th versus first. Crazy. I don't know why I said third. P-Shat Motorsports, again, he tied for the lead, so we'll look at his team as well. Denny Hamlin, he had Reddick, Harvick, Elliott, and he had Kyle Busch. So the only difference between him and Inside Uranus, actually they have the same starting 5. The difference is that they had Byron and Truex. P-Shat Motorsports had Truex. Truex was in his garage. So if he had Truex in his lineup instead of Elliott, he would have actually won this week, because Truex outscored Elliott by 2 points. And then they had the same picks for bonus that I did too again, so they each got 30. So deadlock tie. They literally had the same team this week, and that is why they tied. And again, the overall standings coming into the week. That ain't it. League standings coming into the week. You see 40-62 is only 20-point difference. He's going to grow that lead out just a little bit more and trying to three-peat for the regular season champion. That's why he has in parentheses the greatest regular season champion of all time, because he's won the first 2 seasons. And then he also won the playoffs last year too, and I won the playoffs in 2021. So, yeah, we'll see. I can't remember where I was regular season last year. I don't think I was in the top 5. I think I was like 6th or 7th. And then I think I finished second right behind him in 2021. So I know my stuff, but he is definitely capitalizing on his opportunities, to say the least. So that is going to be it here for the stream. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Thank you, everybody, for watching this one. We had a lot of viewers late in the race. I think we almost had 600 people. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, from viewership standpoint, it was the 4th most watched live stream of the season, and the 3rd most watched NASCAR live stream, only behind, of course, the Daytona 500, which is going to be tough to beat at number 1, and the Chicago Street Race, which was a actually fairly close second just a couple weeks ago. So hopefully you guys tune in again next time. Again, next week, Xfinity Series race Saturday. We'll look up the start time for that real quick before we get out of here. There will be no live commentary for the Cup race next Sunday. So again, no live commentary for the Cup Series. But the Xfinity, that's the wrong schedule. That's this weekend schedule. Michigan. That's the Cup Series. I know the race starts at 2:30 and it's on USA Network next week for the Cup Series. I will be uploading race highlight videos from the grandstands for that Cup race. Xfinity Series will be at 3:30 on Saturday. So 3:30 Eastern Time next Saturday. It'll be on your local NBC affiliate. And you can listen live right here, KRC, on the YouTube channel. Michigan. And that'll be the only live commentary stream next week. But I'll see you guys the following week for the Cup race after that at Indianapolis. And more start times, obviously, will be posted in the community tab in a couple weeks when that becomes closer to the current date. Thank you. Have a good rest of your Sunday night, everybody. Quick race today. Fairly clean. And great finish, great winner. Chris Buescher gets his first win of the season and his third of his career. Good to see for RFK Racing. And a former Greg Biffle fan, I can appreciate any time a Roush car goes to victory lane. It's good to see. Good for the sport. Brad Keselowski's doing good things down there. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night, everybody.